Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of MedTech World North America. It was a pleasure to welcome all of you yesterday for the last 2 days. I hope so far you're having a fantastic time at MedTech World in our inaugural 3-day flagship conference in North America. Building on from yesterday, we'll be welcoming some excellent speakers on stage, culminating in what is our MedTech World Startup Pitch Competition, which is, in my opinion, one of my favorite events at MedTech World. We'll be hearing from 10 incredible startups who will be pitching in front of a panel of judges. I'd love to welcome our first set of panelists of the day in a very special topic on strategic money, strategic risk, what corporate venture really wants from MedTech. Please give a warm welcome to our speakers, Matt Henriksen, Senior Equity Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, Komail Nasrallahi, Senior Director, Innovation and Venture Partnerships at Siemens Healthineers, Dr. Stephen Mickelson, Founder and CTO at Field Medical, and Mayank Vijayvergia, Head of Strategy, Cardiovascular and Interventional Solutions at GE Healthcare. Please give them a warm round of applause.
Strategic money, strategic risk. What corporate venture really wants from MedTech.
Are we good to go? All right, I can hear my voice. Hi, everyone. My name is Matt Henriksen. I am the Senior Equity Research Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, covering medical device companies. We got a great panel here to kind of start off the day. I think this panel is going to create the framework for the rest of the day as we talk about scaling innovation, as we talk about the timelines to get that out there, talking about AI, talking about the capital markets. And so this is probably the most talking I'll get during this panel, so I'll finish up there, and I'll introduce our group. We have Komail Nasrallahi, Senior Director of Innovation and Venture Partnerships at Siemens Healthineers. We have Steve Mickelson, entrepreneur and founder of many medical device companies, including Field Medical currently. And then we have Mayank Vijayvergia, Executive of Strategy and Market Development for Cardiovascular and Interventional Solutions at GE Healthcare. Why don't we start at the beginning with the innovation itself? And so, Steve, you are founding many of these companies. You are finding an unmet need, or you're finding something to disrupt the standard of care. How do you start with that, finding what is needed for the disruption?
Well, you know, I've been very fortunate to wear 2 hats for a long time. So when I started, for instance, Ferropulse, I was still in training as a fellow in cardiac electrophysiology, and so I kind of got to see the unmet need kind of from front row seat, or at least what I perceived was the need, and started the company and had a mission at that point. And so throughout the years, I've been involved in a lot of other people's startups as a consultant and those types of things, and started a few more companies that were successful. But I think part of it is being an expert in your area. You don't have to be a doctor necessarily, but to understand that need. Now, there are plenty of ways you can understand the need without being an individual on the front lines, but it made it a little easier because I've never really invented anything that wasn't supposed to be used in the field of cardiac electrophysiology.
Interesting. So how did that kind of go in? It sounds like you discovered champagne by accident. Is that how the process worked?
Yeah. Well, I've always been creative. I like to paint. I like to write songs. I like to invent stuff. So when you ideate when you're working, and you're all, boy, this sucks. I think I could do a better job than that. So it's you go and you tinker and you figure it out. But that's the inventing part of it. From a financing part of it, that took a lot of years to figure out how to navigate financing, and help from a lot of really good people who were more experienced in it than I was. For Field, we just raised $75 million on telling the story of an unmet need, and Atraverse, we just sold that. That's $40 million. Again, telling a story on unmet need and growth opportunities and things like that. And that narrative, kind of falls out from, I guess it's the same thing. Identifying the need and being able to tell the story are kind of hand in hand.
Yeah, and it also sounds like as a private company or a small company, you're be able to be more nimble and you're able to be more aggressive and gain that $75 million. What else is there behind the scenes that allows you as a startup to be more nimble?
Well, a lot of top down. When you have a team of 3 people, you're not really moving forward by consensus because there's too much for 3 people to do. So everyone has to make executive decisions and then bring it back to the group to get to the next milestone. Where the bigger a company gets, there's a more policy in place, more process in place, more consensus building needed, and it can really slow things down.
Interesting. And then, Camille, let's start from your side as well, because you're on the large diversified side at Siemens Healthineers. You have hundreds of these companies to follow. How do you stay organized with being able to keep track of all of them? Because not all 100 of them are going to be able to be huge successes.
Right. So yeah, you're right. We see a lot of companies, and we have a team, in China, India, Europe, and the US. So we're covering all our major markets to see what's innovation coming to the market, who's building what. But what we learned was, it's better to focus on the problem, like what customer want, instead of just going out there and see what's out there, because there's so much is out there. There's so many good companies, so many smart people building cool stuff.
Man, we just found the same problem together.
Like super smart people, they're very expert in their field. So my team and I, we're always trying to be quiet, just let them talk so we can learn, we can educate ourselves in that specific field. And what we learn, we also take it to the customer. So sometimes we, kind of a soft pitch it to the customer without giving a specific name of the company. It's like, by the way, would you be interested in this kind of, solution? This might not be on your radar, but we see it. We see more companies doing this space. Would that be interesting to you? So if there's a yes, then we can bring the company in.
Yeah, very interesting. And Mayank, I know that with you on the cardiovascular side, a lot of the new innovation and a lot of the new ideas out there is with AI. So I'm just kind of curious from your perspective, what is, those new ideas, those new unmet needs coming out there, and how do you kind of organize all that? Because there's a lot of noise around AI.
A lot of noise around AI, but I represent our segment. So from the segment side, what we call getting to Gemba, and hey, is this going to replace physicians? As we talk to physicians, the big thing that they say is burnout. They love what they do. They're not going to be replaced, but what they want is, how do I deal with the increasing pressures of doing more procedures, doing more with less? And
procedures can be time saving, but if you're doing more and more of them, it kind of creates that extra burden in itself. So is this something where the AI is trying to just find the right pathway for these patients to be treated better, so it then turns into, if these patients are treated better earlier on, they're able to not have to come and be re-hospitalized and have to have any follow-up procedures, or at least limit the follow-up procedures?
That's definitely a big area. I'd give when I think of where AI has value versus AI in terms of just driving more efficiency, for example. I'll take the example of FairPulse, right? And not AI, but I think it speaks to some of the details of the need. So FairPulse increased efficiency procedures substantially, obviously much safer as well, but these are 2-hour procedures that got down to 30, 45-minute procedures, which is fantastic, safer, more efficient. Before they were doing 2, 3 procedures, now they're doing 5 or 6 procedures. So that value proposition was very compelling, but when you talk to the physician, there was a lot of burnout. healthcare practitioners better, and making it so that they're not just efficient but also able to do high quality, have high quality as well.
Okay, so it sounds like there's always a learning adjustment with all these new technologies coming out in the market, and it sounds like AI can be able to help organize all that together in the future. And so Farapulse is a very interesting one. Got acquired by Boston Scientific.
It would be fun to do a second generation technology. This will be my last one, I'm sure.
Well, Scientific, Seaman Healthineers has had a bunch of acquisitions, and let's start first with the due diligence, because there's the balance for these companies to share as much as they can to you, but also they want to make sure that they keep business models somewhat secret. Right. So how do you balance that level of transparency in your due diligence? Because you have to make sure you know everything, but given their agency, they're not going to give you all that.
Right. So what we always look at, it's kind of as like a filter, right? To see who's the right fit for us. We see if they have any customer traction, right? Is anybody using their solution? Because we are not the end user in most cases, right? The clinician, the hospital, they're the user. So we want to see who's using it, even on the Copilot. Even there's no, even as a side project. Tell us who's using it, because there's a good chance we know them because we work with all the hospitals, right? Then we can ask them, give us your feedback. Without asking any secret sauce, without asking about technology, you are the user, you tell us, give us a review of what you're using. So that's always the most important thing for us, that there's a hospital, a clinician, a doctor, somebody's using it, and they have a positive feeling about it.
So if it's commercial, do you guys ever most of it's going to be public. You can buy it. You can look at it.
Yeah.
I'd add one thing. When I think of adoption, it's not just the immediate. Take Farapulse, for example. It got acquired pre-revenue, just got CE marked. But the behaviors it was going to change and some of the early traction during the clinical trials was very strong, those behavior changes. So, I think at least in early diligence, when I think adoption, it's not just the clinical utilization. It's how are you thinking through how this is going to change or be a part of an existing workflow.
Just adding to that, you're 100% right on the integration, right? Because we don't want to create another level of complexity for the physician, for the nurses, whoever is using that, right? Because the last thing they need, add one more layer of complexity, and they're not going to use it. Period.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's very interesting that we just talked about the broad spectrum of where these private companies can go from either pre-commercial to a path of revenue generation, revenue ramp up. Even if you have to get to the IPO, you have to show at least a path to profitability. So Komail, though, when you get to that and you like this company and it's on a wide range of the spectrum, if it's pre-commercial, if it's kind of getting closer to that revenue ramp level of profitability, does that change how you go about financing the deal? How do you go about, being able to interact with these companies in a kind of as a partnership or as a full investment into the company?
So what works for us? So we do a lot of acquisition. We do a lot of M&A. But M&A has its own risks too, so it could be very risky and very expensive as well. So what we learned, through a lot of experience, what works for us is we call it venture clienting. So basically, getting to know the company, getting to know the technology without. See, what is the end user thinks about this. See what the feedback they give us, and if everything goes well, then we can, talk about acquisition. We can acquire them, and we just did that. That's something was missing in our portfolio. Our customer keep asking us, do you have something like this? And we didn't have it. So we, small company, very good solution. We did a test run at our headquarters. Our team liked it. Then we signed a contract with them as a kind of venture clienting contract. Onboard them, we deployed them in 8 customer sites across the world. And we asked our customer, please use this and give us the feedback. And everybody loved it. So after 2 years, our CEO for that business unit decided, said, guys, I want to buy this. So we just bought them. We just closed the deal in December.
Very nice. So does that help with the integration? Does it make a more seamless integration versus maybe acquiring a publicly traded company?
100%. Because you have to know, because you get to know them. Like in this case, like we know this guy for 2 years. We know everybody in the team. We know how they think. We know how they operate. They get to know us too, because it's like a very different world. We are a massive company, like 77,000 employees. We are operating in 180 countries. We have so many level of management. So yes, that step by step onboarding always works.
And maybe there's a lot of obviously similarities between Siemens and GE Healthcare in this respect. Is early partnership is important. One, it gives us the opportunity together to really start learning and validating, but also it helps with that integration piece because most likely a lot of these technologies would be integrating onto our capital. Very
interesting. And then Steve, just from your perspective, with that partnership and everything, how does that help you with, as you were building out your companies, to be able to see, okay, this is what they're looking for, let me make sure I'm steering the cart that way?
Well, the diligence question kind of comes up there again. Obviously, if you've gone through a process before, you kind of understand that there is a number of check boxes that people are going to be looking for. You're going to get a big stack of paper, and there's going to be a million questions, and you're going to want to be prepared to answer those questions. And so that's for financing. So the level of diligence early on, seed stage, doesn't usually cost you too much time. When you get into strategic option deals, then there's a lot of diligence. You don't have to give up all the secrets. It's just usually it's a transaction. But if it's an acquisition, then the diligence gets quite deep. And preparing for that is kind of critical. You always have 10 plans when you're building a company, go to market, sell it soon, either way. But you're always thinking about preparing the body of work, your IP, your supply chains, your contractors, and they're talking about an interesting phase when you finally sell the company and you get an integration team. When you're working with really complex medical stuff, there are a lot of simple medical tools out there that are easy to integrate into a catalog. But a lot of this stuff, especially if you have imaging equipment and things like that, getting it integrated into the system so it's seamless to the customer, there's some real process involved there.
That's interesting. Yeah, you're talking about more of the complex cases. Kind of, what do you think is kind of the percentage of boilerplate check the box versus this is a different, we have to use a different approach because it's a different procedure, a different technology? Like, is it 80-20? Is it something different?
I think that's technology dependent. So if you're a fast follower and you have reimbursement and all that stuff is there, usually you'll have one or two things that are kind of holding up, that are creating all the questions about your company. Like it's, your supply chain is a problem, or your manufacturer can't scale, or there's going to be something, and then you're going to have to address that and build on it for a while. Or an IP in our space is obviously something that you do a deep dive on. But I would say more like 95% of the stuff is check boxes, and where you're going to spend all your time in your lawyer bills or whatever you got to do to fix it. That's going to be, depending on what the technology is. We just sold, Atraverse, and that's a transseptal crossing wire, guide wire. It's a competitor for Boston Scientific's Baylis VersaCross. And as a competitor to that, basically we knew, and as a doctor, I used to just do, Bobby on a standard guide wire, which is off-label. But we wanted something that was an improvement there. And when we're in that diligence, J&J was, very focused on scalability, and that took us a while to solve those problems.
Interesting. So it almost sounds like you heard what J&J was looking for, and part of your product development was to address that need.
Yeah. I mean, as a small startup, you're not going to be addressing huge scales. You know, if I could sell, 5 million in a year, I think that would look like a good trajectory. But they wanted, they have an install base that is orders of magnitude more than that.
Yeah. But did they come to you and they were saying, hey, we're looking for this kind of new technology, you want to go at it? Or were you at a dinner and, they kind of were talking about it after a few drinks and like, oh man, we need to get this scaled up more. We need to find something that can do this. And you're like, okay, let me see what I can do.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. I think that's a problem that a lot of people have. If a big company that has a huge commercial operation and works in many countries, they have to think about how to get it into each of those countries and stuff like that. But you're going to manufacture it and make it available. I think it was a natural question, but it was the first one that I ever had to really address. Where we spent a lot of time on it, because our plans were very different as a startup than the plans. Like, well, that's your problem, but you got to address those.
Yeah, very interesting. And then, Kaumil, I'll start with you, and then I'll move on to you, Mayank. But the integration side, so you already have made the announcement about the investment into the company. That integration side, how much of that is an art versus a science, similar to actually the check boxes that we're talking about of getting the product developed and sold?
So you need both of them, right? You need the science, but what we learn, like science gets you to day one. Artists take how we work. We do our day. It was not a startup, but it was a big company. We acquired them for $16 billion a couple of years ago, and we knew them very well. But Varian is a California-based company. So the mentality, the way they think, we call it in the company, is like a cowboy mentality. We are a German, right? We're a German company based in Munich, so we are very process-oriented, all engineers thinking, everything is has to be step by step, right? So we were not sure in the beginning, and all the paperwork, all the science was good, right? But the art, that culture, it was a little bit challenging for us because they were in a different mindset that we were, right? So what we try to do, again, communicate. You cannot communicate enough. It's like over communication. You have to keep telling them, what's the next step, what we're trying to do, so they understand our process. Also, what we did was, we exchange manager. So we put some of our senior executive in Varian. We brought some of the Varian executive in the Siemens side. So they could also be kind of the ambassador, right? So they're not just hearing from the headquarters, this is what the way to do it, right? And that helps. That helps a lot.
It's very interesting, that exchange process that takes place. And then, Mayank, with the market development side, once these companies are integrated, how does that process of being able to get that kind of market development side of the story started?
So from the business segment, there's obviously the integration of the technologies, the people, but then, once that's all leveled out, then, okay, what does market development look like? How are we kind of building some of the synergies of, hey, this is the call point where you guys have, or the startup has fantastic KOLs in specific areas that we want to grow in. Let's make sure that we're building kind of towards that with some of our other products. That's kind of how I would think about the market development piece of it, post-integration.
That's very interesting. And then, as we're kind of rounding up here, I'm curious how the trends of innovation, of the due diligence to find these companies, the investments in them, and then the integration, how has that changed in 2026 over the last few years? I know from the public side, there's been a huge sector rotation out of the publicly traded companies. But I'm curious on the private side, if you're seeing any similar trends going on, anything from 2026 versus kind of the last few years before.
There is So when we talked a bit about diligence, there's clinical, there's technical, and commercial de-risking that needs to happen. I'd say more and more commercial de-risking is becoming front and center, more so than in the past. So you're going to be seeing a bit later stage acquisitions. It was true with Traverse, right? The ability to scale was the key kind of metric or de-risking that was needed, and I think you're going to continue to see that.
Yeah, I think most startups in the medical device space historically were always acquired after they got CE mark, FDA, or something like that, where they showed some market traction. That is the highest level of de-risking, where, if you have a P&L where, you're actually profitable and you showing year-over-year growth, that's a lot easier to sell to your shareholders in an acquisition. In some of the spaces, though, they are taking bigger risks. EP is one of them, of course. There's been a series of pre-revenue acquisitions that are in the $300 billion range, or even multi-billions. And so it's possible, but those are just risky, and so you're placing bets. I bet the place where this is a question for you guys, where, strategic money in a startup is really helpful, tends to be less dilutive, comes with its own set of challenges, which is usually exclusivity or some other issue. But in those cases, you're not waiting for that full commercial readiness. That's where you're making your bets. So when you're out there investing, what level of a company do you feel most comfortable, putting some capital into it?
So we don't do minority investment.
No.
Period. This is not Siemens. It's just again, German company. The culture is if you want to invest, I want to control. Right? So minority investment does not give us that control that we like, so we don't feel comfortable, and we feel like it's too risky, it's out of our control, right? So we don't do that. Very simple. We have some cases here and there, but that's not something we do on the routine side. We see, we acquired companies, as I said, we acquired a lot of companies, but we also de-risking those more on the, that venture clienting path. Like, let's get in the partnership, let's really try it. Then we get a feeling about it, see the customer get excited. Then we also, in the meantime, we think about the commercialization, how we could deploy it, which market, which region, which go first. So again, de-risking it for ourselves. Because by nature, we are not VC. And that's something I always tell the companies. Like, if you just want money, don't come to us. Like, there's so many good VC out there, they can write check for you. We don't have that appetite for the risk.
That's very interesting. I think we can close out there. I think the key takeaways was when you find the unmet need that both the doctors, the hospitals, and the patients need. Nowadays, we're now looking at how to get those products developed so it can be at a point of commercialization or de-risking. And then also this with the integration, you want to work with someone that is going to be a partnership, not just an investment. And so I want to thank all three of you guys for joining. I thought it was a very fascinating conversation. And thank you, everyone, for listening in.
A big thank you to our panelists for that engaging discussion on corporate venture. Before we move on to the next panel, I want to thank everyone who joined us for the VIP networking reception yesterday at El Bellagio restaurant. It was a fantastic evening. The energy was electric. The conversations that we've had It was beyond what we expected, so thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you've enjoyed the conference so far. A special introduction now for the next panel, who will touch upon a very important sector of medical technology, which is neurotechnology. Please give a warm welcome to the panelists on scaling neuro-innovation, capital, clinical adoption, and corporate pathways. Introducing Blue Goat Cyber, Kip Roberts, Vice President of Neurosciences, M&A and Strategy at Medtronic, Brad Maruka, M&A and Strategy at Medtronic, Brad Maruka,
Scaling neuro-innovation, capital, clinical adoption, and corporate pathways.
I'm so glad it's not windy today. So I'm Paula Rutledge. I'm delighted to see you. And if you're not in neurotech, just substitute whatever your clinical focus area is, because we've got an outstanding 5. The only thing I want you to remember about it is my team is amazing. Our average tenure is 60 healthcare in a company that was acquired by Zimmer. The reason I wear hats, people are like, gosh, and today is a great one, isn't it? My mom, Jean Waters, was an amazing entrepreneurial, kind, and generous woman, and she passed away from Alzheimer's in 2019. When she did, I inherited 300 hats, and I started wearing them for a year just to really be an homage to her, and it kind of turned into my shtick. And so now I wear them at conferences. It was never meant to be a marketing plan, but somehow it's turned into that. So thanks, Mom. People know who I am, even if they don't remember my name. Our first panelist is Christian Espinoza. And the one thing you should know about Christian is in fact, everyone on the panel has really had a change of career, mid-career. I went from industry to recruiting. Christian started out as government. He was in the U.S. Air Force Academy, started working in security, and was actually working in cybersecurity when we still had AOL and dial-up computers. So he's one of the originals. The other thing I really like about Christian, we see each other at a lot of conferences, is Christian truly is a global expert in everything FDA, cybersecurity. So if you don't know Christian and your company needs somebody in cybersecurity, he's really good to talk to. The other thing that's important to know about Christian is he's got a beautiful wife, Melissa. He's got a daughter, Dania, who is here and working with their company. And he's written 3. One of his books is called The Smartest Person in the Room, which is not an autobiography, but it's a terrific book, and it's actually about cybersecurity. And he's also been an Ironman 24 times. Next to him, we have Kip Roberts. And Kip and I actually have just met today, so I don't know much about him, but I do know this. He is reputed to be a gourmet chef. So Kip actually started out in pharmaceuticals, working for Eli Lilly on the neuroscience side before he pivoted and has been with Medtronic a little over 18 years now. He's been in a lot of seats in the bus on Medtronic, so what's beautiful about that is we've got a panel that really has very diverse experience. Next, we've got Ed Ruppel. And what's cool about Ed is a twin. So, and he's got a sister's, he's a twin sister. And he's also run rally cars all around in about 50.
And so they think scaling is primarily a scientific challenge. Really, it's more of an engineering and architectural challenge. It really is where the rubber meets the road. So designing a product that can be adopted properly, something that doesn't have a heavy touch point, that can get paid for, something that can go and be utilized and scale effectively with fairly low customer acquisition costs. That's really what drives. So, it's no longer being... Neurotech is a unique space because it's kind of still the final frontier where we're still kind of getting over the technical hurdles. We have higher densities of electrodes. We're able to go relatively non-invasively and get very good data from the brain. And so we're able to take a lot of the learnings that we took from cardiac and oncology and bring it into neuro. But we still see the same founders making the same problem, that if you build it, they will come. And they forget that, just a platform's not good enough. You need to make sure that you're targeting a specific indication that actually can get paid for. A lot of these, heavy BCI companies are focused on broad indications and they're heavy costs. No one's going to pay $2 million for controlling a wheelchair when you can do it with a $200 device that's non-invasive.
So Kip, can you pick it up on the strategic side?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having us, and glad to be here. Look, I think when it comes to misconceptions that founders have when they're starting the companies, two come to mind that we see quite often when we're engaging with companies. One is I think there's a miscalculation around the time and the capital needed to get to the exit. So many times I see companies, they go out, they raise capital. They're planning to get to approval. And then they think that's the time they're going to exit. The reality is you got to plan for the reimbursement pathway too. Strategics want de-risked assets. And part of that de-risking is navigating the reimbursement. So that'd be the first one. The second thing I would just say is the exit before reimbursement. Kind of goes hand in hand in parallel. So you've got to think about the time, you got to manage your capital wisely, but you got to make sure you have enough on hand to get you all the way to the other side.
And Brad, I'm going to bring you in because you've been an operator. You really have had every seat on the bus. So from a commercial standpoint, if you could pick it up after you get reimbursement, to not become commercially viable?
Yeah, Kip nailed it, right? So when it comes to the companies making the acquisition, this idea of de-risking, and so to what degree are we building our commercial infrastructure? Do we understand what the workflows are, how the workflows integrate to the hospital system without increasing burden? Do we understand the procurement lanes? So these are things like VAC, AI and technology, these are GPOs, IDNs, all these things that can delay entrance into a facility. So a lot of these die on the vine before they get to the first IDN. So I think one of the core things is to demonstrate that you get commercial adoption. And the way that you do that is through reimbursement pathways, procurement lanes. It's not just about the clinical story. It's about how that clinical thesis actually converts into economic value that the hospitals can calculate as an ROI.
Yeah, and so a lot of it sounds like it's about trust and about really having a pathway that people can get behind. And Christian, this is where you come in. So in talking about some of the trust and security with your cybersecurity background and with all these factors built in, tell me what you think people could do better from really understanding all the pathways but keeping the product secure given AI and everything that's taking place these days.
I think one of the things is designing the product with security in mind, especially with designing the product with security in mind, especially with neurotech. There's a lot of ways somebody can get into a device, and people tend to look at the hardware itself as make sure it's secure, but they often overlook like the interface, which is wireless typically. So that needs to be secure. And then also from a longevity perspective, like something like a deep brain stimulator could be implanted for maybe up to 20 years. The crypto or the encryption technology doesn't last 20 years. So how are you going to prepare once that device is deployed to keep it secure? It's not just about getting it through FDA clearance. It's about the resilience of that device. And when something does happen, what is the plan to quickly mitigate it? And this is very risky with devices that are implantable or neurotech because there's a study that came out in 2016 as an example where someone could wirelessly connect to a implantable attached to your brain. It's called brain jacking. It was proven that they could do it and basically change somebody's behavioral, emotional, and cognitive ability. So change someone's personality by using the same interface that clinicians use to program the DBS to actually use it against you. So the risk is super high and it's already been proven. And I hope people take this seriously and design that security into the product from the beginning because it's very difficult to bolt it on later on.
I'm going to stay with Christian for a minute. So Blue Boat Cyber has done about 250 FDA submissions with zero findings. You've also had a 100% clearance rate since 2014. And I think that, pretty soon aspirin will be AI, right? So tell me how that's changing how people, like from the hospital standpoint, where does the risk lie and how can companies like these help de-risk some of their cybersecurity issues?
It's important to reverse engineer the model, the HDO or where you want to sell and what that business model looks like because a lot of innovators think the FDA and clearance is all they need, but now healthcare delivery organizations are demanding more security controls than the FDA. So just because you're FDA cleared doesn't mean, you're green lighted, just like we talked about a little bit with cost reimbursement and other things. Your go-to-market strategy has to include, what does my actual client need from me from a security perspective, and have I built my product with those cybersecurity controls in mind?
So, Kip, to you, from an operator standpoint, or from an investment standpoint, do you see cybersecurity being a concern at Medtronic? And obviously it is, but how are you really attacking that at your level?
Well, I'd say, first of all, let's just celebrate the innovation we're seeing in neurosciences right now. Like, if we look at MedTech over the last 5 to 10 years, look, a lot of the growth has come from cardiovascular. There's been some great technologies out there, IVL, pulsed field ablation, etc. I'm biased, but I happen to believe that the next 10 years is going to be about growth in the neurosciences. So now to the question about cybersecurity. 100% agree with what Christian's saying. While the excitement is there, where we're going with BCI and other technology, if we lose trust from our customers and from patients, game's over. So my feedback to the founders in the room and to the folks that are scaling their businesses in the room is, make the necessary investments early. Build the infrastructure. And it can be tough sometimes, but you have to remember where we're coming from a strategic lens. We're coming at it, this is a trust game, and it only takes once. And so this is an incredibly sensitive topic for us.
I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to focus back down to Brad for a minute. So what is Medtronic, and then Deloitte, what are you guys looking for in the neurotech? How long does it take to evaluate? What's the process that you go through with early stage companies?
Kip, you go first.
You don't want to go first?
Partner.
6 years in the making. So from the time that John was building the company, not always monetarily, sometimes we bring our resources and kind resources to bear in those relationships to help founders scale their companies. But it's a long game there. So as we think about that, I think the one piece of advice I would give, again, to the folks that are in the room here, there's a thought sometimes that with strategics that you want to stay in stealth mode. I don't want anybody to know what I'm doing just yet. There's a challenge with that. The longer you stay in stealth mode, then the further off you're pushing the relationship building with the strategics. And inside my shop, there's a lot of people, and they all think they get a say. And so we have to do a lot of relationship building internally. So I would just encourage you, as you're thinking about your company, how you're going to scale it, how you're going to build it, start those conversations early. Build those relationships. Because at the end of the day, what gets the deal done is trust.
Yeah, that's awesome. I would say that, in collaboration, we first want to understand what's the deal thesis. So on what is this deal thesis based? And then I'm trying to tease out to what degree we're evaluating the company and what we see as terms of fit. One of the things that Kip and I have talked about is, like, even though we have lots of different direct competitors in a given space, they all compete with different capabilities in different areas. And so while we might be direct competitors, I would tell you that the number one competitor is the indirect competitor of non-treatment or alternative treatments. But when we look at fit, I'm looking for where does it fit in the treatment continuum? Where does it fit with their customer segments? Where does it fit with regard to cash flow? Where does it add a capability, for example, to a business that becomes accretive to the other parts of their business? And so I kind of look for those things. I also look to make sure that whatever revenue has been generated, because we talked a little bit about adoption, is I'm looking for same-store sales. And I'm looking for same-store sales for physicians, clinicians that are not on a consulting agreement. So, for example, if I were to evaluate a deal for Kip, I would take any revenue that's being generated by clinicians that are paid consultants, and I would discount it by 50%. Then I would look at the remaining group of users, and I would be looking for, am I spreading out to more and more customers in order to generate the revenue in the aggregate, or am I going deep within those and it's increasing utilization within so all these are just, this isn't comprehensive, of course, but these are just signals that tell me that we have something that when I plug it into his sales engine, his commercial engine.
Have started companies and now you're on the venture.
I think in general it's gotten a lot harder. A lot of the same old adages can be applied, but in general, you have to have all your T's crossed and your I's dotted. There's no really, for someone just to say, hey, we'll solve it later, you need to have
We're not benevolent in terms of the business side. If it's not reimbursed,
by a Google family office. And what that allowed us to do is any company we came into,
in investment, we may participate where we're not leading. So if there's a hard reset that needs to happen, usually there's a different person having that conversation. But I think the investors that are around the table for that deal, everyone's usually pretty much aligned if there's a leadership change that needs to happen. But I'm going to go back to a comment that I made earlier about starting early and building those relationships, starting early. And building those relationships. That's part of the benefit that you get, whether it's a Medtronic or some of those other guys. That's the benefit, is that we can sit down. If you're a surgeon founder.
Give this analogy, sometimes like it's a balloon, that it won't keep inflating if you do it right. But if you don't engage people early on, that balloon's going to keep inflating and at some point blow up. And then you have a bigger problem, and it's going to delay your time to market. It's going to cost you lots of money.
A tech meeting, which I think in the past had been, we want to kind of keep everything until it's perfect. And it's probably about 10 years ago when the FDA actually started showing up and having a seat at the table. From a neurotech standpoint, they say that we're in the decade of the brain. So from a neurotech standpoint, is this a good thing? Or I'm assuming that it is. So Kip, what's changed about bringing the FDA in the process on neurotech much sooner?
I mean, look, we have a regular dialogue all the way up the chain at FDA on a really frequent basis. And our view is you have to. They're partners.
Yeah.
They're partners. And think about the pace at which technology is advancing inside the neurosciences. Look, I don't know where this is going to go ultimately, Paula, but I envision a time when the pace of innovation is so fast that we will have to work with the FDA to figure out how to advance a more efficient way of bringing indications and technologies to market. AI is going to unlock a speed around this innovation that we can't just hold that back. We've got to innovate together. And look, we found FDA to be very open and receptive to those conversations. And so I don't think anybody should be fearful of it at all. I think we see it as they're a stakeholder at the table, and we welcome those conversations.
I think it's a really important point because the first time innovators, entrepreneurs are it's got to be perfect. So that's the message I think everyone's saying is bring in help early, bring in the FDA early, and make sure you've got the right people. So I want to talk about enterprise value, and I'm going to start with Brad because I love the fact that you've been on both sides of the table. That's got to be a real advantage for Deloitte. So talk about how do you evaluate what's going to be available in the next couple of years from an investment standpoint, and more importantly, seeing around corners to see opportunities for investments for what's coming.
Yeah, I think I gave a talk a couple of months ago and looked really at the 2025 clearance and approval numbers, and it was fascinating in the sense that I think there were 3,500 510K clearances and only like 35 PMA approvals. Wow. So what that tells you is that the burden for the 510K is typically safety and substantial equivalence. And then on the PMA side, that's when it's safety and efficacy. And so we talk a lot about this clinical evidence, but a lot of the companies are trying to take the 510K pathway because they're trying to get to revenue more quickly, but without the clinical evidence, and so now they're capped by whatever the existing CPT coding, exacting reimbursement. So now we're pricing to reimbursement rather than pricing to value. And I think that this is really one of the key problems is this trying to get to market quickly, and then you get to market and you're nowhere near successful. So I would say, from an investment perspective, invest in the evidence irrespective of a regulatory pathway. Make sure, in terms of the clinical evidence, that basically the regulatory is informing the clinical evidence is informing the reimbursement plan.
The U.S. So if you could kind of walk through, when you have a company that has a huge European base, or pick a region, how does that change your evaluation, knowing that the payer schemes are totally different?
It's a shock to them, right? Coming in. And it used to be more common, right? Before EU MDR, it used to be much more common that the businesses would start in, say, European geographies and then come to the U.S. Now it's almost as difficult to get into the U.S. market. And then you have the whole complication of the fact that we only have about 20% of the population that's straight Medicare, fee-for-service, right? Now we have another 20% that's Medicare Advantage, 60% that's on commercial plans. So that means that your key stakeholder are the payer. I know I'm beating a dead horse. This is so critical. But I would say, in fact, I have a client now that wants to come to the U.S., and one of the core concerns they have is, do we need to have the moniker of Made in the USA? Which I thought was really interesting, right? So part of it is, where's the manufacturing occurring, not just where is the proliferation of revenue occurring, and how much does that impact your success or failure in a U.S. geography? And I guess it depends on what country you're coming from, right? But in this particular case, it wasn't a bad country. It actually would be one that had a positive association with technical prowess and design and precision, but for whatever reason it was an area of their concern. So a big part of that is, how do they enter that market? Their channel is really important. Like, do I go through distribution networks? Do I field a direct sales force? So the considerations are, will it get paid for? How am I going to sell it? And is where the origins of that product meaningful in terms of how the market might accept it? And those are just a few.
Well, that's a great synopsis. Christian, there have been some major changes in the FDA in February, March that really affect cybersecurity. And
the global MedTech, as far as cybersecurity and making sure devices are secure. I know they've had some draft guidance and it's finally become final guidance. And it's caught a lot of MedTech innovators off guard, and rightfully so. I think on average it takes 7 years and $35 million to bring a product to market. So if you're like year 4...
7 years and how much?
The numbers I've heard are 7 years and $35 million is the average to bring timeline and in cost to bring a MedTech product to market.
That's huge. Continue.
Yeah, so if you're in year 4 of that development and the FDA changes the rules from a cybersecurity perspective or any perspective, obviously it's going to shake things up. But I think the FDA has gradually done things in a way, the best way they can, to make sure these devices are secure. And the thing that people still don't understand in MedTech, they think cybersecurity equals data protection. That is important, but it's less important than patient safety. Today, cybersecurity and MedTech is about patient safety, and it's about quality. It's not about data protection. Like I said, that's secondary really to patient safety. So we have to look at it from a quality perspective. Cybersecurity is in your QMS as part of quality now, not adjacent or supplementary to it anymore. So that's like one of the biggest shifts, is understanding cybersecurity is about patient safety and quality.
Yeah. So I want to kind of go into what things could look like. And just from a discussion standpoint, my goal is to have a solution for Alzheimer's. And I know we've made more progress in the last 3 years than we have in the last 30, but we still have a way to go. From a not just dementia, but so Kip, I'll start with you. Talk about what you envision that MedTech innovators on the neuro side need to be looking at. And I look at things like humanoid robots and telehealth and all. I'm fascinated because I've been in the industry 40 years, young child. But I look at where we've gone. Where I remember having a pager. I look at where you've got a whole computer. Talk about what you envision without trade secrets from Medtronic, and where you think, if we have this conversation another 5 years, what will we be talking about from a neuro standpoint?
Oh, this is the fun question. Brad and I were talking about this last night. Look, there are some that think, look, if you listen to Elon, neurosurgeons and surgeons in general are going to be replaced in 3 years. Look, I don't think that's going to happen. I've also heard that we're going to have strip malls where people can go and have BCI just, dropped into their brain to just kind of pump you up. Feeling a little low this week, go drop in at the strip mall. Look, does it happen? Maybe one day. But here's what I think is exciting, Paula, is that for the first time, we're looking at large patient populations, including Alzheimer's, and we see a pathway to understanding how the brain actually works. AI has unlocked so much of this for us. And in Medtronic, we're spending a lot of time getting our arms around the power of what AI can deliver when married with our technologies and truly mapping and understanding the pathways in the brain. So now everything kind of comes back onto the table. Treatment-resistant depression, autoimmune disorders, Alzheimer's, all of these just incredibly challenging disease states. That's what I get excited about. That's what we're thinking about. In 5 years, what does it look like? It's challenging to know, but here's what I think. I think we will start to see the first BCI coming out around 4 or 5 years. But the innovation, the people that are sitting in this room today in 5 years are going to be doing things that I think will blow our minds. I really do, because that's how fast the innovation is going to go. And a lot of that's being, like I said, driven by AI. I don't know if you guys feel different.
Yeah. I'm going to blaspheme the entire panel, which is that I think we can learn a lot. MedTech, neurotech can learn a lot from pharma. We've talked a lot about hospital systems, talked a lot about reimbursement, we've talked a lot about it. But the reality is that pharma's really learned how to engage the patient. Whereas we usually invest our time at the HCP level, driving brand preference, trying to build demand. I told Kip one of the reasons why this topic came up last night is actually I have a family member in the hospital right now for a medication she was taking, just started taking it 6 weeks ago to help avoid dementia. Didn't have dementia, had genetic predisposition to dementia, started to take it, got migraine headaches after the first dose, low dose, second dose, brain swelled, got no car accident. She's in the hospital right now. So I think what we do a poor job of is that we almost allow the patients to be scared of the surgery. But our side effect profile is typically fantastic, right? Very low side effect profile. We also don't do a very good job of helping to offset the out-of-pocket. Pharma's got that nailed. That's why you never hear about a copay coupon in MedTech. Why not? So these are things where we need to be driving, not market access, which is that's the big popular terminology, but we should be driving patient acceptance. I mean, one of the things I'll say, 90+% of MedTech is elective. That doesn't mean it's not medically necessary. It means it's elective, which means the patient's out of pocket is the choice. And that means the market behaves like a consumer market. So this is where we've got to get really, really good at engaging the patients, not just the HCPs, not just the administrators, at driving patient acceptance for what we got. Because what I tell you is that based on this recent experience, the drugs are definitely not safer than surgery. And so that we need to do a better job of articulating that.
A perfect point. I've said for years, I thought that solving for Alzheimer's is going to be a combination of pharmaceutical and MedTech. Today we've got 7 or 8 companies that are working on the MedTech side. Ed, I want to hear from you. With your research scientist, engineer brain, and now that you're working primarily in neurotech companies, what's the future going to be like? What are you looking at now that could be potentially something that one of these innovators could help?
Yeah, it's an interesting future we're looking at. I think in the near term, we're going to have longitudinal diagnostics for everything. And this is where we can learn from pharma as well, is because every single trial now usually has a companion diagnostic to get data at a higher cadence rather than bringing them in to the office every week or so. And so that'll be the short term. But where we really need to meet in the middle is with the payers, because we can diagnose and basically sense anything now. It's not a technology hurdle. It's really a payment hurdle. And the time of primary, secondary treatments, what are you going to do if you know the patient's going to have dementia in 5 years? And so it's understanding when and where we can start integrating our therapies to then prevent the future morbidity mortality, which is very difficult for our payers to value effectively. And so we kind of need everyone to sit at the table and come forward with a way to value future morbidity mortality and really bring these therapies rather from a hospice level end of life care, where we may be able to extend their quality of life for a year or two, all the way forward 20 years, and now we can extend their life in quality of life 10 plus years.
Kristen, I'm going to let you have the last word because you're brought in really early in the conversation. What is the wildest idea that's been brought to you around the neurotech area that you think might come to fruition in the next couple of years?
I think it was kind of hinted on. I think Kip said it. This idea of basically we're going to be like the Matrix. You have a brain-computer interface. You want to learn something quickly. It can be plugged in, and you can learn it very quickly. I think we're getting to that point, and maybe not in 3 years, like Elon says, but I think we'll be there probably in maybe 5.
So I can learn how to cook?
What's that?
So I can learn how to cook?
You can learn how to cook anything you want, probably like in 12 seconds, just like in the Matrix. It's becoming reality, right? Yep. And I think these things seems like science fiction, but as we've witnessed, a lot of things that were science fiction before are now actually true, right? So we never thought we'd have autonomous driving vehicles. We have those. We never thought we'd have flying cars like the Jetsons. Now we have those. So a lot of things that were fiction are becoming real. And I think, just like the Matrix, I think we're going to be there in 5 years.
Wonderful. So Christian, Kip, Ed, Brad, thank you so much. What a fun conversation. So thanks so much.
Thank you, to the panelists, for such an interesting discussion. I'm very amazed by the impact of neurotech in patients' lives. I think we all know someone affected by conditions such as Alzheimer's, dementia. I know I am. So a very big thank you to the panelists for sharing these insights and all founders working in the neurotech space on solving some of these challenges. Our next panelists will touch upon what breaks MedTech timelines, what are the challenges that founders go through, and what can make or break a journey into adoption. And I'd love to announce the next panelist on what breaks MedTech timelines, starting with our moderator, Joseph Panetta, Chief Marketing Officer at Ascend CRO, and the panelists, Lynn Carney, Director, Agency and Alliances at Medmark, Leon Cunningham, VP of Clinical Affairs at Endogenix, Mark Swanson, Partner at QRX Partners, and Charles Dunham, Shareholder at Greenberg Traurig. Welcome. Please give them a warm round of applause.
What breaks MedTech timelines?
Good morning, and welcome to What Breaks MedTech Timelines, because many of you in this room have a medical device or a concept. Some of you actually have a prototype, but all of you have one thing in common. Along your journey, you will need to field clinical research. And this panel is going to offer you the lived experience, the scars from what can actually break that clinical timeline that you need to get you over the line. Today we're going to explore the 5 biggest ways that MedTech timelines can be derailed. They start with protocol development, moving on to misunderstanding regulatory needs and requirements. There's site activation, which incorporates enrollment and execution. Now, each one of our panelists have a very specific background to give you this lived experience. So we're going to start with Leanne Cunningham, 20 years of leading clinical programs, currently the VP of Clinical Affairs at Endogenics, where she leads clinical research around diabetes devices. Lynn Carney. She heads up alliances at Medmark, an insurer for MedTech manufacturers and distributors. Charles Dunham, a partner at Greenberg Traurig. Charles covers the questions around regulatory, compliance, reimbursement, fraud and abuse, digital health. Consider him your FDA-adjacent voice. And then we have Mark Swanson. Heads up, 25 plus years, if I'm not mistaken, of QMS, quality, and an ISO expert. So when it comes to the documentation and all of the underpinning of a clinical trial, that's where you come in. I'm Joseph Panetta. I am the Chief Marketing Officer from Ascend Clinical Research. We're based in Australia, and we cover APAC. And we've had a bird's eye view on a lot of these things that derail a clinical timeline because of where we are. So I want to start with Leanne and talking about protocol design. From your experience, what's the most common mistake in protocol design that doesn't show up until down the road? Is it during program timeline development, or is it through sort of looking at a single study?
Sure. So as we all know, in MedTech, clinical evidence is not just for regulatory approval, right? You serve another audience, and a good evidence is foundational for your investor confidence, company value, physician adoption, reimbursement, eventually your market access. So it is critically important that when you start your clinical journey, you have your full program in mind, and not just look at this my first study, but really map out what you need to do throughout your product development and clinical development. Protocol design is a major part of it, and there are many potential protocol pitfalls. In the interest of time, I'll just talk about a few that's maybe most common and or most impactful ones. The first one actually is number one reason for protocol amendments are eligibility criteria. So companies typically, and your medical advisors typically start with a good intention. They want to start with scientifically rigorous and clinically selective, right? They say, okay, you need this set of criteria. If you have a number of clinical advisors, everyone says, oh, you need to exclude this type of patients, you need to exclude that type of patients. Every single criteria on its own makes perfect sense. But in combination, you can end up with a set of criteria that patients really don't exist in real world. So this is something sometimes the team don't appreciate until you actually start screening. Then you see every patient screen failed, you can't enroll a patient. So that's number one reason we typically see. Second reason that the program can be delayed or get sidetracked is endpoint selection. So you can have a poorly defined endpoint, or you can sometimes select wrong endpoint altogether. Hopefully you have all done your homework, looked at whether your technology or similar sort of technology therapy, there's an FDA guidance document, or there's precedent on what endpoint is clinically valuable or regulatorily acceptable. In addition to look at those, you also should think about how to optimize your endpoint or endpoint definition to highlight your benefit, like the benefit of your technology. If you don't do that, you can end up have poorly defined endpoint. You know, what is the definition of procedure success? What is the efficacy criteria? And what is acceptable? So that's very often the second pitfall people don't recognize, then all of a sudden realize, gosh, my endpoint isn't really what I want. I have to redo the study or do a protocol amendment. The third issue is really the complexity of the protocol. The protocol complexity has increased significantly over the years. But when you start to design a study, your marketing or your medical advisor says, oh, it must be nice to also connect this imaging data. It must be also nice to connect that data. Every single assessment increases friction at the site and with the patient. So if these must-haves, not only very costly, it can significantly derail your timeline. So the key is to be disciplined so that you focus on the critical data that you need for assessing safety, efficacy, and the value of your therapy. The last, but not the least, is fail to plan for changes. So in MedTech development and the technical learning and device iteration is always inevitable. If you don't plan for changes at the very beginning, it can set you back a year, even longer. So you really have to build those in.
Excellent, thank you. So it's the perfect patient paradox, the endpoint sort of overreach, complexity versus simplicity, and then plan for the unplannable. And Charles, I want to turn to you because while Leanne has covered protocol development, you brought up something that actually comes before all of that, which is something around reimbursement and how you might actually get paid for this device.
Yeah, and actually it's a theme that I'm glad to hear has been resonating throughout these programs and the sessions. It is about that business model, thinking about that commercialization, bringing it to market. And, you would say, well, that seems like a no-brainer, right? But it is a challenging area because most of the time founders or, developers, especially when the startups, they're focused in on and thinking about technology and R&D, and less on thinking about, well, how am I going to get this to the market? And so we've heard a lot about this. I'll give more real-world examples, right? I was on a call just last week with the CEO, and we were doing a due diligence on behalf of an investor group, and the CEO said, essentially, it's always a challenge for MedTech and reimbursement. It's always a challenge at this stage. And that was the response to, well, what's your game plan for getting onto the market, getting reimbursed, right? And so you don't want to be that CEO having that response within those, on that point. And so you need to incorporate concepts of reimbursement, concepts of how I'm going to get to this to market. Am I going to be indirectly selling it to a hospital or health system, clinic, what have you, the B2B, or am I going to actually be the one that's dropping a claim, getting reimbursed by a government, a commercial payer, or being reimbursed by the plan, self-funded plan, what have you. And the reason why it's the challenge is the fragmented system in the U.S. Difficult all around the world to get reimbursement, but in the U.S. you got to jump through the regulatory hurdles of getting to the market. And we're talking about safety, efficacy, things of that nature, which the FDA is reviewing. But that's not what payers are reviewing. They're reviewing clinical utility, the real value. Medical necessity is the term that they're looking into. So when you're designing your protocols, you need to design the protocols so that you're actually capturing data, real-world evidence associated with that clinical utility, with that value. Because if you're not doing that, what are you going to do then? You're going to have to go back to the drawing board. You're going to have to figure out how to pull that data out, or you've missed the design and you're laughing because that's not possible, the thing I'll say there, and it goes into another topic that we're going to discuss, is about that data. Why is it so critical, and why I think we're seeing so many health systems, academic medical centers, institutions really getting involved more heavily with MedTech, is because they have access to that clinical feedback, that clinical data, the outcomes. That's the type of information the payers are looking for. And so when you're designing those protocols, that's why I always say, yeah, you need to think about that in tandem with the technology, with the research in those trials.
So it's the reimbursement strategy that you need to have tight because it will inform the endpoints and the patients inform the input. So all of these things are very much connected. Lynn, I want to turn to you now because it sort of segues into how and when you would deploy insurance for a trial, and does it change based on site locations and geographies?
Absolutely. Sorry, I wasn't on. So, absolutely. We are happy to cover you wherever in the world. However, many countries want local admitted coverage. And you can sort of gauge it as the less developed countries take longer. To sort of gauge it by that. We had a trial in Nigeria that took several months, and they require cash before it covers, so you have to pay for it. And then it's when they get around to Nigerian government get around to actually processing the paperwork, your trial can start. So if you wait to the last minute in one of those countries, you can be delayed and you're just sitting there, running through your burn rate, waiting. Your patients can't start because you don't have the proper insurance in place.
That's a really great sort of buttress to what Leanne was talking about in terms of program complexity, because when you start site selections in other geographies, this is where you're going to have to plan for those kinds of situations, right?
Absolutely, and I'm happy to sort of guide you as to what countries take the longest and what their requirements are.
And expectations and needs. So Mark, I want to turn to you because one of the things that you brought up on our call as we prepared for this was the role of documentation about execution, and not just about a single study, but over the entire clinical life cycle. Can you unpack that a little bit?
Yeah. I watched the previous panel, and they referenced some of the things we can learn from the pharma side. And that piece on data integrity, our phrase that we often use is if it's not documented, it didn't happen. It's not, in other words, not true. And so you have to look at all of that and how you're capturing the data. Your quality management systems and those types of things come alongside of that to help you with those quality records, all of those pieces. I was chuckling a little bit because most of us are still stuck in some of the old language, right? Safety and efficacy. Mm-hmm. But I got to say, the new QMSR, people pay attention. It's safety and performance. It's that whole piece. As you go towards Europe, you have to have clinical evaluation reports. You have to have that documentation that goes along with your risk management file. These are all the things that we're doing in design and development. So, again, what we used to call a design history file is now a design and development file. It takes into account all of those things. So, developing the clinical protocols, gathering the data, understanding your endpoints, having the data to back everything up. You can't just send summary data anymore. They want to see all of the data. And if you don't have that, if you've not, hopefully transitioned to electronic records, because they don't want to see the paper. We send our stuff into FDA now. It's all electronic. It's all attached to that eStar form. It's all of those electronic records. So you have to be able to keep those things. Having an electronic quality management system to be able to keep those records, all of that kind of stuff, and then, again, organizing that into the system, because a requirement of MDR is that all has to be searchable. And it's only searchable if it's available electronically. So keep in mind those records. Your quality management system is going to be the backbone of that.
And you want to institutionalize that as you develop your protocol, because there are some sites that will ask you about your QMS system because they want to know that they can adapt to it or execute it. Right. We had a recent conversation with a company where they were asking their sites to fill out a physical piece of paper and fax it in. Imagine how many of those didn't happen. But, look, everything in life comes down to timing. And when we're talking about a clinical trial, that's sequencing. And it's something that we see first-time or early CEOs miscalculate. At the end of the day, a large part of the trial success is going to be, are the sites enrolling? Is the data being properly captured, to your point, Mark? And are they being monitored? Now, Leanne, you've worked with sites across the globe. What separates a site that says they can enroll from ones that actually deliver?
Sure. So when you look at the site, the difference is not about whether the site is enthusiastic, whether the PI is have good reputations and is very famous. The key boils down to two things. One is whether they have dedicated research infrastructure, and two is whether they have access to the right patient. So very often you talk to a site, they look at your protocol, they say, for example, diabetes, and they look at your protocol, they say, we have a lot of diabetes patients, right? But a good site, they will actually run their patients through your inclusion-exclusion criteria and really understand how many patients they can enroll. And another issue very often is you have a very well-known investigator or thought leader, you want to work with them, and they say, who's your study coordinator? They can say, oh, my resident can do it, my fellow can do it. Do not do that with your site because they don't deliver or they do poor job. So a good site is really have a dedicated research coordinator, access to the right patient, and strong engagement from the PI. Not only the PI should be available, but the PI should also be able to solve bottlenecks. For example, in your device study, other things that potentially can impact your enrollment is if you need OR, availability of OR, availability of imaging, and the other specialties may be a bottleneck. So the PI needs to be really, really engaged and drive the program forward for you.
There's a lot to consider. And for those of you who don't know, enrollment is the #1 timeline killer for a clinical trial, just FYI. Charles, regulatory timelines. How do they play into the sequencing of like a clinical trial, getting it up and running?
Yeah, I mean, it's no secret that you are beholden to these federal, sometimes state agencies about their timelines for you to be able to get into the market. And so if we take the FDA and the benefit of having at least timelines that are in their statutorily regulatory, they do not follow them. And so, to the best that they can, and unfortunately, when the market's looking in, investors are looking in, and they see these agencies that are responsible for otherwise your timelines getting to market, being able to assist you, they don't like to see turbulence within those agencies. And that's what we're experiencing. Right? Makari just resigned yesterday, right? And so, CDRH is an excellent group of folks. I know several of them very well, and especially in the digital health, side of things, they really are releasing excellent guidance materials out there. But you do need to understand that when a lot of people come to us as counsel, they're wanting to avoid having to go to the FDA. Right? They're wanting to say, what is our classification? Can we be class 1 exempt? Can we be a wellness device? Because all the guidance now is out there. Well, I read and I understand that I could probably fit into this category. And so when you get to a point where you're launching or you're thinking about how to launch and get to the market and you put yourself in that classification, your timeline can be greatly disrupted if the FDA or anything comes in and says, no, we don't agree with you. So with those early discussions with those agencies, and the Q-subs and all of that is very important, can really impact those timelines. You don't want those adverse instances.
I think it was on the prior panel, someone said the average for a MedTech device to get to market is 7 years and $35 million if there isn't a change in the regulatory body, which is a big if, I think. Lynn, based on your experience, what is the delta between protocol ready and first patient in? And why do you think so many CEOs have magical thinking and that they think that's a really short timeline?
Well, I don't know that I can get inside their heads, but I think they're just wearing so many hats that they don't think about. I think the previous panel was talking about all the things they have to do early. And I know in our industry, the insurance, no one thinks of us to the last second. And granted, we can turn it around quickly, but as I mentioned before, a lot of other jurisdictions cannot. But other than that, I feel like, I did want to say something, somebody mentioned something in the protocol, is I do recommend you talk to a risk manager and experiences life sciences broker early while you're developing your protocol, because your protocol says when your insurance starts. We had a gentleman that was doing knee replacement, but his was aftercare for knee replacements. His protocol included the surgery. So that means his insurance is going to include the surgery. which obviously is going to cost more because now he's basically picking up the med mal for the doctor putting the knee in. So luckily we got in early enough on him and said, well, you just kind of need to tweak this protocol so that you're only picking up post-surgery.
Aftercare, yeah. You know, it's interesting because I'm hearing a recurring theme, and I'm hoping the audience is picking this up. A holistic approach to this. It is not about a single study. It's about what do you ultimately want to achieve and reverse engineer all of the elements to get you there. That's a very important consideration. And Mark, I want to ask you about, since we're talking about quality management systems, how do they show up as a clinical delay? And when do people see that? Do they see it early on or is it downstream?
If there's one thing that all y'all are sitting out there, you need to understand, is you need some of these pieces early. You can't wait. I mean, you talk about wanting to avoid FDA. People don't like to have the quality regulatory people around, it seems like. But I'm telling you, what happens is if you don't have the verification and validation data, if you don't have, that design and development documentation, that kind of stuff, you're not going to get an IDE. You're not going to get a doctor to say, yeah, we'll sign on, because you haven't even proven that your device actually works. And so that's the function of the quality management system. Through the design and development, through the documentation, that you have some evidence that you've done a bench study, you've done a cadaver study, you've done some of these stuff that have to be done before you get to the clinical side. If you don't have that documentation, if your quality management system's not in place, you've not met some of those initial, feasibility pieces and have that documentation, sorry, they're going to say, nope, you're not ready.
Yeah.
And so you need to have that quality management system. Don't wait on this. You don't need to have a full quality management system. You don't need to have CAPA, complaint handling, all these things that you'll hear the industry talk about that are big deals to the FDA because that's what they write findings on in inspections. You don't need that in design and development. But you do need document control, records control, some management review, supplier controls, all of those things that come from your quality management system. If you don't have it, you're not going to get it because, I hate to say it, CROs are a supplier to you. If you're not managing them correctly, then they're not going to do the things that they're supposed to do to get the protocol, get the enrollment, all of those types of things. So that's where your quality management system comes in.
If I can add to that, just,
Yes, please.
I'm pounding on the notion of, okay, I want to get to the market, right? That's always in the head. That QMS is not a quick thing to implement, like design and implementation. And you need that to be able to finally get the FDA, the backbone. It's not only from the protocols to make sure everything's compliant, probably insurance pieces of the puzzle as well, but the FDA is going to want to see that, and they're going to want to, like anything, see that you've implemented it to a point where if they come in and they do a survey or they look to that, and there are penalties associated with, saying that you do have a QMS in place, and the process with ISO and the like, right, that takes time. So again, thinking about it ahead of time, not putting it on the table for another day, not taking that serial approach as we've talked about, is really going to be a great service to, and show investors as well that you understand all those obligations that you need to put in design.
One of the things that we hear a lot about in MedTech is that you can iterate as you go along, and you may iterate and find that you started with a particular notion that it would have an endpoint, but you discovered along the way that there was another indication or application. Device development QMS gives you the rationale for that switch, right? And that's where, Charles, if I'm not mistaken, the regulatory is going to want to see the proof behind what did you learn, why did it drive that change? And then to Leanne's point about protocol, that's going to change your patient, your indication, your endpoint. So all of these things live in an ecosystem that are interconnected and interdependent upon one another. And you definitely need a partner who can understand all of those pieces and how they work. But let's expand on regulatory, because regulatory is the glove, part of the hand-in-glove relationship between clinical and regulatory. And I'm going to come back to you, Charles. In your view, what do early-stage companies, how do they get regulatory wrong that creates later delays or even invalidates data that they've already collected?
Well, I mean, I think we touched upon a number of the areas where you get regulatory wrong, the design, understanding what those communications with FDA and specifically what they're going to want to see. So having those conversations early, again, I'll roll that into the again, IP strategy and reimbursement strategy. They all are, hand in glove, because when you're, let's just take on the IP side of the puzzle, the design and the ownership of that data now is becoming far more important. When you're needing to go out and establish relationships with those institutions, hospitals or health systems or clinics, gathering that data, there's a lot of question about who owns that data. And from an IP trade secret strategy, you need to sort that out up front, because it's the backbone, again, of what you're going to be submitting to the FDA, what you're going to be submitting to the payers. It's the backbone of what you're going to be submitting if you're going to file with the patent, the patent office. So again, it's when I say regulatory, I think of all of the things that you're going to need to have to submit to the FDA, and people think that that's the only piece of the puzzle, or that's the primary prominent piece of the puzzle. You need to incorporate it all. You need to have, when we talk to our clients, IP strategy mixed with regulatory strategy, mixed with reimbursement strategy. They all play an important factor in designing it, and will impact significantly your timelines. If you're thinking about things at stages, you're going to have to go back and to beginnings sometimes on that, and that costs money, and investors don't want to see that.
No, and no one participating wants to see those delays. But you mentioned something really important, and Leanne, I want to talk with you about this, because you have a lot of experience going with different geographies, and there are different regulatory and sort of competent authorities in different geographies. Can you speak to how you address that when you're doing a global study?
Sure. When you do global study, you have to understand where you want to go, and whether you have relatively good alignment on your requirement. Otherwise, you can be really out of sync between geographies. I think you want to avoid that. In the context of clinical study, selecting a geography, I think you want an environment or geography that has a regulatory framework that is efficient, transparent, and predictable. So you need all three of those. Otherwise, it could really delay your timeline. You could have, for example, U.S. is relatively transparent, is predictable, but it's not necessarily efficient. And you can have a geography that someone come to tell you to say, they require very little data I can get you protocol approved. If I submit, I know someone from Ministry of Health, I can get you approval in a month. But if somebody else submit this, you might get approval 6 months or 12 months. So that's the issue, right? It's not predictable and it's not transparent. And for a tech company, it's very difficult to manage this inability to predict your requirement, inability to predict your timeline. Higher requirement, higher standard is not a bad thing, because you know what is required, you can meet it. And unpredictability is the one you want to really avoid.
That makes a lot of sense. And Lynn, this bleeds into what you were talking about in terms of the insurance requirements. Do you sometimes find yourself counseling sponsors on certain jurisdictions over others because of this?
Absolutely. Just yesterday, I was talking to someone about that was going to run a trial in Panama. You're welcome to run a trial in Panama. Everybody has, all the insurance carriers have a tax issue there, so it's very hard to find coverage there. So they decided to switch to a different Latin American country. And it was just like that. They just found a different CRO while we were on the phone, because I guess you'd been speaking to a couple. So, it just... I know CEOs don't need anything else to do, but you will try to make it easy. Other carriers, life science brokers, will try to make it easy for you. Just make a quick call before you start doing, get so far down the road you can't change.
Yeah, and I think this is about choosing a location to have your clinical research done. we call it a horses for courses approach. There are different geographies that you would go to potentially for different reasons. If what you need is clinical information to validate something for your board or a direction that you're going for, you may not necessarily need all of the bells and whistles around a tier 1 quality data deliverable, right? And there are certain jurisdictions you can go to for that. However, there's also the thought that, oh my, if I'm going to go for an FDA clearance down the road, I want all of my data to ladder up to that. And that's a different decision about your geographical location. And Mark, I want to wrap up this regulatory conversation around quality systems. Sort of the notion of translating a theoretical risk into something that is actively managed during trial execution and how geographies can change that.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'll start with the number one question we get asked when we talk about clinical is, do I need to have clinical data in the U.S.? The answer actually is no. But there's this thought that you have to have patients that are reflective of the patients that are going to use your product. So that's the general thinking. If you're going to sell your product in the U.S., yeah, you should have some U.S. data. Does it all need to be the U.S.? No. If you're going to have patients in the EU, in Latin America, all of these different places, your quality system should point out, the differences in all those regulatory pieces, the differences in what the expectations are, so that, again, this is working as a system. It's not just regulatory, it's not just quality, it's not just clinical. It's quality, regulatory, clinical. It's all of this piece together. And so your quality management system should be designed to support that. It should be designed to understand what the requirements are for Brazil that are different from the U.S. And there's differences in quality management system requirements. There's differences in the regulatory submissions. There's differences in, you have to have market authorizations holders, somebody that lives in their country is the one that's distributing your product. Mm-hmm. You can't just distribute product from the U.S. into Australia or Japan or those types of things. You have to understand what are the quality pieces. And again, our main quality management system standard, ISO 13485, I have the pleasure of being in that working group and working on it, writing the guidance. These are some of the things we're trying to highlight so that people understand this early. Again, so that they're not coming back and saying, somebody tells them they have to stop. That should not be the quality. We get treated that way as the policemen, mm-hmm. but we don't like it that way. We want you to come to us early, and so that we can help you navigate and turn before you hit the wall. Because when you hit that wall, you're stopped. Yeah. You're going to be waiting. You talk about FDA regulatory timelines. What happens often is they come back with the questions, and the timeline stops until you get those answers back to them. If your quality management system isn't organized so you get a complete design and development file and be able to provide them all those technical answers, the clinical answers, all those types of things, you're going to be late. So get to us early.
And Charles, you were saying that those systems are not like Salesforce to implement. They actually take time. You need to really bake that in early. Lynn, before I get to my last couple of questions, and I'm going to do a lightning round with you, I want to come back to one thing. Where do you see the biggest disconnect between what a CRO is responsible for and what a CEO thinks a CRO should be responsible for?
For me?
For you.
Yeah. Well, I think the collaboration with the CRO from sponsor standpoint, I think you always have to own it, right? You can't say, I'm outsource everything to CRO. If you outsource your protocol design, your site selection, your contract negotiation, you outsource them to make a decision on the budget, then yeah, they are responsible, but you never do that for the CRO. So I think you have to own the timeline. If you don't make the decision, when the CRO come back to you to say, hey, we need this, or this is the site budget, then the delay is on you. If you have a poorly designed protocol before CRO even come on board, the problem is on you, right? I think the CRO can help you with the execution, but you have to own the timeline. A good CRO, you can expect that they can identify issues and escalate issues to you early. I think
before they happen.
Before it happen, the second, and the second is that, ideally, they can also bring solutions to you. That will be the best that you can expect from CRO.
And I think there's a difference between the sort of large global CROs that don't have that baked in local knowledge and sort of know that, yes, that PI is a wonderful PI, but his wife is having a troubled pregnancy. Like those are the kinds of things that local CROs are going to know much more deeply than the bigger ones.
That's absolutely true, yeah. And also you want to, if you're going to work with the IQVIA, your tiny project is going to fall through the cracks.
Yes,
so you work with the boutique CRO, that your project is their project, is their focus, right?
Everybody wants to be a big fish in a little pond. All right, in the 3 minutes we have left, we're going to do a lightning round. So I'm going to ask you a couple questions. First question, predictability or speed? If you had to choose one that matters most for a startup, would it be speed or predictability? Lynn?
Predictability.
Mark?
Predictability too, but you have to do that with some alacrity.
Understood. Leanne?
Yeah, if you can't predict the timeline, you actually don't have a speed.
Everybody wants to know about predictability, but every client that I talk with wants speed, so.
And this is where I think we have to educate the clients, right? Like we need to help them understand that the speed can make them hit a brick wall. The predictability can help them see it in advance and go around it. So my last question for you. You're sitting in front of a MedTech CEO, first time. This is before their first trial. What is the one decision they need to make on day 0 that would avoid losing a year? We're going to start at the opposite end. Charles, what's that one decision?
The one decision is knowing that you have ownership's right to use data. Every MedTech company is either starting from, within an institution or health system or needing to collaborate with them. And really understanding contractually your rights and ownership in that data, because if you get down the road and you start to have a dispute with that, collaborating partner, talk about timeline stop. That it can, and especially when you're working with in-house counsel, which I love in-house counsel, but they don't respond as quickly as, say, outside counsel to, contract and negotiations. And if they're in the driver's seat at that stage, it's even worse.
Perfect. Leanne?
I think plan for change and make sure your CRO partner understands it and they can help you.
Genius. Mark?
You need to plan. You have to have a design and development plan. It's one of the things that lots of entrepreneurs hate to do. They hate to have to write things down. They have it in their head of what needs to be done. No. Just automatically writing it down increases your chances by 50% that you're going to achieve that end point. And that's where, again, quality management system, regulatory, all of these need to be planned out, write it down, and make sure that everybody else understands it. Then it enables the change. It enables you to have that predictability, all of those things that we've kind of mentioned.
Perfect. Lynn?
So I would go with, the great answers, but we have a sort of a different thing. We had a client recently, I talk through metaphors all the time. Client recently who was basically putting scary shit in healthy children. That's a very expensive trial to insure. They didn't budget for it. So they actually had to stop and do a fundraise because their insurance was going to be way pricier. They were expecting like $3,500, which a lot of our trials are $3,500. But scary shit in healthy children is not.
No.
And so they actually, it wasn't a huge raise, but they had to go. I think to just friends and family sort of like, let's get over this hurdle because they were ready to go and then they called us late. So just, go ahead and call your broker, call us, get to go into your business plan, get a price.
Got it. So if there's one overriding message that folks can take away from what breaks MedTech timelines, if you want to avoid all of the things that are going to set you off track, plan holistically early. It was Mark who said if you're doing the gated, staged approach, you're already behind. So take a step back and think about everything, insurance, QMS, not protocol designed for a single study, but for your entire program timeline. And to Charles's point, get all of your ducks in a row, not just from a regulatory standpoint, but from an IP standpoint. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. I hope you've learned something from this trial, and we are open for questions after this, so please find us because we're already over time. Thank you.
come get some.
Thank you, dear panelists, for that insightful discussion on what breaks MedTech timelines, something that I'm sure was very valuable to the founders in the room today. Next up, we're going to be hearing from 6 companies who will be coming on stage to present their innovation. As this has happened yesterday, we love doing this for our companies, to give them a platform and having them share what they've been building on, some dedicating their life for. Please be sure to connect with them on our networking platform as well as outside, and you see them on the expo floor and on the floor of the hotel. Engage with them, ask them questions, give feedback. This is how they learn, how they grow, and I'm sure they will find it valuable. Starting off with our first presenter today, please give a warm welcome to Cody Garguzlu, PhD. Cody is a scientific founder and CSO at Imaginostics. Please give a warm welcome.
Company Showcase by Imaginostics INC. Cody Garaguzlu, PhD, scientific founder and CSO at Imaginostics INC.
Hello. Check, 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 check. Hi, thank you. Yes, I'm Dr. Cody Garguzlu, the scientific founder and CSO of Imaginostics. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm going to be telling you about Imaginostics, which is commercializing a technology that I invented during my PhD. Went from mice and rats to monkeys and humans at Harvard Medical School for my postdoc, and then started Imaginostics, co-founded it to commercialize. So we're going to be talking about a new data layer for MRI, quantifying vascular health for life. So today, when you get an MRI scan, it is not quantifying the biology of the tissue. This MRI scan is just a black and white image that's going to show you something that you can identify with your eyeballs. And personally, when I got interested in this subject, it was because my grandma got Alzheimer's disease. And she had an MRI scan a year before that, and I couldn't put 2 and 2 together. I said, well, they looked at her brain. The images look pretty good. How could they not know? And as I looked into it, I understood then the limitations of medical imaging and MRI. And, here's a startling statistic. 60% or 50% in the U.S. of even Alzheimer's disease is not diagnosed. And, of course, 93% of cognitive impairment is also not diagnosed. So it's really huge, startling statistics. And there are 40 million MRI scans in the U.S. Half of them use gadolinium, or 20 million. There are 50 million gadolinium scans worldwide, and none of them are quantitative. And so this is something that is a huge limiting factor for early diagnosis, also for drug development, and AI can't help if the data isn't good. And so we've created a new imaging modality called QT-MRI, or Quantitative Ultra-Short Time to Echo Contrast Enhanced MRI. It's an end-to-end solution, so we create a new data layer on any existing MRI scanner. This can work with any MRI scanner. We have a different contrast agent. We use an iron supplement instead of the toxic heavy metal gadolinium. And we have post-processing analytics on that. And so we create these better, safer, faster images. And in those black spaces, for example, we can quantify things like blood-brain barrier leakage, which is synonymous with inflammation. And every person who has cognitive impairment will have this. So for the first time, we're quantifying vascular biology at each pixel, in addition to making much higher quality images. Radiologists will say this is 10x better than gadolinium, for example. And you can see that just the image quality here compared to standard imaging. We have a time-of-flight image on the left without contrast. Next to that, you're going to add gadolinium. You're going to see a little bit more blood vessels. And on the right, those 2 images are ours. And we see so much more detail that we even have to show you a sliver of that image to be able to appreciate the quality, because all those vessels are there. And we've published and shown that the images are as good or better than gadolinium, with the 10x improvement in other structures such as soft tissue. This is much higher contrast than with a 5.4 times CNR compared to time of flight. We have 8 orthogonal biomarkers. And, why now? Why is this being commercialized now? We've had some regulatory unlock. We got the breakthrough device designation at the end of 2024. That was to replace both gadolinium MRI and iodine CT, which is pretty huge for people who have kidney disease. And so finally there's a solution for that. And iodine, by the way, has a huge acute toxicity for anybody who has CKD, so this is quite important. Also, the contrast agent we used was 5 or 6 months ago approved for brain cancer as a contrast agent in MRI. It was generically available as an iron supplement. It's also an unlock. And then we've made important partnerships, notably with the MRI manufacturer. Now, since the middle of March, we can say, we've been given permission to say that we're exploring commercialization of our ImagiView and Imagicite technology with Siemens. And also there's the drug company that we're partnering with. And right now, the FDA is behind us, right? We have huge support from patients and payers that need precision diagnostics for the first time, also alternative, safer imaging modalities. And in the age of AI, people understand that better data is what's needed to accelerate these processes, and there's great reimbursement as well for these. And so we've received funding from 4 different NIH institutes. We've received funding from the Alzheimer's Drug Discovery Foundation, who invested in us. We got the breakthrough device designation, plenty of publications, so lots of social proof. We're now accelerating to commercialization. We've got 2 different clinical stage products, and so targeting Q2 28 for the commercial launch. One of them is in brain neoplasm, which is a 510K only path, which is on label with the drug in brain cancer. And we're doing that at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. And then the other one is that breakthrough device designation combination product with a really unique FDA regulatory pathway that's quite lean and nice for full body vascular imaging. And we're raising $25 million for that. We've raised about $10 million to date. Now we're raising 25. We started in March. We have some very good traction there too, and it's been a pleasure to speak with you today.
Thank you, Dr. Cody, for the great presentation. On to the next company. Please give a warm welcome to Carlos Granada, CEO at Zellery Med Corporation.
Good morning. Do you hear me okay? Good morning, everyone. My name is Carlos Granada, CEO at Zellery Med. We are the new clinical trial ecosystem. We are disrupting the industry about execution. So we are designed to transform clinical trial execution, reducing friction the way we're going to see it. Our ecosystem includes 3 different verticals. A cellular app is the smart engine that we are really providing visibility in the execution of a clinical trial. Cogent Tech is the clinical execution arm. We are decentralizing workflows on the planning and execution. And finally, Zellery Med is the regulatory strategies where we discover blind spot in the planning of the studies. Today, we are part of Forward Innovation Accelerated Program in California, and also Mullins Ventures is part of our group of early investors. LIRAP here is the framework that we are developing for this ecosystem. Today, I want to talk more about what is disrupting the industry. Technology continues emerging, and we need to find the ways to accelerate clinical trials. But patients are really challenged. The patients really are suffering and are dying. And if we don't do anything, they are going to continue dying. And this data that is published every day is scary. Cardiovascular disease is now top 20 million a year of deaths. But if we combine those imorbidities, comorbidities, cancer, and other, these numbers going up. So today, the problem is that MedTech clinical trials are run based on spreadsheets, emails, SMS, WhatsApp. information that is not really validated, data that is not validated into a framework. So all these validation gaps exist. The coordination cost of the clinical trial is a burden on the clinical sites, and this is a run tool problem because the data that is being entered in this data today is a collection only. It's not a process to predict what these people were doing before. So the industry today is really missing 85% of the timelines in the execution of the clinical trials. 90% are missing enrollments goals at first attempt. And then every month, the company is spending here $2.4 million in a timelines not met. So the product that we built basically was a clinical trial productivity system, basically where we integrated all these fragmented tools that are out there in one. All-power AI system that we integrate the data that is flowing to one system to the other. But the reality today is the big problem is the planning. So that's why we created Blind Spot, a product that is focused on intelligence to plan the next clinical trials. Basically, we know today that the site selection is broken because it's just selected based on friendships, relationships with the physicians, but the real process to understand the patient journey, what is happening, is not known. So what we are doing here is scoring the clinical sites and matching those with the protocol inclusion and exclusion criteria, endpoints, and providing you a match based on those. We complete the intelligence for every site, showing you real-time facility timelines, IRB cost, IRB timelines, patient demographics, etc. We also show you what is the investigator profile before really you engage with them, understanding the evidence, publications, experience, volumes. We also map patients to sites, and we identify those recruitment zones, providing you forecasts on enrollment rates per month, and giving you a prediction of how it's going to look like in a optimistic way, and then a pessimistic way. And finally, everyone hates when they don't have time to create all these slide decks for presenting to your board of directors, advisory board, etc. So we have that solution as well. Today, Lira is in production. We have signed for $3 million in contracts, managing more than 15 studies, and we have reached out with the system more than 500 clinical sites, and the platform already have 5,000 patients with data capture. These results have been proven. We have reduced timelines 20%. We have lowered cost of the trials 24%. We have increased or helped to increase enrollment 40%, and we continue increasing data collection 92% of these trials. So the model market that we selected was started here in cardiovascular MedTech sponsors, and our clients really are CROs and MedTechs, and we are targeting $1.8 billion in the next 5 years. The difference always is asked is why you are different. We are not CTMS. We are beyond that. We are transforming the industry, about transforming all, connecting all the technologies around. The implementation really is taking, no more than 4 weeks. We are reducing the cost of the implementation. We are built for MedTech only. We are a native site protocol engine, and we continue process the consulting regulatory to clinical. We are based on compliance. We are certified 9001. We also are following the SOC 2 Type 2 standards, 21 CFR Part 11, HIPAA, etc., GDPR for European data control trials. We are looking for 5 million seats safe. In the next 18 months, we are going to go into a full go-to-market strategy, continue developing the AI models and the relationships we have with the clinical sites, and continue to strengthen our clinical and QA team. We have built this technology based on MedTech clinical trialists, software engineers, data scientists, but also supported by category-defining MedTech advisors from physicians in different areas, and also entrepreneurs and clinical trialists worldwide. So let's connect together. If you have any questions after this talk, feel free to reach out and help me to disrupt the clinical trial execution system. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos, for that presentation at Zellery. It's my pleasure to announce the third company presenting today. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Mark Khachaturian, CEO at Wellve.
Company Showcase, Wellve. Mark Khachaturian, PhD, CEO at Wellve.
Thank you very much, folks. I'm Mark Khachaturian, the CEO of Wellve. At Wellve, we're tackling the problem of blood pressure monitoring. The arm cuff has been the standard of care for the last 150 years. Traditional blood pressure monitors are out of date. They're painful, and they lead to low patient compliance. At Wellve, we've developed a blood pressure cuff that goes on your finger, fits in the palm of your hand, and it is as accurate as the arm cuff, price competitive, FDA cleared, and much, much easier to use and more comfortable. Qualifies for the reimbursement CPT codes 454 and 457, which enable up to $1,700 per patient per year. And the immediate opportunity is gargantuan. We're focusing on the US and some select markets, as you'll see. And this technology that I have here replaces the arm cuff in over the 80 million units sold a year. And while Wellve won't be able to do that all ourselves, our acquirer will, we can certainly make even a little penetration generates very significant revenue. We all know that the arm cuff has been the standard. The wrist cuff has been around for a while. It's never gotten traction because the bone's in the way. Block the blood flow in the wrist so you don't get an accurate result. Finger sensor technology from the tip of the finger using light emitters or from the wrist have to be calibrated every 24 hours to a device like this. Non-touch camera technology has never shown any efficacy. Our technology that you see here comes in two configurations, the BP Go and the BP Go Pro. The BP Go is the Bluetooth version aimed at consumers, targeting just under $100 and with a very good margin, and the remote monitoring version with the cellular connectivity and the GPS for anti-theft, just over $100 with a SaaS fee. And again, the key advantages over the arm cuff are easy setup, one size fits all, painless and portable. We have key customer validation. Amazon Health One Medical has written a report stating it's the only device that can replace the arm cuff from an accuracy standpoint. We have a 10-unit pilot going on and a pilot that will be going on in the home. American Association of Retired People has validated and tested the devices. It's invested in Wellve, and we're going to have access to their 40 million members through a marketing campaign when we launch to the consumer in early next year. Keiretsu MST, we have a term sheet with them and a due diligence report. Samsung Health, we have a partnership, so our data integrates into the Samsung Health SDK. And we have global manufacturing partner in Jabil Circuits. And we have a 1 million unit commitment from the government, backed by the government of Vietnam for hypertension monitoring in Ho Chi Minh City. So that's going to be 50,000 units for 2026, ramping up to 250,000 a year thereafter. A lot of people ask me, what's your competition? The Apple Watch does blood pressure. No, it does not. The Apple Watch measures the blood flow in your finger, in your wrist, and then it tells you need to measure your blood pressure with a cuff like this that's FDA cleared. Whoop even tried it, got a slap on the wrist, an Actia cuffless. Basically, you have to calibrate it for 24 hours, like I said before. So they don't replace my device, it's more complementary. Our technology that you see here and on our website is patented, covered by over 60 patents, strong patent position in the United States and growing internationally. We have an ongoing freedom to operate. So any company that acquires us gets approximately 16 years of exclusivity if the acquisition was next year. Our market opportunity is very, very significant. And this again would be for our acquirer, but there's 120 million people in the US with hypertension, 100 million people in Europe. We're just with the small, sales volume that we have, not the small, I should say, but the limited work we've done on B2B, you can see our revenue projections based on orders from Vietnam and other customers in our pipeline. So very significant revenue with very good EBITDA and EBITDA multiples for MedTech. Our team is extremely strong. Neil O'Leary, our chairman of the board, has operated businesses with $7 billion plus in revenue. He has 2 exits of $500 million plus. I had my first exit at MIT, a 7-figure exit in 2009 when I sold some MRI tech. I got my PhD in physics from MIT. I worked at General Electric. I've gotten 5 6 devices through the FDA, including imaging systems and such. Our CFO is very strong operationally, and we have a great board of advisors and even Dr. Stephen Klasko and Uwe Deigel, which will help us in mergers and acquisitions. Our term sheet is a famous Howard Lubert term sheet. We've had $12.8 million invested before that. We've executed a term sheet for $3 million raise at $25 million valuation. We've actually raised 1.3 so far, so about 200,000 has come in the last week, just over that. So we have about $1.5 million left. The device here, the algorithm is already cleared, but this device will be be getting cleared in June because of the cybersecurity, because of the cellular chip. Key milestones for this year: to build the 5,000 units in July, support our key pilots and the Vietnam customer, and then prep for exit in the latter part of this year, middle 2027. We have some key acquisition targets in the glucose monitoring space: EKG, arm cuff players, our remote patient monitoring companies, and you can see some of the comparable deal sizes that we have. This is the use of funds. Basically, large majority of it's going to the BP Go, some of it to hire some biz dev people, support our regulatory projects and such, and then also limited B2B marketing. So in summary, $3 million gets us to exit. We've got 4 types of acquirers, a 1 million unit commitment from Vietnam, a gargantuan market with novel patented technology, and a really strong team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark, for that presentation. Brilliant work at Wellevy. Please give a warm welcome to our 4th presenter of the day, Oren Gelman, President and CEO at Arthrolens. Please give a warm round of applause.
Company Showcase by Arthrolens. Oren Gelman, President and CEO at Arthrolens.
All right. Hello, everybody. We're in the home stretch here, right, in the afternoon. But I wanted to thank MedTech World for the opportunity to present Arthrolens to you. My name's Oren Gelman, President and CEO of the company. Also a MedTech veteran, 20 years experience with strategics like J&J and Stryker within this space that I'll be presenting you today. So at Arthrolens, our mission, our vision is quite clear. What we'd like to do is take machine vision and machine learning and really transform the orthopedic space and orthopedic care with real-time data insights through that intraoperative image acquisition. So our unique technology is actually a proprietary camera stack that takes essentially multiple cameras to bring them together in the same spatial arena that allows surgeons to truly visualize in real time what's going on in the OR and empower them to make improved decisions through not only that vision but also the machine learning. Right? Our 2 founders are world-renowned orthopedic surgeons, and they're very adept at all the different technological improvements that have been made in the orthopedic space today, right? Particularly in precision. So there's a lot of cost that has gone into the system to really improve precision on behalf of patients. But when you think about that, right, precision for what purpose? And there are tremendous gaps that remain within this space, particularly in function and pain, right, that patients have, as well as in the cost of care, right? So as we look at how the innovation that these 2 have really come up with is to really impact persistent pain and really streamline care in order to improve outcomes, not only for patients, but also for the caregivers and the institutions as they are, right? And then when we talk about pain, right, these are successful procedures, very successful procedures, right, throughout orthopedics. However, there continues to be persistent pain at 1 year at extremely high clips. Nearly 1 in every 2 patients has persistent pain. Was it better than pre-op? Absolutely. So there was improvement, and therefore it's a successful case. But pain continues to endure, very much moderate to severe pain upwards of years after surgery, particularly in knees and spine. And you see a lot of these technologies that are really focused in these two arenas because this is the underlying unmet need there. Also, shoulders and ankles and the extremities have significant residual pain. And when you look at the causes of these pains, right, it's typically outside of the wheelhouse of new implants, right? These are procedure-related pain, which is where do the implants go? Right? So when you think about knees, for example, it's in alignment, soft tissue, and patella, for example. So these are distinctly procedure-related pain. And when you talk about the procedure and robotics specifically, that endeavor to improve precision intraoperatively has actually added cost and time to a lot of cases. Right? And when you think about how machine vision can potentially impact that, we can streamline the integration of technology within the operating room. So it takes, within knees or spine, 20 to 33 extra minutes to incorporate a robotic procedure within the operating room. Right? Including machine vision, we can enhance setup, registration, planning, and automation to reduce that by over 50%. So not only are we targeting a very big unmet need, but we're also helping streamline care. And the market opportunity in orthopedics is pretty significant, right? It's a $62 billion marketplace globally, and if you focus in on joint reconstruction, that's essentially a $23 billion market growing in single digits, right? Mid-single digits. But there's an underlying high growth area here. Those procedure-related enabling technologies are growing at twice the rate. Right? So very significant growth that's driving this marketplace from those enabling technologies, and that's exactly where we want to play. Right? So that's why, through these market forces and these unmet needs, that we've developed the 4DI visual guidance system. Now, when we talk about the visual guidance system, we're talking about three pillars. The ability to provide that visionary insights or that intraoperative a picture, shall we say, that provides a surgeon real-time images, that empowers decision-making, that impacts outcomes. So when you look at the technology itself, right, we have a proprietary spatial mapping camera. It's a combination camera that also then takes a picture of the anatomy, automates registration, identifies all the critical landmarks, and basically, instead of taking in discrete points like you do in surgical navigation, you actually get the equivalent of tens of thousands of points intraoperatively that the surgeon can essentially plan off of. The 4DI technology stack, as you see here, intraoperative imaging, visualization tools, right, and automation. So it's not just about the technology, it's about what it can do for the surgeon and the patient. And then you look at the tools themselves, so we can automate planning, and this is an example of that, where the planning itself, right, essentially at the touch of a button, they can essentially balance the knee and find the optimal position for the implants. Visualization, they can visualize what the anatomy will look like post-procedure, so even the soft tissues to enable the surgeon to see their gaps. And then finally, registration and how do you localize the anatomy from the pre-op plan image, if you're taking that, or intraoperatively. Treatment opportunities span a lot of different procedures, from total knees and revisions, total hip, extremities, etc., like we identified earlier. Our team is well versed and seasoned, from not only our leadership team and our co-founders, but then also to all the functions in spatial mapping and spatial awareness, as well as then targeting execution. Our strategy is very, very straightforward and simple. We want to introduce this technology into the market in a limited fashion. We're going to select 5 sites within the next year that we're going to be going into to gain that real-world experience. We're going to evolve the technology once we're in market, and then seek to expand. So when you think about that, very capital efficient approach. We have robust technology and regulatory infrastructure, 8 patents, 9 pending. Commercial readiness, we have an existing implant partnership. We're in conversation with 2 institutions, right, to have partnerships for that early release, and we have funding through through this process to achieve commercialization. And so in total, we have funding, right, in order to achieve our initial market readiness. We're targeting a very high growth area. Our innovation is rooted in machine vision and AI and targeted orthopedic applications, and we're going to continue to evolve the partnerships. And as we go towards that commercialization, that's really when we'll be seeking our next funding round. So if interested, please contact me. But with that, I'd like to say thank you for your time. Yes.
Thank you, Oren, for that presentation. Artrolens, as a reminder, please do find some time to speak to founders and innovators throughout the conference. We have 1 day left. I'm sure they'll appreciate the discussions with them. For our 5th presenter, please give a warm welcome to Mark Mackey. Mark is the CEO at Polaris AI. Please give a round of applause.
Company Showcase by Polarizar by Mark McKay, CEO at Polarizar.
So a lot of really interesting discussions on robotics over the past day or so, and also the past couple of years, and the orthopedic surgery in general. We've got a little bit of a different thesis on robotics, and we believe that robotics is just simply too expensive for the clinical value that it's providing, particularly in arthroplasty. So we've developed mixed reality for knee surgery at about 1/25th the cost of a robotic system. So if you look at kind of commonly cited statistics, over 20% of patients are unsatisfied with their total knee replacement. And you see surgeons and industry talking about this quite a bit. So as a result, you have a lot of surgeons adopting all kinds of different technologies, including robotics, to try to address this gap in outcomes. And robotics allows the surgeon to achieve more accurate cuts, and also do a technique called patient-specific alignment, which essentially restores the patient's joint to the pre-pathological state. You can only really do that with some kind of software measurement technology. So you've seen robotics grow very rapidly as a result of surgeons trying to address this gap at 39% CAGR. About half of all knees are expected to be placed with robotics in the U.S. by the end of 2027. In parallel, you've got inflation-adjusted reimbursement declining, and a huge shift of procedures that are heading to the ASC, and this is growing every single year. And robotics can add up to $2,400 to $15,000 per procedure in costs. So while you have surgeons adopting robotics and technology to try to drive improvements in patient outcomes, you have reimbursement declining and more procedures shifting to ASCs, where the ASCs are very, very cost sensitive. So we've developed a mixed reality system that can do almost everything a robot can do, except essentially hold the saw, right? So we can achieve robotic accuracy in our cuts. We can deliver patient-specific alignment with our technology by using spatial compute to digitize the patient and guide the surgeon to the planned resection levels. We've got published accuracy. Dr. Cooper at Columbia has published his surgical results that demonstrate accuracy equivalent to a robotic system. And our system is all self-contained in a headset that weighs less than 1 pound, say, compared to a robotic system that can weigh over 700 pounds. So we can do all this at just 4% of the cost of a robotic system. If you look at our COGS for a system and a couple of sets of instruments, we're about $15,000 in COGS. And comparatively, equivalently outfitted robotic system can be up to $350,000. And an implant company can then place, if they adopt our technology, they're placing 250 of our units for every 10 robotic systems that they could potentially place. And if you follow the implant companies and you've been in their meetings, all they talk about is sets, right? In their CapEx budget, how many sets do we have? How many times are they being turned? What is the delay on our sets? So this becomes very attractive for an implant company to be able to dramatically reduce their balance sheet by using technology that is very equivalent. Even if half of their customers switch from robotics to our system, that's going to dramatically improve their return on investment capital. So, why now? Why is this a great moment in time? So just a couple of weeks ago, April 10th, CMS announced CJRX. And what this is it moves all knees, hips, and ankle procedures to bundled payments, including inpatient procedures. So this is big news in orthopedics. Anytime you have a big reimbursement change like that, it sends shockwaves throughout. And it's been the buzz of the industry. And that's going to put a lot of pressure, not only on the ASC, but now inpatient surgery to dramatically reduce their costs. So this focus on reducing costs is going to drive implant company behavior and to try to adopt technology that is really more cost effective than what they're currently doing. And this is significant tailwinds for Polaris AR because of our solution is just so cost effective compared to current robotic systems. So we are FDA cleared. We're a commercial stage company. I would characterize us as just in the transition, very early commercial. We've got about 3 customers right now generating about $300,000 in ARR. We've got a short-term pipeline of surgeons that represent an additional $1 million in ARR. And we've done 350 cases to date. So we've de-risked the technology from a technical standpoint, a regular standpoint, and now we're at the commercial stage getting ready to scale. We've got a great team. All of us have long experience in enabling technology. I've been in what you would call software-enabled surgery since the start of my career in a number of different indications, mostly in orthopedics. Aaron's been developing software for 20 years on mobile devices and for AR. Val's been driving customer success with different orthopedic technologies in the OR with customers for her whole career. And then Dr. Gonzalez, one of our main design surgeons, has been on a number of different development projects, and he's been with us since the beginning, iterating the product. We also have world-renowned orthopedic surgeons as investors. And these aren't folks that I pay a consulting fee or gave some options or so to. These are surgeons that have put their hard-earned money into the company because they really believe in what we're doing and our mission to reduce costs of delivering technology to orthopedics. And so we're seeking $3 million to expand our commercial adoption. Essentially, we've got some inventory to buy to support our new customers. And we want to launch some new sites, where we're going to need, inventory and some staff in the field to get that done. We also want to do a couple of development projects to reduce our COGS. We sell in a fee-per-use model, so the customer doesn't pay anything up front. We sell the disposables on a per-case basis. Our margins today are about 65%. I think we can get those to 80 to 85%. So we're going to continue to drive down the cost of our disposables and the rest of our system. So I think in general, the world doesn't need another $1 million robotic system, and the healthcare system is just not going to allow that, right? It's just not going to be that we have all these massively expensive robots. So our mission is really to provide technology that's going to reduce the cost of care, not only for patients in the United States, but globally. So thank you very much. I look forward to speaking with anybody and talking about our business and our mission. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let me put this stuff. Someone out in the dark, running around stealing hearts. I heard it on the radio. I heard it on the radio.
Thank you, Mark, for that presentation. It's my pleasure to announce the 6th company presenter of the afternoon. Please give a warm welcome to actually one of our award winners from day 0, Dr. Irina King, founder and CEO at Surgicure Technologies.
Company showcased by Surgicure Technologies. Irina King, PhD, founder and CEO of Surgicure Technologies.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Irina King, founder and CEO of Surgicure Technologies, where we have developed a new standard to ensure safety and stability in every breath. Airway securement is essential for survival, yet life-sustaining breathing tubes are still secured with flimsy tape and ties that fails under blood, motion, and facial trauma. The result? Unplanned dislodgements, 30% of which are fatal, over $8 billion in preventable complications, and devastating pressure injuries, as you can see in the photos here. In military medicine, over 50% of combat casualty care complications involve airway management challenges, making airway management the #2 priority for the DoD and Committee on Tactical Combat Casualty Care. So building on an invention developed by respiratory therapists at the Brooke Army Medical Center, we have developed the Horseshoe, the first face-free airway securement platform that leverages natural jaw biomechanics to stabilize the airway intraorally without facial compression and enables full access for oral care. Today, tape fails when exposed to fluids, and traditional holders still rely on compression against the lips and the skin, resulting in instability, ulcers, and poor oral hygiene. Clinicians are constantly forced to choose between stability and tissue preservation, and they shouldn't have to. The Horseshoe is truly the first and only all-in-one dual-use device that was purpose-built for trauma and critical care. And clinical teams are agreeing with us. They have described the Horseshoe as clever, intuitive, a better solution in a space that hasn't seen true innovation since the 40s. Surgicure has already demonstrated strong clinical momentum. The Horseshoe has been used at leading institutions like Texas Tech and Mass General Hospital, where clinicians report strong usability and superior performance compared to tape and leading holders. And in our first deployment on the front lines in Ukraine, real-world data has demonstrated 100% intact skin integrity, consistently high fixation performance at stabilization points, and strong clinician intent to reuse the device in austere conditions. The Horseshoe is fully patented, licensed from the U.S. Army with additional Surgicure IP, mechanically validated, and exempt from FDA approval. Surgicure is ISO 13485 certified and already has its manufacturing live based in the US. And the market is responding. Within months of just launching late last year, we deployed on the front lines. We signed first evaluation purchases in Japan and onboarded 2 specialty distributors in pulmonary critical care, MetroMed and MedAlliance, to cover about 60% of the US market, with stocking orders already placed and reps already trained and out in the field. Our pipeline currently includes 47 active opportunities representing over $4 million in ICU-only value. That's before any expansion into the ED, OR, or EMS, so there is tremendous opportunity for additional upside. We've completed an evaluation at the Brooke Army Medical Center with over 70 stakeholders, including leadership, department champions, procurement, and quality and safety, opening up the federal procurement pathway. We are currently compliant across all key DoD and DLA systems and are actively onboarding service-disabled veteran-owned businesses. We are also in advanced conversations with a top 3 MedTech strategic for potential national coverage. We are very proud to have been a South by Southwest winner in healthcare this year and are also very proud to be recognized as a MedTech Startup of the Year here at MedTech World this week. Surgicure is poised to capture a significant share of a $9 billion global market, starting with a $2 billion opportunity in the US with a beachhead in trauma and critical care, where reliability is mission critical. Surgicure is a woman-owned, Boston-based business, led by experienced operators across manufacturing, engineering, and clinical sales. I hold a PhD in medical engineering and medical physics from MIT and Harvard Medical School, with clinical exposure as well as a focus in healthcare management. Our COO, Greg Lyons, has over 25 years of experience as an operational executive and engineer. Sean Walker, our commercialization strategist, is the former CEO of Bay State Anesthesia, a respiratory distributor that was acquired by Bell Medical in 2022. And Ryan Alexi, who is our government accounts manager, also former CEO of Emergent Respiratory, with a proven track record selling into government and military accounts. We're very fortunate to be surrounded by incredible advisors and a board, which includes the former president of Airways at Boston Scientific. We've completed multiple accelerator programs, including Mass Challenge and Techstars, and have raised $2.4 million in pre-seed and seed funding over the last 5 years. We are currently hyper-focused on commercialization and early adoption, so we are looking for investors and strategic partners to help us grow. We at Surgicure know that airway management is not a commodity problem. It is a patient safety, workflow, and global readiness problem that is long overdue for change. So if you are interested in helping us modernize airway management, I invite you to come speak with me so that together we can make every breath count. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Irina King, for that brilliant presentation on Surgicure technologies. As a reminder, please do find these founders throughout the day and engage in discussions with them. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start our next panel before the lunch break. This panel is we're going to be welcoming visionaries in longevity, visionaries in the future of AI and aging, and how we treat the aging process. Please give a warm welcome in introducing, first of all, the moderator of the session, Mariam Mokhtarzadeh, Chief Medical Officer at Persephone, and the panelists, Carl Mehta, Partner at Mehta Family Office, David Snow, Executive Director at Pegasus Spark, Boris Reznik, Chairman and CEO at Immorta Bio, and Aubrey de Grey, President and Chief Science Officer at the LEV Foundation. Please, a warm round of applause.
From lab to lifespan, AI, aging, and the future of longevity innovation.
Hello, welcome. So this is an exciting panel, and I think we all know this is addressing a problem that affects us all, aging. The question is, why aren't more people focused on solving this problem? So I'm going to take a moment to introduce myself, and then I'm going to invite each of the panelists to introduce themselves and let us know what their current activities are in this field and the value they're bringing. So I'll begin and say I'm Mariam Mokhtarzadeh. I'm a physician and surgeon by training with a long career of innovating and supporting innovation to bring solutions to patients. In addition to my clinical practice, I spent about a decade at FDA working across drugs, devices, and biologics, leadership roles including serving as the FDA IRB chair, followed by multiple leadership roles in industry, and currently serving as the chief medical officer of a venture studio where we build around early innovators. Now I'll pass it on to my first panelist, Boris.
Okay. Hi, I'm Boris Reznik, the chairman and CEO of Immorta Bio. I hated the concept of death as long as I remember, but as many serial entrepreneurs, I've been focused on raising and developing different companies, but for the last several years I decided to completely focus on longevity and radical life extension, and we fortunately have been able to develop very potent, practical and near-term solutions, which we will be talking about that today, and I'm very happy to be here.
Hello, everyone.
Carl Mehta. I am an investor based in Palo Alto. I was a former partner at Menlo Ventures in Menlo Park. I built 3 technology companies over the past 25 years. I'm not a chemistry or a biology person. I'm a engineer and a software engineer and an AI, worked 30 years in AI. I'll pick up a controversy right in the introduction. I would say I'm not afraid or not scared of death. I think death is important. At some point, we all have to move on and let the next generation, flourish. What I am interested in the space is about reducing the gap between the health span and the lifespan. So we should live longer as per the human biology, at least the way I understand. We are designed actually to live for at least 120 years. Both from a scientific standpoint and also from the Indian tradition of the yogic 5,000 years back, people used to live 120 years because they were living good, healthy lifestyle. They were breathing good air. They were eating the right stuff. They were doing the right level, right kind of movement. So we are designed to live 120 years healthy. The modern lifestyle, the industrialization, the way we live, we've actually shortened our lifespan, but we also shorten our health span. So my interest is that let's live 120 years, live it super healthy, and focused on technologies that helps drive that.
Fantastic. I knew I should have sat on the other side of you a second ago. But so my name is David Snow. I call myself a recovering scientist. My PhD is in chemistry and chemical engineering. But I'm currently the executive director of Pegasus Park, which is a place-based innovation strategy centered around building ecosystems, and it's basically an innovation hub that supports life science and social impact. And so that I'm not a real estate guy, but it is a for-profit real estate development. But the pretext is all about creating the environment to accelerate translation. And so that's really the value proposition when you start thinking about investing in companies and in people, about where they are located in the ecosystem that they reside in. It's extremely important in that translation space. And I couldn't agree more that there's this issue of lifespan and health span. I don't think that we currently, and when we're talking about AI and how that involves innovation and the pathway to commercialization, I don't think that we have really an issue of ideation and creativity. Those things are accelerating very rapidly. I think the bottleneck is translation. And so the ecosystem around where you invest is critical to make sure that we're getting the right types of technologies in the market. And I hope we get a chance to talk a little bit more about some of the environmental pressures that are affecting the lifespan and health span as well.
Thank you. I'm Aubrey de Grey. I have some things in common with some of the panel and some things not in common. I was originally an engineer. I did my undergrad degree in computer science. I switched to being a biologist around the age of 30, and my PhD is in biology. I am, like Boris, not terribly keen on the whole thing about death. But even though I am misrepresented in the media quite a lot, I don't really work on longevity. I work on health, like everyone here. However, I disagree sharply with the idea that we are aiming to compress the period between health span and death. In other words, I think that we should be accepting and indeed celebrating the fact that the longer we can get people to stay healthy, the longer they will live. And that we should be thinking in terms of delaying the period of sick span, as we might call it, rather than compressing it. There is nothing wrong with living longer. I work, unlike almost everybody here, in the non-profit sector. I lead a 501c3 public charity, actually in the Bay Area, and we work on the preclinical side of things. We try to make mice live longer as a way of figuring out how we might make humans live longer, and also as a way of waking the world up to the idea that the long dream of bringing aging under comprehensive medical control may actually be within striking distance.
Thank you. So for the first question, and I'll take volunteers after I ask the question, I'd love to hear from each of you on where you see us today with regard to longevity science and specifically AI-driven approaches. If you have comments on that specifically. What's translating from the bench to the bedside? Where do you see us now? Any volunteers to go first?
I mean, I think I alluded to this just a minute ago. It really, the bottleneck isn't the creation, the creativity. The innovation and the ideation is happening at a much faster rate. And even, being able to explore small molecules through AI-driven discovery and looking at optionality around things like repurposing existing therapeutics. Those things are happening at a fast rate, but really where we're slow, the bottleneck is in that translation. And so the ability to find the clinical pathways, navigate the regulatory environment, have the environment that breaks down those sort of systematic barriers in order to get the path to the patient a lot faster.
I will be glad. Basically, as far as the AI and everything which is happening around AI, nowadays any serious longevity company is AI enabled, okay? For example, we are absolutely using AI to find very specific epitopes which are associated with immunotherapies which we have been, developing and so on. But if I step back and talk a little bit broader, I think that things are changing in the industry very, very rapidly. Basically, the concept of going after longevity is associated with going after prevention considerably more than actually treating very specific diseases. We, for example, step back and we look at the aging biology and trying to change it to achieve useful biology in the aging population. And when we do, we then can use useful biology as a therapeutic engine to solve a lot of health issues of the population. That's our general path. It's, by the way, is very much along the concepts and which were postulated to our friend Aubrey almost 30 years ago, as I remember. So that's where we are going, and that's where I think the science of longevity is going right now.
Yeah. First of all, I'd love to reframe the word longevity, because if we are hyper-focused on longevity, we will solve longevity, but we will still be very sick, and there's no point in living longer if we are sick. So I would rather focus on what we call extending health span, because if we extend health span, we'll live healthy and we'll live longer, and by that token, you're still getting longevity. You can live longer, but we want to live every single day very healthy. So that's the first point. The second thing is we're in a great time, I think, probably ever in the history of humanity. I mean, AI is everywhere, also in healthcare and biology. The foundational biology models that AlphaFold and many other companies have built, that's driving the cutting-edge drug discovery. So that's great news there. Second big area in medical devices, there's already hundreds of medical devices which are AI enabled and they are FDA certified. So we are solving the problem from a patient standpoint, and in the technology world, in the software world, we always we put the user at the center. And so when I think not from the industry or from the supply side, but from the patient standpoint, we're solving the problem on the prescription and on the procedure. There's a lot of AI in the prescriptive drugs and into the procedures at the health systems and hospitals using these AI devices, where it's not making the impact is right at the patient level, because these things are still solving, it's still reactive. It is after the fact that you've been diagnosed, and by the time you get diagnosed, already the damage has been done. And so then going to the hospitals and using AI-enabled devices that helps you in the procedure, or getting a prescription drugs, which is new molecules or whatever has been discovered, peptides, but you are now solving a problem still on a reactive basis. Where we need to take the clock back is right from a preventive basis. If you look at just the spend in chronic care disease, which pretty much 80% of Americans have chronic diseases, there's a $3.7 trillion spent in the United States on just chronic care disease. It's crazy. And most of it can be solved. And that's part of the aging process too, because when you define aging as a disease, and when you break it down systematically into what are the causes of accelerated aging or early death, you get heart failures, cancer. These are all the biggest killers. And if you further break it down, it comes down into really some of the basics of lifestyle management, chronic care management. These are the foundational stuff that people are ignoring. And we're all doing, it's great to definitely spend, billions of dollars on cutting-edge drug discovery and cutting-edge medical devices, but we also have to solve this preventative problem. Otherwise, we'll continue to remain in what we are today. The healthcare system is a reactive system. It is an episodic system, not a continuous system, and it is not doing really anything proactive or preventative, and we'll continue to have this, chronic care, chronic diseases.
Yeah, there's so many things I want to say in reinforcement and support of what you just said. I'll just stick to two things. First of all, on AI, I think a key point that you made was to highlight AlphaFold. This is an example of something that people in the longevity field often miss in relation to AI, which is that the most important things so far, and maybe also going forward, that AI has given us are not specific to longevity. They cover the whole of biomedical research. AlphaFold, for sure, is relevant to pediatric research just as much as it is to geriatric research. So, we need to be looking out for that and not being too blinkered on this point. The other thing I really think I should mention is with regard to prevention rather than treatment. I think, this is so important that, all treatment of aging is really treatment, it's really preventative medicine for the late stages of aging, the conditions of late life that are degenerative and progressive. And the medical system's, failure to transition to a more preventative-centric mindset is really quite extraordinary right now, partly because of the absolutely unequivocal economic benefits of prevention relative to treatment, where, as you just mentioned, perhaps 80 or 90% of the medical budget of the Western world goes on treatment of the health problems of late life. What on earth is going on? As you can tell from my accent, I come from that far-off place called the rest of the world, where we don't do our medical system through insurance. But I don't have a problem with insurance. I think, that's a perfectly good way to run a medical system. Really, the only problem in the US, I believe, is, well, first of all, of course, the addiction to litigation, which enormously increases costs, but also the fact that insurance is done on a company-by-company basis, such that insurance companies have to think short-term because their clients are going to move to another job and have another insurer. It seems like an extraordinarily simple thing to fix, and nobody is fixing it. So get the hell on with it. If that were fixed, then we'd have a good medical system in this country. So I just wanted to highlight those two things. I could go on, but I won't.
So each of you brought up a lot of specific areas where work is needed. On the prevention side, clearly on the repair side, lifestyle changes, which maybe blend back into preventive. But I'm curious, if I gave each of you $1 million right now to place a bet, what emerging modalities or what approach would you place your bet on today, and where do you see that changing over time with the way the field is evolving?
So I'd like to go first this time because so $1 million is actually quite a lot for me. My foundation is actually quite small because we work in the preclinical sector. So our experiments are relatively inexpensive, and they typically cost 7 digits, maybe high 7 digits, but not too bad. So actually, I wouldn't bet it. I would take it and use it for my own research. But if I were to bet it, the thing is, I would also not bet it on any one thing. The key thing we have to understand, and I think that most of the experts in this community do now understand, is that the medical control of aging is going to be a divide and conquer thing. It's going to be something where we give people a lot of different things at the same time to repair various different types of molecular and cellular damage that their bodies inflict on themselves throughout life as a result of just normal metabolism. And as such, my focus over the years has always been on the most neglected, most challenging, and indeed most unprofitable initially parts of the problem, which of course will be just as necessary in the long run as the low-hanging fruit, but which do not make you money tomorrow, do not get you lots of publications in top journals tomorrow. It's a more long-term play. And that's why I chose to lead organizations that are funded entirely by philanthropy.
So the question about, where would I invest in this, I think is really interesting. So I work at the intersection really of, ideation, innovation, commercialization, capital. And so one of the things, I'll kind of riff a little bit off of what Carl said a second ago about, technologies that are emerging and challenges that we've got. So with that in mind, place-based innovation and innovation hubs converge resources to make them accessible so that you shorten the time span between, great idea and product market entrance. So if I had $1 million to invest, I would actually use it to converge around certain ideas. And one of the things that's big right now, ARPA-H, so Pegasus Park is one of the 3 ARPA-H hubs. And it's about customer experience. And, they've dropped a large segment of non-dilutable capital towards microplastics and understanding microplastics in the body and what that can do and how that impacts longevity and health span. So, if I had $1 million, what I would actually do is use the money to converge different business verticals. For example, there's a lot of work being done in the semiconductor industry and technologies that could directly apply to that, but they don't have any access or resources in the biotech space or in the clinic. And the same is true for what people believe to be the problems in biotech and clinical. So the white spaces are different. And so I think the opportunity, the real solutions that emerge, especially when AI is involved, when we think about longevity and health span in particular, I think that it's going to center around the convergence of formerly separate business sectors. And so I think the opportunity is going to be in convergence of biotech and semiconductor worlds.
If I would look and try to predict what is going to happen, there are several trends which come to my mind very much. Number one, personalized medicine. If we take a look at the science fiction, which very often predicts, the future, you could see that in science fiction, a lot of people would be living hundreds of years and so on, and they do not do that by just taking a small pill and that's it. Normally they come into the hospital, they are inserted all kind of different probes and needles, and then with certain intervention on a personalized level, they go back and have another, multiple decades of healthy life and so on and so on. So that's exactly where I think we need to go at this point, and on a personalized level, we absolutely have to have I do not separate, by the way, longevity or lifespan and health span. They very often go together. So the other interesting path is you are talking about convergence, right? So, we deal with convergence of the different elements of the aging biology. We all know 9 hallmarks of cellular aging. So interesting point is that they all converge onto very few, in fact, just 2 major problems which aging biology presents. Number one, of course, it is accumulation of senescent cells. Number 2, it's stem cell exhaustion. So so we go from multiple, cellular reasons for aging to very few actionable areas to address. That's what we do. We address senescent cell accumulation through senolytic immunotherapy, and we address the exhaustion by providing brand new, very young, very potent stem cells. So from that point of view, we are out with the old, which are those old senescent cells, and in with the new, which are the very, very potent, stem cells which rejuvenate tissues and organs. So in my mind, that concept of moving toward solving the overall aging biology and creating youthful biology, which, by the way, goes into prevention. Youthful biology is what we need to achieve. Young people do not have diseases of aging, and they generally, of course, live very nice, healthy lives. That's the path which I think we are all should be going forward.
So, Mariam, to reframe your question, the $1 million is really a very small amount in the healthcare sector. So if you're saying if you're $1 million, I would...
Let's make it $1 billion.
Okay, $1 million bet, but even $1 million is a very small bet. It won't go, even if you make 3x the money, it's not a big enough money for most funds, at least for us. And so I think I would focus not on the treatment side of the equation, but more on the preventive side. So companies that are focusing on digital therapeutics, like predictability, is where our bet is. AI can really help predict, as we are in a first time in the history of the humans. We have so much data available about ourselves. We are getting to know about our body, our mind, that what we know today, we didn't even know like literally a year ago. at least for me, how much data that I'm getting for my own self. I mean, not just these variables like this Aura and the Whoops of the world, but just the very detailed, very comprehensive blood test and omics and all kinds of stuff. So I'm building my own digital twin of myself, and that level of rich set of data never existed, like literally not even 6 months ago, right? And so $1 million will go far, far away in just taking that data and be able to predict at where we could land up, and then having some strategy around preventive, proactive care against that. That would be my bet.
Okay.
Yeah, this is one of those rare occasions where I slightly disagree with Boris, because I believe that the two main aspects of aging that Boris mentioned are not the only things that matter. And the main things that I believe also matter are at the molecular level, the accumulation of waste products, the changing in the elasticity of the extracellular matrix, things like that. And these are areas where AI, I believe, has a very large potential to come into its own. We mentioned AlphaFold already. Some of you may know that a kind of successor to AlphaFold now exists called AlphaProteo, which essentially does the opposite of AlphaFold. AlphaFold takes a sequence and tells you what three-dimensional shape the protein is going to be. AlphaProteo, you tell it what you want, and it gives you a sequence. And AlphaProteo, has really not come into its own yet. I believe that its potential is absolutely enormous, and the reason it's being perhaps a little slow to show that is because people haven't yet figured out how to use it. That the potential there is so enormous that one has to kind of build tools around it, which I think also will involve AI, to establish how to find a path from a desired structure, for example, an enzyme that has a proteolytic function that doesn't otherwise exist naturally, into a sequence that delivers that function. These are things that will totally transform the molecular aspects of rejuvenation, of repairing the damage of aging, and I think they're coming.
So we only have a few minutes left, and I think you can hear the passion, the mission of the panelists in trying to solve this problem. And for the close, I'm going to bring it back to an idea that David has been kind of saying throughout. In that there are bottlenecks, and the bottlenecks are real. And my personal take on this is that in clinical practice, in my time in government, in industry, one of the greatest tragedies for me was seeing programs fail, not when the science failed, but when there were other problems in execution. And that's why I'm now at a venture studio where we build around early innovators to try and give that science the best chance it can, to show what it can do, to succeed. Because not every approach may succeed as wildly as we want it to, but we want it to work. So really quick now, I'm going to go through each of you. If you could choose one thing to change or accelerate to get the approach you believe in to the patient, what would it be and why?
As far as I'm concerned, a lot of money. So funding all of this process. We have a lot of tools in terms of IND processes, in terms of clinical interventions. I'm talking about clinical trials processes and so on. But everything costs a lot, and obviously money would be solving a lot of issues.
I would like FDA to recognize aging as a disease, and our healthcare system to actually look at aging, to treat aging as a disease. Today, we don't do that.
A little different perspective from my world, but I think that I would love to see a national strategy around funding and building science parks. I'll give you just a quick overview of that purpose, and it has to do with the conversation we had in the hallway where you were engaged in a research part, but there was co-location, but there wasn't a value proposition for you to be engaged in that community and stay because there wasn't a real relationship or a unified purpose going forward. And so there, you have to move beyond co-location to do something with intentionality. And the programs and the people and the technologies that get clustered in a science park really build the emergence of a unique fingerprint in a particular business vertical, where if you're investing in building a technology in a particular space, you're going to have the most reasonable likelihood of success to be in that community. You can be successful other places, but your timeline and the investment to get to product or service, market entry that benefits patient is much, much faster. The rest of the world has strategies around place-based innovation. Taiwan, I use this example a lot, 90% of their GDP comes from 4 science parks. China has 150 of them with a massive amount that's coming of intellectual property. And so they're globally recognized sources of intellectual property and regional economic transformation. So I would love to see a national effort around that and get away from sort of the divided nature that we've got with the EDA and the SBA and NSF and some of the tech hubs, things like that, but get a real strategy behind it.
So I have 2 answers, one regarding the FDA and one regarding society in general. Regarding the FDA, 10 years ago, the FDA did, for all practical purposes, recognize aging as a disease. A clinical trial was proposed to look at the impact of metformin on aging, and it was approved by the FDA. They agreed on a clinical endpoint, which was complicated and did not use the word aging, but which absolutely was aging in all but name. And the FDA said yes. The FDA has done its bit, and it blows my mind that the industry has completely ignored that. It is completely scandalous, and it is not the FDA's fault. Regarding society, 6 years ago, an interesting thing happened. The world had a new problem, and it wasn't in favor of it. It was called COVID. And the world said to its elected representatives, fix this, please. And the elected representatives duly tore up all of the regulatory inertia and bureaucratic institutionalism that normally holds things back and makes them take so long, with the result that multiple vaccines were developed and globally distributed in 1 year, when previously the world record had been 10 years. The only problem that we have with aging is that it's not a new problem. It's a problem that society has learnt to be very fatalist about and to put out of its mind, with the result that aging is not treated the same way. Our goal must be to make aging the new COVID.
So, I just want to thank each of my panelists for, again, their passion and the value they're bringing to bring about real progress in this field. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, with all the mention of the FDA in this session, that this is a time of extraordinary regulatory change. And with that comes the loss of some certainty in some initiatives that might have been priorities in the past, and the opportunity to think differently, creatively, and maybe push new agendas forward. So with that, I'll just say that it's an incredible time right now, and we get to shape it. We're very lucky. Thank you all for your contribution. I really appreciate the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Just to remind, thank you for that great discussion on the process of aging and the newer technologies. tackling it. So now it's lunchtime. Like yesterday, please note that there are 2 lunches going on. So who's ever been invited to the invite-only luncheon, co-hosted by ASPS Ventures and Blackpoint Capital, this is going to take place at the patio of the Galley restaurant, which is at the far end of the corridor near the registration desk. The general lunch for all attendees will be, like yesterday, on the lawn outside, but feel free to eat wherever if it's a bit too warm outside. All right, and we'll be back at about 1:30 for the next panel. Thank you.
Don't turn it off. Don't turn it off. I kinda like it. Don't turn it off. Don't turn it off. I kinda like it.
say I love you, say I'm crazy. Still, I keep on coming back for more. slowly moving out of sight. We've been lost, calling it a night. If only you could see me now, trying to make it through it all somehow. Change your heart. So come back and give me a sign of your love. Come back and give me a sign of your love. Come back and give me a sign of your love. Come back and give me a sign of your love. So come back and give me a sign of your love. Come back and give me a sign of your love. You are slowly moving out of sight. We've been lost, calling it a night.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MedTech World North America, Day 2. I hope you all had a fantastic lunch. The weather is fantastic at the moment. Thank you once again for joining us. We're very humbled by your presence at our first North America flagship conference. Very big things to come, and we have some special announcements coming later, which I'm very excited to make and share with you all. In the meantime, it's my honor to present the next set of panelists who are going to be talking about a very important topic on exit by design, how the best MedTech companies engineer their acquisition. So please give a warm welcome to fellow panelists, starting with our moderator, Cale Gerverick, Managing Director at TD Cowen, Tasneem Dawadwala, Founding Partner at Excelstar Ventures, Rachel Nutten, CEO and Founder at Alluvia Studio, and Oren Gelman, President and CEO at Artrolens. Please give them a warm round of applause.
Exit by design, how the best companies engineer their acquisition.
All right. Thank you all for coming, and congratulations. You've made it to the afternoon of day number last of the conference. So really appreciate you all being here. By way of introduction, I am Cale Gerverick, Managing Director at TD Cowen. I'm on the Medical Technology Investment Banking team, been part of the platform for 11 years. TD Cowen is the most active book runner of healthcare equities and the fourth most active strategic advisor. Enough about me. Looking forward to turning it over to our esteemed panelists. Tasneem?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tasneem Dawadwala, and I'm the founding partner of Excelstar Ventures. We've been investing in medical devices since 2011. We generally like to invest after there's been some either scientific or clinical validation, but we do go early. We take a pretty active role in the company, not activist, active. We want to be great partners with you. We really believe that when we invest in a company, it's kind of like a marriage. We're going to be working together for a really long time, and we want to really be a value-add partner. And we invest throughout the life cycle of our company. And we invest specifically in therapeutic medical devices.
Hi, I'm Rachel Nutten. I'm CEO of Alluvia Studio, and we are a MedTech marketing agency. We support companies of all sizes. We have very large brands that are our committed clients, like Intuitive Surgical, Edwards Life Sciences, BD, J&J MedTech. But we also work with startups, often in the very early stages, working on pitch decks, and which we consider the very beginning of your brand, helping you identify like what's your story, your foundation of your brand, which is all of the things that you don't see. It's your mission, your purpose, your value proposition, really nailing that so that as you continue to tell your story, it's clear and your value to the market is very obvious.
And hello, everybody. Glad everybody made it here to the last session. My name is Oren Gelman. I'm president and CEO at Artrolens. We're basically bringing machine vision with machine learning into orthopedic ORs. We're still early stage, so this is going to be a great conversation for us in the early part because we still are dreaming, right, of how this exit is going to be, and it's a great opportunity for us to plan that. Most of my experience, however, that we'll be discussing on this panel is really at my time at J&J MedTech, DePuy Synthes, and Stryker. I've got 20 plus years at the strategics. That we'll be certainly talking. So I've had a number of acquisitions from that strategic side, both at Stryker in the early days, so to speak. Bringing on new technologies when we bought things at that technology stage. Then all the way through to in my final couple of years at Stryker, the acquisition of Mako Surgical. Right, so thinking about it that way. Then at J&J MedTech, was certainly involved in two acquisitions, and finally at DePuy Synthes, also integration of some of our technologies that we ended up purchasing. So happy to talk about that today. Hopefully everybody finds it of value, and I'm excited to chat with everybody here today.
Fantastic. Thank you all. Exit by Design, the name of the panel. Obviously, we want to focus on the big shiny item at the end of the tunnel, or at the end of the rainbow. But what really matters is kind of how you start. So I really want to focus on how do you rationally design the company for that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, and some learnings that you've had over your career.
Starting with me?
Yeah. Go
Oh, okay. Well, I haven't exited a company, so I'm the least qualified to talk on the subject right now. But what I can tell you is that we have been along the journey for a couple of companies that were acquired. One is Endospan, and the other is LimFlow, which was acquired by Inari, which was then acquired by Stryker quite recently. And we don't get involved in the deal-making part of the process. Where we get involved is telling the story very clearly and making sure that the company is professional and that the value is communicated through materials. And for us, that's often in presentations. I was getting ready for this panel, and I was just looking through my files and kind of thinking, like, what was it that we did, and what did we keep seeing? And communicating story through clinical presentation, through company presentations, through opportunities like this, we've been on that path. And what I see is the same thing I see in the strategics that are great at marketing is consistency. I know you need to be prepared to pivot and learn and get feedback, but from my observation, the ones that do really well are very committed and consistent, and that's because they're true to who they are as a brand, as a company, and what their purpose is. And that's how it manifests to us when we see it throughout that journey.
So, I mean, I think that when we're talking about early stages and preparing for, early companies, what should be thinking about an exit? Obviously, number one is you build a company to always be a standalone entity. It should be strong enough so when you're setting up your company, think about the idea of never exiting. And I know nobody wants to think about that, but there are lots of very successful private companies that remain private and successful and solid and pay dividends. So that's what you have to think about. How do I build an independent company? The best companies get bought, they don't get sold. So we have to keep that sort of nuance, and you must all know that. I think for when we're looking at companies and evaluating their exit potential, we think about, are there strategics that already have a sales channel in that space that you're going to be selling to? Do they already have a valuable franchise that they're going to want to protect that maybe your product is going to impinge on? And so will they be motivated? Is there a strategic fit with that strategic? And we're talking about exit, through acquisition. I think those are really important. But I think the one thing, if I had to say that's the most important, is that at every point of inflection, you need to make sure that you preserve the option to go it alone. So you could be bought, or you could raise the next round. You could finish your clinic. You need to make sure at every opportunity, every place where there's a point of potential exit, you have the opportunity to stay independent and keep doing what you need to do and build value.
And so that's exactly the point that I'd build on there, which is, as a company, the thing that will deliver you the most value, hands down, is the ability to make an impact commercially. And so when you think about that, that means that you continue to develop your product, your solution, service, right, to have that impact at the end of the day. And most of us are building, right, these products, right, these companies to have an impact on a patient at the end of the day. And that keeps you extremely focused. And it does preserve all the potential options. And the way you're always going to be most valuable is where you have the most impact. It's always at that patient level. And I am in conversations and have been part of conversations where designing for FDA approval and then exit is a really precarious position to be in. Because if you're designing for FDA approval, a lot of times you're jettisoning some of the most value aspects of what you can be doing overboard because maybe it cost a little too much, or maybe, it might have been a little bit more complicating to get you just to that approval, but you've missed a great opportunity at the end of the day to create a lot of value commercially. And so without even knowing, you've kind of made some concessions and ultimately affected your valuation at the end of the day, or at least your probability, right, of having more options later on. And so I agree completely. When you build, right, to go it alone, or to build to essentially have the most impact on the patient, that's always going to be the best option. And whatever you can do to preserve that along the way, that would actually then give you the most options of exit and probably make you more attractive than you ever imagined.
And Oren, I just want to say one thing really fast, which is a lot of times companies are picking between like 510K and a PMA. And obviously PMAs are more complicated. They're take more time, more money. But if you're building to be an independent company, you may decide the PMA is really the type of rigor and clinical body of evidence that you need to stay independent and to be the most valuable asset, versus 510K is just sort of like that quick, like, okay, well, we can get 510K, now we're FDA approved, and now we can get bought. So you have to be really careful. You always have to say, if we're going to stay independent, what is the best path? And that should always sort of frame your big decisions.
Can I interject with a question, Kale?
Absolutely.
It sounds to me like, a lot of founders don't have the background to do that, right? They created a solution because they saw a clinical need in their clinical setting or with a family member or something like that. I'll ask this for anybody up here, but how would an early stage company CEO founder learn everything they need to learn to get through that process? I imagine it would be a lot, right?
And love the question. We were talking about this before.
Yeah.
If you're a first-time CEO, have an experienced board. Like, it's so important. And kind of bringing in the board members at these critical junctures of the company. We're going through the key milestones, right? The PMA versus 510K, the first patient enrolled, the pilot study, kind of all of those. If you're a first-time CEO, lean on the village that you've created around you, because you're going to need them. And those folks that are experienced, they have the wherewithal to say, here's the value inflection point. I think that is critical. Also, there are a ton of people out there that want to be helpful at that, like almost too much. But be discerning, of course, of who you're getting the advice from, but don't shy away. Advisors do want to be helpful.
I also think as a CEO, the hardest thing to sometimes do is really reflect on what you don't do well or you don't know. It's always the stuff that you don't know that trips you up. And so you have to surround people, in my opinion, that are complementary to you. It could be around your experience. It could be small company versus large company. It can be commercial. It can be versus science, whatever it may be. Just make sure that they are rounding you out versus just being an echo of who you are. Because it's great if everybody agrees with all your ideas, but I actually think that's not productive. What's more productive is a board member that's going to ask you a whole bunch of questions that gets you thinking about whether the path you're picking is the right path or not. In the end, you are CEO, buck stops with you, you have to make the decisions, but you should do it from an informed position that you have a lot of data before you make a decision.
Yeah, and I also think you should extend that out. I mean, the same way, experienced leaders would build their teams, that's how I would also go about with, building your boards exactly. How do they best augment you? But I would also extend that still to your teams. I've seen a couple, right, where, come in and, a lot of them are yes people, right, and all of the same mind. And that's a really precarious position to be in, because you should be making decisions where you need alternative perspectives. You need to be challenged, right? And that certainly can come from internally, but also through your board, right? So both of those. But I would say start with your team for sure, internal, and then have that extend all the way out through your external advisors.
As we're talking about board members, it's a good segue into the financing that you have to go through and kind of the seed, Series A, Series B, et cetera. What comes first in your guys' mind? The strategic interest or the institutional investor VC fund?
So, I think just to put it plainly, when you're a beggar, you can't be a chooser right early on. So with that as kind of the understanding, hey, I'll take anything, right? Whoever wants to invest early, that's fine. But also understand, if you do get a strategic involved earlier, you can lean on that a little bit as well, for continuous advice and feedback as you go. But understand that it's going to be that strategic's perspective, right? And you also then have to balance that with what's best, again, for the ultimate goal, which is to commercialize, build a company that can stand it alone, right? To commercialize something that's going to be of value, right, to the patient, not just you're building something to get integrated maybe into a strategic, right? So I would say that.
And I also think, I also agree. I mean, I think generally an institutional investor generally comes in before a strategic. They could be coming in together at the same round, but for me, the timing is a little less important. Sometimes the strategic can yield credibility, but for example, we had a board where there was a strategic that it was very clear that they wouldn't be able to buy the company because of competitive issues. And so, yeah, they were on the board, but it wasn't like yielding us any credibility because everybody else knew in the market that they weren't going to buy us. So you have to think about that a little bit. But I think what's really critical with the strategic is how are they connected to you? Are they on the board? Are they an observer? Do they have major veto rights to things? Do they have a first right of refusal? Do they have a first right of negotiation? Do they have just information rights? I mean, you need to control that because you don't want to, do they have some sort of commercial exclusivity over certain markets? The last thing you want to do is have a relationship with the strategic that basically makes you beholden to them and their strategy and potentially boxes you out from optionality, which we talked about earlier, right, is really important. And the other thing I would say about that is you don't want to create a situation where it's their agenda at play versus your agenda at play. You have to define that relationship with them.
Maybe on that point of rights, and kind of what you want to hold close to the vest versus are able to give up. Is there any thoughts in terms of specific rights that the strategic could ask for and you say yay or nay?
I'm okay with a board observer strategic because they don't have any voting capacity, and then they're kept abreast on what's going on with the company, so you're keeping them close. And then obviously in closed session, they're going to drop off, especially if they're in the same space as you. I think information rights are also fine. I think even a first right of negotiation, if you want to give it, you can give it. If you have to give it, depending on what they're putting in. But also make sure that check is worth it size-wise. I mean, if they're putting in a small check, then the rights should be commiserate.
Yeah, I'd agree with all of that, and obviously they're the strategics getting involved because they have interest, and so you've got to balance that. You definitely do, and I agree that optionality is probably the most important thing. But then again, sometimes the reality is, startups are in a certain situation, and depending on your situation, you may or may not have that option, right? So. That being understood, the preference would be to maintain, right, your flexibility and just understand, there's an interest when there's a strategic involved, and there's lots of other structures that you can go with as well. You've seen a lot of them out there, the code development under a third party entity or something where you can literally, right, you transfer some capabilities, right, to a third entity, so you still have your potential optionality, but then maybe you co-develop in the third entity. There's a couple of those structures out there, so keep your options open, so to speak, but also make sure you understand where your position is and what you actually own and value. And like I said, and like we've been talking about, to maintain that. I love that phrase, maintain your optionality. I think that should be in big letters, probably on a office door or on your screensaver.
Can't talk about financing without valuation. I'll ask a loaded question. Should you take the highest valuation at all cost?
I'll throw out, I love to see the big numbers. Absolutely, right? Yes, let's go in that direction. But the challenge, there's going to be challenges with that. And I'm a CEO, but I'm not necessarily the best finance person. So I bring that in, and again, from my perspective, there's an emotional tie to the size of the valuation, but I've heard the other side of the story where that might not necessarily be the best thing. So from my perspective, I'd love that big number, but that's I'll pass it along because there's baggage there that we were talking about earlier, but I don't want to steal anybody's thunder.
Yeah, I just want to know how big of a concern is overvaluation.
Okay, I think overvaluation is a big concern. Let's just break it down a little bit. So first of all, number one, to me, let's start at the foundation. The foundation is your market size. You really got to be really thoughtful about your market size. And I guarantee you, any investor who does diligence, and there are some that don't, but we do diligence. And I think most investors do diligence. They're going to shrink your market. They will. And probably they're right. So be really thoughtful. Be very very deliberate about your market. And they're not going to underwrite a market that you think you could get in 20 years. They're going to underwrite the first addressable market. And then that is sort of like your baseline, right? So your market, let's just say strategic will pay maybe half of that. I mean, Cale, do you feel like that's right? I mean, based on transactions, half of what the full market is. $1 billion market, strategic's going to wrap you around a $500 million valuation. Okay, so now if you're raising money and your valuation is $600 million, how does that work? How does a $600 million post-money work on a $1 billion market when a strategic's paying $500? You're already getting yourself into a position now that it's going to be painful. So be thoughtful about how much you raise, because every time you raise, technically your valuation's going up. So there's going to come a threshold where you are raising so much that you may get priced out of a strategic purchasing you, and you may have to go IPO. Now, back to maintaining optionality, what just happened? You just killed one of your options. So that's important. So how much are you really raising, and at what valuation? I mean, it's great if you get a crazy valuation, but if no one is actually buying your asset for that valuation, who cares? It's monopoly money. If you get a $600 million valuation, but no one's going to buy you for more than $400, I don't care that you got a $600 million valuation. Who cares? It's not valuable. What's valuable is when somebody transfers you $400 million, right? So just think about that. Get yourself really thinking hard about the math. And you could have potentially board members that haven't done that calculus, and they may keep pushing you to raise more and more money, or they may have other agendas, right? They come in late, they want you to raise a lot of money, but you as the CEO have to be thoughtful about whether you're going to let that happen or not. There is something where you are too expensive, you've raised too much money, and then the math doesn't work.
I would, on that point, we are still experiencing the hangover from 2021 and 2022 valuations. A lot of books have been marked down. You've seen a lot of investment dollars that have come in at 60%, 40%, 60% haircuts. You just can't recover from that, what I'll call up round, to having to do a down round afterwards.
I keep just asking questions instead of answering them, but I would imagine there are many people in here who think that would be a really nice problem to have, to be overvalued. What are the ways that people can raise value, like they should be thinking about early on when they're maybe not at the point where they're worried about overvalue?
I would say probably the best thing you can do is actually start with a good valuation and a reasonable market assessment. Right, so you're not taking liberties. Everybody loves the hockey stick in year 20 through 25. That's fantastic, and let's take the present value of that, and boom, look at what we got here. This is a steal. Well, that's not realistic, right, at the end of the day, and nor when anybody credible is going to come in and start potentially writing a check for you, they're going to look at that and kind of, give you a couple of negative points for credibility, right, at the end of the day. So you want to start in a good, realistic space right off the bat is, I think, step number one.
I actually see that missing from a lot of pitch decks that we work on when we're working with founders. There's lack of clarity around the market sizing, or there's a lot of hand waving and it's just huge. Just look at these names, and it's billions and billions and billions, and it doesn't seem like a realistic proposition that you're showing an investor if you've not really done the homework to figure out what's realistic and what kind of commercial plan that you could put into place to bring a product like that to market to meet that particular need. To me, it seems like having the homework and the discipline to make some decisions about your beachhead and do your homework and then say, this is how we realistically think we can hit the market would be more palatable.
So I think we do need to make a distinction there. I just want to be really, really clear. There's a big difference between certain pitch decks start with like a total addressable market, and we absolutely, blow the doors off that. Still be credible, but, blow the doors off that and make sure that your solution, right, is hitting the biggest target it can. But then ultimately, when you get to the numbers part, typically right at the end of a deck, typically not in public presentations, right, that you would have, be very realistic.
That's a great clarification. Thanks.
We've made it this far. Let's start talking to the strategics. How often should you be giving updates to the strategics on the progress that you've made?
Okay, I feel very strongly about this. First of all, relationships really matter, and it takes time to build a relationship. That being said, just like any normal consumer, you want to buy the next shiny penny or next shiny thing. If you have been talking to them for 10 years, missing milestones, delayed, sluggish enrollment, you're not the shiny penny. They'll take the meeting because they're taking all the meetings. But so there's an art between over-communicating and building the relationship. And it's almost like I hate to use this analogy, but it's like playing a little hard to get. Remember, if you preserved your optionality, you were hard to get. You are not being sold. You have to be bought. Right? So I think major milestones. It's a great time to update a strategic. Not every single time you're at any conference that they're at. Do you have something to update them with besides saying hello? And let your science and your clinical data speak for itself. I know CEOs who will, in the beginning, just pepper to a strategic that they already have a relationship with, that they're working on this, and then they don't really talk to them until they actually have something to talk about. When you have real data, you have clinical evidence, you're getting close to your FDA approval, that's real. And that's when they're going to start getting engaged. And also be very thoughtful about what's going on at the strategics. Did they just get an acquisition that they just fell flat on their face about in a similar market as yours? Maybe not the right time to be talking to them. Are they going through a massive management upheaval? Maybe not the right time to talk. Your message is falling on deaf ears. So be strategic about how you talk to strategics. But I really think it's if I could leave a message is be the shiny penny. Stay the shiny penny. Don't get stale. And I think that goes for investors too. Stay shiny, because then investors have that sense of FOMO that they want to invest with you.
Yeah, I'd agree with that 1,000,000% and also tack on to it, right? There's also a dependence on what stage you're at, right? Early on, it can be really easy to just over-update, right? And the earlier you are, the more likely it is that you're going to miss some of these milestones here and there as you're building. And so think about the story that you're actually telling. You're telling, yep, it seems like they have some decent technology, but man, they're having a tough road and kind of getting there. But it's a normal road. It's not as if it's not. But, think about what you're communicating by the length of time that you're communicating. I do think that building those relationships early on will ultimately prove extremely valuable. Because, and we were all talking about this a little bit before, there's going to be a moment when you guys are hot and heavy with strategic and thinking about acquisition, and then there's that inflection point, that moment, heavy in conversation, and the deal's about to fall apart. I think it's in every single deal. Deal's about to fall apart. That's where that relationship will actually come back. Can you make the back channel conversation, the call, smooth things over, reflect back on, do you remember when, right? Whatever it is, it could be either a business thing or remember when our kids went together somewhere. Whatever it is, the fact that you have a relationship opens up that opportunity to salvage something, right, that may have otherwise gone south. And every deal goes through that at some point, at least through my experience. I've not been through one that has just been swimmingly smooth.
I agree. I mentioned I don't have a lot of experience doing this, but I did consult with a couple of companies where they had very early stage devices, and we were going to some of the big strategics. And I was pleasantly surprised how easy it was to establish the relationships. So they really wanted to hear from our group that we were working with. I'll keep the updates, keep a quarterly update, something like that going on. Not too much information, but more accessible than I would have imagined.
Well, just to continue on there, I mean, here's a little secret. Take a look at everybody's innovation budgets over time and how much are they actually growing those teams, and parse out acquisition and integration. Just take all those money and put those aside and look at what they're actually developing internally. They are building machines to purchase, right? Essentially is the feedback from the strategics at this point. So they do want to have conversations. Why not? I mean, this is part of the ecosystem. We're willing to take risks that they're simply not, right? No longer are they going through these 15-year development plans, right, for bringing new technology to market. That's just not happening. They're looking at acquiring and integrating, maybe building off of. So keep that in mind as well.
So we actually had a situation which ended up working out really well, and we were able to exit profitably just early this year. But there was a moment where we actually had to. So there was a lot of noise around this company, a lot of excitement, a lot of attention, and very large market that it was playing in, and we had to stumble. We had to pause the clinical trial. We had to pause the pivotal clinical trial. It wasn't imposed on us, but it was the decision that the company made because it was best for patient outcomes. Paused, had to redesign. I mean, it was a slog for 9 months, and we went from being the belle of the ball to having a hard time getting doctors to pay attention for enrollment. Doctors appreciated the fact that we proactively paused the trial out of good judgment, and we got a lot of brownie points for that, but we were the shiny penny. Then we were the penny that everybody stepped over for a little while, and we had to work really hard to become the shiny penny again. So I'm just saying, I've seen it. I've seen how the tides can turn so quickly. So that's why your cadence and your quality and your thoughtfulness around communication is really important. You may have board members that keep saying, oh, did you talk to this person? Did you talk to them? And you as the CEO have to help them understand potentially why it'd be a good time or a bad time to have that conversation.
Yeah, definitely war game almost not only every interaction, right, but the whole engagement process, right? War game it. See where your value is, where you can extend yourself, right? What they're going through. I think we spoke a lot about that, but, a lot of times we just don't war game because there's so many other things to go on, right?
There's a fine line between confirmatory diligence and opposition research. How do you see the navigation with the strategics in terms of they're circling, they may have even put in a term sheet, but they want to do some more diligence. How does that relationship?
Pass.
Go after you. It's a tough one.
So I think I'll be broad strokes because I think every deal is so different. And I'm gonna do a plug for the bankers here. I was a long time ago a banker, so maybe I have a little bit of a soft spot for bankers. At least in the exits that I've experienced with the companies that I've been on the board with, bankers have actually been a very important and helpful part of the puzzle. Sometimes board members are coming to the table as you get an offer. You got to keep the circle tight. Everybody's not finding out because, as we said, deal could fall through. So you as a company got to preserve your optionality, and your company's got to keep executing on whatever you were doing, right? The whole transaction thing, it's got to stay tight, not distract everybody, even though it's going to be a huge lift for the management team to do that diligence and prepare. So now bankers. Bankers can be a great way to get the board members to coalesce around the strategy. When is there if you look at the banker's proposal and you see how much money you could actually make an exit, maybe it'll tell you we really shouldn't be raising more money because we're gonna price ourselves out, right? So bankers can be a great barometer for what's out there in the market. They can say things to strategics that you as the CEO don't or shouldn't say, but they can say because they're neutral. And I have just felt that they've given good advice. You don't have to take all of it, but it's good to have it, right? More information points. I haven't found them to be in the way. And in terms of confirmatory diligence, I think, look, here are the red lines. When they start moving the goalposts on you, they keep opening more and more and more diligence items. They blow past their timelines. The cadence of communication drops down. They're suddenly not being responsive. They're trying to push some crazy exclusivity period on you. Those are all things that start looking kind of too hairy, and that you need to think about it.
Yeah, I'll take it a little bit earlier on, because when you engage earlier on, right, you're going to have a lot of these conversations, which is they're probably still making build versus buy decisions, right? And so thinking about it in that term, I wouldn't share a lot in those moments. I don't care if you have an NDA or you don't. I just would not share a lot in those moments. I'd be very guarded. What is absolutely locked down is what you share. Don't go prognosticating on what you might potentially do in certain situations. That's called free consultation for the competition, right? And you don't want to go down that road either. You definitely want to build a relationship. You want to seem credible, but you also don't want to tip the scales in the favor of build versus what you want, which is for them to decide on buy, right? So I would put that in early on, right, as you engage with the strategics, because you're always going to have these conversations. Then they're going to bring a team, and you're going to have 10 people around the table, and they each have their function, and they're trying to figure stuff out too. That's why they're talking to you. They like your space. They're trying to figure it out. Just keep reinforcing why you're so valuable and why they need you, because they can't do it on their own. Period. That's the part I would stick to in that section of the conversation.
We've hit on advisors a little bit. Listen, advisors see this 100 times as a CEO. You see this obviously one time with that company, maybe a couple times in your career. When do you hire an advisor? When do you hire a bank?
So we did early, right? And in a lot of them that I've seen successfully have had those relationships early on. And the reason being is, we talked about a lot of things, like what's a reasonable valuation, right? What are those things? Investment banker can help you with that, right? It can be the yin to my yang of, I want the biggest number I can get. Well, then they'll come and say, well, you're not exactly going to raise money that way, right? So having them on and engaged early is really good. Having them involved when you're developing relationships across is also good, because as we talked about, you might get into trouble later on. And you need that independent third party that really understands the journey and can be an intermediary at that critical point in time, right? That you need them. So I would argue for early on.
Yeah, and it takes time, right? Like a lot of companies will interview with a couple of firms. It's not like you're just going to like Rolodex and call them up and they're going to be there for you when you need them. So I think it's better to engage early, have a relationship. The banker, they know it's about the relationship too. They don't expect you to like transact right away. And as long as maybe you pick, they know that they've been picked, they've been selected, and then they support. And when it's time to transact, if I would caution, if there's a banker that's forcing you to transact and you think it's not the right time, and neither does the board, that probably isn't a good fit. And I think that you can talk to other CEOs about bankers that they've used.
Yeah. When do you hire TD Cowen? No, I really appreciate it. Know we're running out of time. Maybe just some parting shots that we can give in terms of advice or otherwise.
It's easy. Be the shiny penny. Preserve optionality for me.
I'm biased from a marketing perspective, but I would say also have a marketing advisor as part of your team, preparing you for your go-to-market strategy and commercialization, because there's a lot of value that we can add through the process.
I'll go one level deeper on the optionality is to make sure you're keeping your core competency right and your ultimate goal, which is making an impact on the patient at the end of the day for most of us. And if you're doing that, and doing that as your North Star, you'll do a lot of these other things just by matter of course. So make sure you understand where your value is. Definitely follow that patient and making sure that you're delivering maximal value in that arena. And some of these other things are going to work themselves out.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the audience for listening and really appreciate the time.
Thank you, dear panelists, for a very excellent discussion on acquisition. I'd love to now introduce our next panelist on a topic that's already been touched upon brilliantly, but I'm sure that it's definite that this panel will continue to build on those insights into discussing how we go beyond the algorithm and how AI is being built, powered, and deployed in healthcare. Introducing on stage our moderator, Hawkins Gay, cardiac electrophysiologist at Northwestern Medicine, and the panelists, Sam Cedar, Chief Growth Officer at Giga Energy, Joshua Lampert, cardiac electrophysiologist and Director of Machine Learning at Mount Sinai Hospital, and Dr. Zara Timsa, CEO at Igentic AI. Please give a warm round of applause.
Beyond the algorithm, how AI is being built, powered, and deployed in healthcare.
All right. Well, I just want to thank MedTech World for having all of us up here and giving us a chance to speak about what I think is a very interesting topic. Our panel is Beyond the Algorithm, how is AI being built, powered, and deployed in healthcare. I'd also say probably important to discuss how it's being monitored as well. It's a pretty diverse panel of professionals from across the AI deployment stack, so I think we'll get a lot of different perspectives. We have a frontline physician, a governance and compliance expert, and someone from the energy and infrastructure side of things. So I'll introduce myself and then give each of you a minute to kind of discuss your backgrounds as well. And then I definitely would like to, as we go through this, give a chance for audience to ask questions to the panelists. So certainly if there's anything that you all think of throughout the panel, feel free to raise your hand, and we'll give you some time to speak up as well. But my name's Hawkins Gay. I'm an electrophysiologist. I work for Northwestern University. About 80% of what I do is clinical care, taking care of patients, doing procedures, things like that. I spend a little bit of time helping with our implementation. How do we bring new technology, algorithms, AI into the clinic and decide if they're useful for our physicians and helping with our patient care and things like that. And then I also write a newsletter about cardiovascular AI and technology and how it's being adopted and investigated. I'll just let you all introduce yourselves again.
Great to meet everybody. My name is Sam Cedar. I'm the Chief Growth Officer for a company called Giga Energy. We are a data center developer as well as a equipment manufacturer for the energy sector. And so the biggest question for AI is, how do you power this all? What actually happens when you type into ChatGPT a query? What happens? Where does it go? What does that processing look like? What does the networking layer look like? And so we build all of that. We manufacture all of that. I don't know if gigawatts and megawatts mean anything to anybody in this room, but we've manufactured about 6.5 gigawatts worth of equipment. We have data centers all over the U.S., and we can dive into what the actual demands and needs are in order to be able to power all the different compute that everybody in this room is working on applications and software layers for.
Hi, everyone. I'm Josh Lampert. I'm also clinically an electrophysiologist, like Hawkins. And I also lead all of our machine learning work at Mount Sinai Health System in New York for all of our cardiovascular use cases. That goes from model development to presenting to governance, operationalizing them, surveilling them afterwards, and then developing some new computational approaches.
My name is Zara Timsa. I'm the co-founder and CEO of a company called Agentic. So Agentic is a company that provides an operating system for highly regulated industries in healthcare specifically. We work extensively with MedTech companies, pharma, biotech companies to empower them with an operating system that allows them to achieve compliance, whether with internal standards, controls, processes, or external regulations like FDA, MHRA, and so on. I've been working on AI for 17 years now. I've been an executive at companies like MassMutual, IQVIA, GSK as well. Spent some years in academia as a professor. So thank you for having me here today.
All right. So I'll get started. I just kind of want to pose a question to everyone up here that just gets really right to the heart of why we were asked to speak. But I think most people, when they're thinking about implementing AI in healthcare, are focusing on the model or the software or the use case. But there are obviously a lot of other aspects involved in implementing AI or any technology in the healthcare settings specifically. And I'm just interested, from each of your individual vantage points, what do you see as the most underappreciated barrier to implementing useful AI in the healthcare sector?
Yeah, we can just go down the line here a little bit. So I think there's something that's really interesting about the data center world. We'll start there. In that everybody talks about the lack of power, how there's a power shortage, there's not enough compute to be able to handle it all. And what's interesting is there's something called firm power and curtailable power. And firm power basically means the utility, or the power grid, needs to guarantee a certain amount of power regardless of how much you use, versus curtailable power means when the peak gets up on a hot day, when there's a lot of load on the utility, for example, you can curtail. So the utility can tell our data centers, hey, use a little bit less power today. And that becomes a really interesting opportunity, what we call in the data center industry stranded power, which means it's available only at certain times. And so therefore it creates a opportunity where there's different types of AI loads. So some loads, if you're running a hospital, for example, and you need that algorithm to work, you need to do remote surgery, for example. You need it to work. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It has to be operating. Versus there's other opportunities where you're querying something and you don't really care if it doesn't work some of the time. It's just kind of for research purposes. And so dividing the load between the firm versus the curtailable opens up a tremendous amount of bandwidth and capacity for compute that can be used for different types of research. So that's kind of from the data center angle, from the energy angle, that there right now everybody's just focused on firm, and there's this whole other part of the industry that has available power, that has available compute. It's just at a different uptime. And so I think dividing the industry for what is the use case for the type of compute you're looking for is what's really needed next.
Energy, of course, obviously critically important. The maintenance costs for a node for our supercomputer exceed $80,000 a year, just for energy and cooling and some rack space. But I think fundamentally, one of the biggest challenges for implementation is that we're trying to build these new tools with newly available mathematical approaches in a very antiquated system. If you really take a step back and think about how healthcare is practiced, we take tools and they have some degree of performance that we measure over a population, and then I'm sitting in the office and there's a patient in front of me and I have to tell them, okay, we're going to do this because this population of people behaves similarly and you kind of fit in demographically into what they look like. And so hopefully you'll have a similar outcome. And that's at best mathematically inelegant. And so I think that's one of the core issues amongst many other issues in terms of governance structures, regulatory approvals and incentives that can create barriers to implementation.
I would say mainly there is the human element to it, and this is something that sometimes is taken as, hey, this is like a simple aspect or whatnot, but no, it's very important. I find like from my clients, the majority of the time, those teams are not ready yet for AI adoption, which is a struggle. They don't understand how AI works. They think that AI is ChatGPT or Claude or something of that sort. And if you don't understand a technology, it becomes very difficult to use it. And another challenge is having legacy systems, making it very difficult for AI to be integrated into those legacy systems. Basically, integrating AI blindly into your workflow is very dangerous, and it can be a limiting factor to adopting AI. So I would say, number one, having your company be ready for AI adoption from an infrastructure level, but also having the people at the company ready for AI adoption by, of course, understanding how it works and what to use it for.
Yeah, that's interesting that you say that. One of the barriers that I have seen in medicine, and I don't know if it's always appreciated, is, and Josh, maybe you have seen this too, is just individual provider hesitancy to use these models. Whether it's because they don't understand it, or maybe the benefit of this model is going to be more of a long-term thing, and a lot of people in medicine are focused on short-term gains. How can I increase my efficiency and speed up my day right now, not down the line? There's just a lot of hesitancy to adopt new tools, and I've seen that. Even though providers will use, statistical, we have statistical risk scores that we use all the time, and I guarantee you they don't understand all the mathematics behind that, but they're a lot more comfortable with that, maybe just because it's been in practice or used for a longer time. But a new AI tool that's arguably and mathematically, statistically proven to be a lot more accurate diagnostically, they still have a hesitancy about it because they don't fully understand it. I don't know if you've seen that at all.
Yeah, I think that we can all appreciate, probably no better than the sales folks, is how to overcome the physician's ego. And I think that comes in a lot of different flavors over the course of this process. And one is just, frankly, the bias is that you go through medical school, you spend 4 years studying all the time, or in most cases studying all the time, and you feel like you are doing the right thing and that you develop strong feelings over what is the right way to treat a patient. And the reality is that this is an evolving process, and there's new mathematical approaches now, and frankly, the statistical teaching in medical school is not really sufficient to accommodate these newer, computational approaches. So that's a huge problem. And, it doesn't necessarily need to be ego in the sense that you have a God complex, but it is ego in the sense that you have an outsized feeling that you are doing the right thing because you just don't necessarily know better.
So, Zara, I see a lot of compelling demos in my work, and there's a lot of research about these models that have superhuman capabilities diagnostically or predictively, and they really do. But then very few of these things get, a lot less of them I actually then see later on in clinical practice. And there are probably a lot of reasons behind that, but one certainly I think is just that healthcare is very highly regulated. And are there, what do you see as the biggest governance, oversight, and operational barriers behind deploying AI in healthcare, and how have you kind of dealt with that in your career?
Yeah, I mean, that is the reason for my company's existence, for Igentic, right? So whenever you look at an AI system as an entity in silo, it works. Like you said, if you're looking at a demo, it works. But now when you come to integrate it into your workflow, it's complicated, especially when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to medicine. There is no such thing as one size fits all. Every workflow is different. Every organization at your company, for example, if it's a company, is going to be different. So I would say is you need to make sure that your AI is properly integrated, that the data that is using is relevant, the data that is using is accurate, and also make sure that the AI itself is following regulations. So AI needs to follow SOPs, needs to follow companies' internal regulation, but it also needs to follow external regulations as well. So any AI system that is being used in a hospital or a company cannot go rogue. It needs to have governance by design, meaning governance aspects or elements embedded in it, right, at inference as it's working, not after the fact. And one thing I would note, and it's a cliche, people use it all the time, you need to have a human in the loop. And that is absolutely needed. Like if you are using an AI as a decision support system, whether that's for regulatory affairs or, for example, if in a clinical setting, at the end of the day, you need to have a human be the judge, someone accountable for the results of the AI.
Would you say that there are there any common mistakes or missteps that you see with companies or clients that you've worked with that you've seen over and over again that you would kind of caution people to try to avoid?
Yeah, so companies are using AI, like let's say I see physicians actually use ChatGPT to ask questions and so on, which is fine, absolutely fine. But at the end of the day, you have to rely on your training, on your knowledge, of course, right? Like this human intelligence to be the judge of the results. So don't just go and trust AI blindly. Make sure that any AI system that is being used as well has auditability. Me personally, I will never use an AI system unless I know and I understand what's going in it, what's coming out of it, and the different step it's using to achieve those results. So auditability is key.
Thanks. Sam, I think probably a lot of healthcare audiences don't think about energy infrastructure when they're thinking about deploying AI in healthcare. Why is it something we should start thinking more about?
Yeah, so I think my biggest belief, and I'll caveat this with I'm not a medical professional. I'm a data center guy. I'm an engineer, so I only know so much about the space from a medical side. But the biggest belief I have, and this is medical, it's other worlds as well, is that because of the ability to have compute operate faster than a human brain can, because effectively you have an infinite amount of human brains worth of full of information, full dictionaries that are at your fingertips in milliseconds of speed. And so our ability to go from being reactive in the sense that we get a piece of information, we go sit on it, we go work on it, we get a team spooled up, as opposed to proactive where in real time you can get that information, then all of a sudden it's how big can this go? How much information can I process at a certain period of time? And that's where the energy question comes to. So it's how much compute power does one individual need, one lab team need, one hospital need in order to be able to grow? And it goes back to that same question of how can we be proactive as opposed to reactive? And I know it's a bit of a controversial topic in the medical space right now, but companies like Prenovo and this kind of elective MRIs, but the ability to process information in real time or in near real time allows you to be, once again, proactive instead of reactive, and that's what comes down to that compute question. So it's how can you, instead of getting information and having all these cycle times, how can you reduce those cycle times to condense it into as short a period of time as possible for the furthering of technology, innovation, cures, anything that's in the medical space?
And even if audiences maybe at a conference aren't thinking about this as much, what do you think about health systems or hospitals? Are they aware of this problem? Do they realize the infrastructure demands that adopting AI kind of at full scale are going to place on them?
The answer is I don't think yet. And I think once you have more robotic surgery and you have, so right now there's the data centers that most hospitals use, and you can speak to it as well, are offsite. So there's a latency issue in the sense that there's a physical distance between the data center that you're using versus the on-site response. And as more robotic surgeries come out and more automation within the entire medical field, you're going to need to have on-site data centers such that latency can be reduced. And so that's where the power issue really comes down to, which is when you have an on-site data center, you need a lot of on-site power, which goes to generation, so that's natural gas lines near medical facilities, as well as other types of renewable power and additional grid power.
Fortunately for us, we have our center locally at our main hospital. The latency for inference for us is seconds. But I think in terms of like the implementation question, which is I think what we're all really getting at here, whether it's a human in the loop or using another tool, I think the fundamental problem that I think everyone struggles with, whether it's the governance structure at any institution or the clinician at the bedside, is how are we quantifying uncertainty, right? Because the whole nature, the whole fundamental paradigm of having something in the loop that has some type of experience that can weigh how you're going to, address risks and benefits of whatever outcome or action might be taken based on that information. It all comes down to quantifying uncertainty, and we can mathematically do that well now, differently, that we couldn't do even 5 years ago. The question then comes, what is the role of the physician in that setting compared to the engineer, compared to the company that's providing the software? Is there a UI error that may cause a display layer flag error, right? And not have an issue at all with the model computing a positive risk of an outcome, right? So there are all these different layers of error. Being able to quantify uncertainty and flag and have quality checks along the way is helpful. And then also, again, for the physician to be able to take a step back and maybe also go back to fundamentals. Maybe our future, for those of us, doing procedures, I still think, at least in EP, we're going to be doing procedures for quite some time.
Hopefully.
But even for the non-procedural use cases, at the end of the day, we take an oath when we graduate and when we start to first do no harm. And I think that's really where the physician's going to go back to, is being the final layer of protection, the first and final layer of protection for the patient. I think that's where we'll end up.
So I'll just to stay with you for a little bit. You work for a big health system at Mount Sinai in New York. Where have you seen like success cases? What AI cases have already been deployed in your system successfully? Is there anything about the success stories that that you think would be meaningful for people looking to do this in the future?
Yeah, I think the easiest example is really like the AI ECG space. Whether we're detecting patients with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, which is a very thickened heart where the patients are at risk of stroke and sudden cardiac death, but also patients with a low ejection fraction, weaker hearts, and those patients have adverse outcomes as well and can really benefit from optimized medical therapy. We've also seen cases in which patients had full descriptions of the disease process on an ultrasound of their heart, an echocardiogram that they already had, but nobody put the letters or the abbreviation of the disease, such as hypertrophic cardiomyopathy or HCM, in it. And then the model would flag those patients. And then we revisited that case with the treatment team, and then the patient got diagnosed, and then was referred for a defibrillator or so forth, and had genetic testing because it can be a heritable disease that you can pass on to kids. And so we've had some really great success in not just identifying, but also new cases, but revisiting ones that were already missed.
Yeah. So, Zara, how should health systems think about safety and oversight as these models are being deployed in real time? Because a lot of these models now are being continuously updated and continuously changed, and they're being used by multiple clinical teams throughout the health system. But a lot of our, regulatory environment is static. We have to meet a certain regulation at one point in time, which you might do, but then the model adapts over time, and there's not as, does the way we, conduct oversight need to change, and how the health systems think about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So when it comes to artificial intelligence, obviously you're feeding it data, right? But this data keeps on changing, whether it's internal data or whether it's external regulations, like in my field of work, for example. Like you have FDA updating its regulations. We're working with GDPR, ISO, MHRA, you name it. So these regulations are changing. To make things even more complex, if a company or a client is using an LLM, those LLMs will push updates, right? Like you have a new model coming up. So there is the model itself, the fundamental piece of the technology that is also being updated. Again, to make things even more complicated, you have workflows that are dynamic. So within a company, you have processes, you have workflows, and these two are changing. So now you have this AI that is being built and being operated on so many variables. So things get complicated. In this way, the governance structure itself has to be dynamic. So you can't have fixed standards, fixed controls, or fixed policies for an AI. Right? This doesn't work. So this governance structure needs to be malleable. It needs to change as the AI is producing results, as the AI is being trained, and so on. So for that to happen, you need to have observability, meaning you need to be capable of monitoring the AI as the AI is ingesting data, doing its work, processing, basically recommending, and also spitting out output. Observability and monitoring also. Monitoring is very important as well. They are two different concepts. So I would say having dynamic compliance structure in place, having the ability to monitor AI, and also auditing AI in retrospect. That takes expertise, and I go back to having the human element. At each and every company, there should be someone, whether a regulatory expert or the experienced tech team and so on, to judge. Right? Like you can't just, again, bake governance by design into the AI and say that's it. No, there should always be humans that are monitoring, judging, adjusting, and so on. I will never, ever eliminate and I'm an advocate for AI. You know, this is what I do. I've been doing this for 17 years. But I always tell people it's not artificial intelligence. It's our collaboration with AI, and I like to call it collective intelligence.
You know, I feel like in addition to like the regulatory hurdles that a lot of this software or technology has to meet, once it's deployed within, like once we deploy it within Northwestern, there are multiple operating procedures that we put in place around it, and those are, you know, maybe different between different departments, and there's it can be complex to make sure that it's being utilized within your own health system in an appropriate way. Is that something that you've run into with clients, how they just monitor it internally?
I mean, they do monitor it internally, right? They always have like frames of reference against which they judge the AI. The output of the AI is if it's producing something that is like credible, consistent, and accurate. And these days, I'm actually proud of my clients because they're no longer attracted to flashy technology. Finally, they're trying to use AI as a solution. You know, like to augment, to improve, to recommend, get rid of the, you know, mundane tasks and so on. So, yeah.
Thanks. Sam, we know, like, I think everyone realizes that, like, clinical evidence will shape a lot of what type of AI is adopted in healthcare for sure. But are there different types of, like, energy availability, data center capacity, or costs around infrastructure that's going to shape what type of AI is able to be adopted in the healthcare setting?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this goes back to the first point I was making in terms of what you want your actual load to look like. Do you need it to be online all the time and turning off is not an option? Or can it be online almost all the time? And so when we talk about data center uptime, we talk in milliseconds, so in blips. And then we talk in a cumulative amount of time. So our data centers target to be offline for between 8 hours is kind of total for the entire year. And so that's measured in a series of seconds or milliseconds. Now up to maybe 2 days, kind of at maximum downtime. But there's redundancy that's built into the system such that every single system within a data center has no single point of failure. So we have gigawatts worth of backup generators that sit around the entire country with the goal they never turn on. And if they do turn on, it's for a matter of minutes, maybe a few hours. If it's more than a few hours, we've kind of got some serious problems for some reason. And so that's kind of on the data center side. And where I go with this is if there are types of load that people in this room need to run, there's very cheap ways to do it. Right now, almost all of the load that's being run in this country is off of the most expensive type of load, which is it has to be online all the time. And as the need for compute grows, we need to separate the two types of load for what needs to be online all the time versus what can be online when it's available to be so. And really, the difference we're talking about is so small. It's, can it be down for 2 days a year, totally for the data center, or can it be down for 8 hours of the year? And that cost delta is so big, and it unlocks so much power when you move to that flexible load, as we call it. So that's really what I always go back to in terms of what drives the cost for compute being so expensive is everybody's using the Ferrari level compute when a lot of people can use Toyota Camry, have it cheaper, and be totally fine from a reliability perspective.
Yeah, certainly there are a lot of processes in healthcare that are like, mission critical, and you need them operational, all the time. Are there other industries where this is like, where that's a similar issue, where healthcare can kind of learn from what they've done well? Are there examples, basically that you're familiar with that healthcare should kind of
I'd say that
adapt to?
Lessons learned might be a tricky one, but the two other industries that we work in that have a similar requirement for not being down for certain types of load would be defense industry. And the other one is like critical logistics. And so both of those can't go down, but parts of it can go down. And so that it's a similar industry. In terms of lessons learned from them, I think that the defense space, as well as logistics, have both learned the lessons more than the medical field has, in terms of they'll come to us and say, hey, we're okay with flexible load. Hey, we want to run this, but it's okay if it's not run all the time. And so, and I have yet to see that. Now, not a big part of our business is medical. So if there's people in this room who are doing this in the medical field, fantastic. But everybody that's come to us in the medical field is requiring the Ferrari level SLAs to continue to use that. SLA being service level agreement, so the requirements for uptime. And I'd say as that shifts, then there will be a bit more cheaper compute available, and also the capacity strain will also disappear.
Actually, just to springboard off of that, I think that you're highlighting a really important need, and that is extremely close collaboration between clinicians and engineers and data scientists for all of this work. And the reason for that is exactly what you just mentioned. The clinical correlate is chest x-rays. So at our institution, 80% of the chest x-rays are ordered stat, meaning the physician is saying in the order that I need this emergently. You need to come right now and get me this chest x-ray, otherwise the patient will explode. That's really what that's supposed to mean. But if 80% of the time that's what the physician's requesting, it's not really that urgent, right? And so the same thing for your point is that there needs to be some education in terms of what can you get away with that isn't really truly necessary. And that'll save a lot of energy, a lot of compute, and a lot of stress for the engineers.
I'll add one point in there. Even with all this demand, everybody says, I'm going to use it all, I'm going to use it all. A lot of our data centers are like 65% utilized. Like there's so much, everybody says we're compute strained, but there's so much compute that just sits there idle because everybody wants to have the capacity, the ability to use it. And so to your point, there's a lot of resources that are locked up, both from an energy perspective as well as a compute perspective, that are unused while other people are not able to access power because it's being held by somebody else. So if we move to a bit more of a free economy is the wrong word for it, but a bit more of a, where you have equilibrium is probably the right word. We're reaching an equilibrium where supply and demand are able to meet each other on a market level, then that's where we'll really be able to see a lot of efficiencies and economies of scale, and costs go down.
Josh, this is something that we think about at Northwestern a lot, and everyone has different opinions on it. Some of my opinions on it I feel like are unpopular there. But how do you decide when you're deploying AI tools, whether to build it in-house, whether to buy it, or license it from someone who's already built something that you think is good, or maybe like partner with a startup who's developing something that you think will one day be good, and then put that into use? How do you kind of separate those things out?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I think everybody struggles with the same thing. I think startups struggle with the same question. What do you want to do yourself, and what do you need to ask for help with? I think that in an academic system, we feel that we could just do everything ourselves, but we know that we're probably not going to be able to make time for it for another few years. And so one of the things that we look for is strategic partners that align with our view of where some of the computational approaches need to go, some of the architectures and infrastructure that we've built, and can that be leveraged to develop a system that will work better, that we can see building on for the future. A lot of our models we build ourselves. A lot of our even user interfaces we've also built ourselves. But there are some tools and features that we do seek help from partners just because we don't have time to do everything.
Yeah, well, I'm actually, I see the same trend. I see the same question being posed by clients as well, buy versus build. But the thing is, even if you build something in-house, let's say, and you don't have the expertise of an AI company, right? The thing is, you have to maintain it, right? So it's not just about like build it once and forget it. You have to maintain it. You have to make sure it's not deviating, it's accessing the right data, and so on. So if a company has not done AI and just want to start hiring engineers and building AI with no frame of reference of what good looks like, I would say buy it. At least you have an expert who can maintain it for you, can provide you with feedback. And especially if it's an AI that is crucial, like an AI that is touching patient data, for example, or financial data or demographics, is prone to bias, discrimination, all of that. If you are doing AI for simple admin tasks or R&D and experimenting and so on, then by all means, go ahead and develop it in-house. So I would say it varies based on the expertise that you have in-house and also the purpose of the AI.
Thanks. So, we are being told to wrap up a little bit. So I do have some final questions, but I want to make sure if there are any questions in the audience that you have a chance to ask anything before I move on. Yep.
Right, so the question is really about how we're incorporating wearables and how that fits in with regulatory frameworks in terms of privacy. So when we build a lot of our models, we are building things to be more multimodal. That way patients are able to send in and we can pre-train on comparable waveforms. That way when we have a data set of labeled wearable data, that we can use that for inference. So we have a system in which patients are going to be able to upload and we can have that all available for our models to use. We aren't using it yet, but we have all of the pieces together for that. So that's how I think, at least for us, we're planning to address that issue, because we have to be able to use those wearable sources. And that, by the way, that's also the history, everything for the history of the patient, right? The entire electronic health record, their continuous waveform data, their telemetry if they were admitted, all of that data we have to be able to use.
I mean, that's a really good question. I wish we had like a whole nother half an hour to get into like consumer wearables, the wellness longevity space, because it's like certainly healthcare adjacent. And, they're implementing AI at like light speed within companies like Whoop and Aura and Apple. And unfortunately, I think healthcare is not utilizing wearable data that well. Just data in general within healthcare systems. You can go look at one healthcare system and compare it to another, and the way they utilize data and their efficiency is going to be drastically different, right? In a lot of healthcare systems, it's very fragmented and siloed, and they don't have easy access to all of the data that they have. They would love to have better access, and they certainly don't have a plan for how to pull in data off of wearables, which is a problem. Whereas like consumer tech companies, like if you want to build an app and put it on Apple, like on iOS, you have to build it in a way that it can interact with Apple HealthKit. And if you want it to be used in that ecosystem, you build it in a very specific way. But there aren't really, we're starting to develop like FHIR and certain regulations around how healthcare data is built now, but it hasn't historically been done that way, and I do think it causes a lot of problems. So if we have time, I'll quickly just ask kind of like one final question that I think you could touch on briefly. But there is, and it kind of even touches on this, and I think there's this kind of generalization that healthcare is uptaking AI and technology generally a lot slower than a lot of other industries. And there are probably a lot of different reasons for that. But is there like one primary barrier that you see to the slow adoption of some of this technology in the healthcare setting that you think, if we could change that main barrier, that would help us uptake this a lot more rapidly?
Yeah, I would say the type of data that's being used is very sensitive. It is patient data. And just like you mentioned, you need systems that are multimodal, because sometimes you get data that is in simple format, PDFs, whatnot, but sometimes you get it in like images, scans, handwritten notes, so it's very complicated, right? So it's sensitive data and also complicated data. The other thing is legacy systems. I mean, yes, we are advanced, but we are not that advanced, right? The tech infrastructure that exists is still old, is still traditional legacy, right? So it might not be ready for AI yet. So I would say healthcare adopting AI slowly is good. It's not a bad thing. It's wise to do it slowly.
Frankly, I think the biggest barrier is just education for the parties that need to align to make everything work. On the physician side, on the C-suite executive side, just an appreciation of how limited our current approaches are should create more urgency for the need to adopt some of these. And before we get pulled off the stage, if I could ask one quick question, this is for Sam. Are we moving our data centers to outer space?
I do not plan to build data centers in outer space for now. Data centers require maintenance. Maintenance in outer space is very difficult. I'll finish with that.
Great. Well, I just want to thank everyone on the panel. And again, thank you to MedTech World for having us all to discuss this.
Thank you, dear panelists, on a fantastic discussion on how AI is being built, powered, and monitored in the advancement of medical technology. It is my honor to announce and welcome the next panelists in a discussion that I think is very central and at heart to our team at MedTech World, from a community that has been so hospitable, so supportive, and so welcoming to us, and we couldn't be prouder to be here today. Announcing the next discussion on the Florida Advantage, Capital, Clinical, and Commercial Strength. Announcing the moderator, Abby Lindenberg, CEO and founder of Capital Analytics Associates, and our dear panelists, Andrew Duffel, President at Research Park at the Florida Atlantic University, Mark Glickman, President and CEO at BioFlorida, Paul Evans, Associate Vice President of External Affairs at Max Planck Florida Institute for Neuroscience, and Dr. Barry Katzen, Chief Medical Innovation Officer at Baptist Health South Florida. Please, a warm round of applause and welcome to the panelists.
The Florida Advantage, Capital, Clinical, and Commercial Strength.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining our conversation. Thank you so much to MedTech for having us. I'm so excited to be moderating this panel. My name is Abby Lindenberg. I'm the founder and CEO of CAA, which is a media publishing and events company. We specialize in annual business reports that basically break down sector by sector what are the business opportunities and challenges in market, and then we take those contents and bring it live in our leadership summits. And the next one was actually going to be just down the road in Fort Lauderdale on June 11th. So if anyone is still in town in the area and would like to join, please let us know. I would love to have you. But I'm delighted to be moderating the Florida Advantage, Capital, Clinical, and Commercial Strength, because I think that Florida is in a fascinating inflection point in time for when it comes to healthcare innovation. For years, the conversation has been around MedTech leadership exclusively in cities like Boston, Silicon Valley, or Minneapolis. But over the past several years, something meaningful has begun to shift. Florida is no longer attracting just capital, talent, and companies, but is truly starting to create an inclusive ecosystem that spans research institutions, healthcare systems, clinical validation, commercialization, manufacturing, and increasingly, venture investment. What makes this moment especially compelling is that many forces that are reshaping healthcare globally, like AI-enabled diagnostics, remote monitoring, neurotechnology, precision medicine, aging demographics, and a decentralized care delivery, align remarkably well where Florida has unique strengths. Today's panel brings together leaders that are operating across every layer of that ecosystem, from research and traditional science to clinical adaptation and commercialization. So what I'd love to explore over the next 40 minutes is not whether Florida can compete in MedTech, but what kind of MedTech hub Florida is uniquely positioned to become. And so joining me again is Andrew Duffel, the president of the Research Park at Florida Atlantic University, Mark Glickman, the president and CEO of BioFlorida, Paul Evans, the Associate Vice President of External Affairs at Max Planck Florida Institute for Neuroscience, and Barry Katzen, the Chief Medical Innovation Officer for Baptist Health South Florida. Please give my panelists a round of applause. Well, I have tons of discussion points that I'd love to dive into, from investment landscape to digital health to cardiology, regulation, and more. So let's dive into it. And kicking off the first question, I'd like to pose to all of my panelists. Florida is increasingly being positioned as a serious player for MedTech innovation. So from your perspective, and if you could comment specifically from your role and your institution, what has fundamentally changed over the last 5 years that makes this moment different? Andrew, I'll start with you.
Well, thank you, and thank you to MedTech World for having us. Several things have happened, obviously, around the world, but particularly in Florida in the last 5 years. I think that we met a unique moment with the pandemic. People realized that there's a lot going on in Florida, and because of the way that we reacted to that pandemic, we were back to business very quickly. And all of our academic institutions barely paused in their research and continued to pump out incredible intellectual property. And as that happened, people were moving here, people were beginning to move capital here, and began to realize that there are very good investment opportunities here in Florida, whether they were living here already and traditionally investing in the Northeast or wherever they had come from, but being able to deploy that capital here in the state of Florida made a huge difference. And then as you see the quality of the institutions in Florida improving before that and since that time, that confidence has only continued to grow. And investments that we made as a state a long time ago, particularly recruiting the Max Planck Society to establish its Institute for Neuroscience here in Jupiter, which I was proud to be a part of back in 2009, 2010, really helped set that foundation so that the institutions we had already could advance themselves even faster by partnering with such a great institution, made all of those things come together at a unique time.
Yeah. Mark?
Oh, thanks. I think the last 5 years has been interesting. Obviously, the wealth migration to Florida, the last number for the state in the last 5 years, actually, we've had $40 billion of annual income migrate to Florida. If you add the 9 states after Florida together for income migration, they do not add up to the $40 billion. So that's been key. Specifically, of that $40 billion, we've seen a significant migration of pharmaceutical and medical technology executives moving to the state. For those of you not from Florida, there's a little secret. We don't pay state income taxes in the state, so that becomes quite an attraction for folks to move down here. But also outside of the income, and by the way, Governor DeSantis had released some data just a few weeks ago. We're still averaging about $4 million an hour of migration into the state currently. So it's slowed down, but it hasn't stopped. Also, over the last 5 years, we've seen our state university and college system ranked #1 consistently over the past 5 years. Significant driver of that is STEM, and we have now 8 R1 ranked universities in the state. So it's not just the income migration. I think it's how the capital is being deployed at the university and institution level, and that migration of amazing talent coming into the state. That's part of that migration talent. It's just benefited us from early stage companies all the way through. We just saw a public company in a major M&A just this last week. It's impacting every part of our ecosystem in a positive way.
Yeah. Paul?
Well, dang, Mark, you took my answer.
Which one?
I would have to agree with both Mark and Andrew. There's been a lot of wealth migration to South Florida, especially in the last 5 years. And talking more from the life sciences research side of things, we've seen ourselves hit an inflection point after a lot of investment from the state of Florida, Palm Beach County, to recruit leading research institutions like the Florida campus of Scripps Research, which has since integrated with UF, as well as Max Planck. Discovery biology takes some time. It's not always like a 2 to 3 year timeline. So actually having that 5 to 10 years to set up shop, actually start producing great science, and have wonderful partnerships with all of the academic players throughout the state, especially our strong partnership with Florida Atlantic. We've hit that sweet spot where now everyone's leveling up to R1 institutions. So we're getting that academic notoriety. We're getting the highlight of additional wealth moving here. And also, it's the time where we're pumping out a lot of big achievements, including, not to brag, but our CEO was recently inducted into the National Academy of Sciences for work done here in Palm Beach County, which I believe might be a first. People have received it once they've moved here for work done elsewhere. But this really highlights the capacity to produce this type of impactful discovery here.
And Barry?
Well, I think in addition to everything you've heard, the healthcare environment's really dramatically changed, not just in the last 5 years, but in the last 15 years, starting with the implementation of a number of new medical schools, including FIU, FAU, and other medical schools around the state. But in addition, healthcare itself has changed with the integration of more and more hospitals and the formation of larger healthcare systems. So not only do we have great academic infrastructure through the medical schools and the research infrastructure that was just discussed, but we have clinical environments for testing. And if you look at the keys to successful healthcare innovation, it has to work, it has to make things better, it has to reduce costs, and we have the clinical infrastructure now to test those and to work very strongly with entrepreneurs, early stage companies, and so on, in both the academic environment and also the non-academic large healthcare system environment as well. So it's a very important part of the matrix or culture for innovation development.
Absolutely. That collaboration is so important. And Paul, I want to toss it back to you. Neuroscience innovation often depends on long-term collaboration between academia, clinicians, and industry. How is Florida uniquely positioned to support that kind of ecosystem?
So Florida in particular is well positioned to integrate these key players across the spectrum, in large part due to our highly collaborative environment. I think we're in that inflection point where there's a concentration and recognition of the good work being done here, but we aren't in a fixed, rigid model that's been set for so long. We're really open to work together and try to find the best way to set the new model for how innovation and transfer to patients can happen. And in addition to that, of course, we have a unique population here when we consider neurodegenerative diseases and other psychiatric disorders. So having an aging population is actually quite advantageous when we want to talk about taking things to a clinical setting.
And a place where a lot of that collaboration happens. Andrew, research parks are often not only where ecosystems can gain momentum, sometimes they often stall. What role does FAU Research Park play in helping startups bridge the gap between research and commercialization?
I think one of the most important areas that we're able to accelerate that, and not just at Florida Atlantic, but across the country, if you speak to companies that locate within research parks, the number one attractor is students. The proximity and the access to so many young people who have such great new ideas and who are being taught it's more specifically in our case in Florida, by increasingly good and well-published, large grant recipient faculty members, that really adds a great deal of value. And to that point, if I add on to what Paul was talking about, the average age in this county in Florida is actually about 48. So we have a reputation for having an aging population, and we do have a large aging population. Our general age is coming down. And in South Florida, Mark will talk a lot about clinical trials in particular across the state. Here in the southeast of Florida, our population is very diverse in terms of socioeconomic backgrounds, ethnic backgrounds, and in terms of age. So it's the ideal place to conduct clinical trials. If we're able to do that in an academic setting with large healthcare systems like Baptist Health, that bridge can be across far more expeditiously, efficiently than it could otherwise be. So when you add in the talent that you're getting from these great students, the resources, both the equipment resources at a university as well as its faculty, researchers, and then the community of innovation that builds around research parks. In our research park, which is 20 minutes down the road in Boca Raton, we have a concentration of healthcare companies, but we're also talking and working with aviation companies, software companies, increasingly advanced engineering companies. All of these people together, when they're in that community of highly intelligent, communicative, collaborative people, things are able to be advanced far faster. Relationships can build across sectors with investors, with healthcare systems, and so on. So that collective, I think, is really the differentiator.
Yeah, and innovation and the community that creates it can be incredibly exciting. And Barry, you've spent decades at the intersection of clinical care and innovation. But what separates technologies that truly improve outcomes from those that just simply generate excitement?
Well, as we start to look at technology and assess the demands, well, first of all, one of the changes is that, 10 years ago, how many health systems had innovation officers? Mm-hmm. And so the concept of aligning around the collaboration that Paul was mentioning is really a unique culture, not only to Florida in particular, because many of our institutions aren't old and historic. And institutional history, sometimes it's a barrier to collaboration when you're trying to get organizations like FIU and what's doing with the research part there and that incredible accomplishment and the health systems itself. I think that in looking at ideas and ideation and trying to understand what gets into a health system and how that filtering and triage occurs, it's generally about value, about meeting unmet need, about cost reduction, and what the institutional unmet needs and priorities are. So we try and make sure when we look at various startups and ideas that come to us for either piloting or a model that we're very keen on, which is co-creation, which we really align the values that everybody brings to the innovation process and assign value to that technical, the knowledge and expertise of the clinicians or the academicians or whatever, and aligning that. In the end, it's a value proposition and what's going to make a difference. So the emphasis now is on improving quality and reducing costs.
And thinking about that value proposition, Mark, from BioFlorida's vantage point, where is Florida becoming the most competitive nationally? Is it capital formation, talent, clinical trials, manufacturing, or do you think it's something else?
I think it's all the above.
Je ne sais quoi.
I think it's all the above. Starting off, the last data year, 2023, Andrew had alluded to this. Florida was the number one state, despite being the third largest state in population in the United States. It was the largest in clinical trials. So what that means is clinical trials pumped about $8.3 billion into our economy in 2023 on clinical trials. When we spoke to some of our larger partners in pharma as to they realized how much they were focusing on Florida, they actually claimed they didn't know specifically how much they were investing in Florida, but it was the diversity of the patients that drove the investment. So there, we clearly have an advantage in the diversity, not just age-wise. Geographically, we have an advantage. I happen to actually have some data here.
I knew you would.
This is fairly hot off the press, but in venture capital, and this is, I'm not sure if I saw Bill, but this is thanks to our friends at JP Morgan Chase, Bill Druhl. I think I'd give him a shout out. In 2025, in the state of Florida, we had a little over $1 billion in venture capital spent. That was 2025. Year to date, in 2024, we have $900 million in venture capital. We are on a path to at least double the venture capital from last year. It's the fastest growing state. We're seeing significant investment in Series A and Series B. This is, and I mentioned earlier, what's not in these numbers is Catalyst Pharma, a Miami Coral Gables-based company, was just active in some significant M&A just this last week. It was announced. So we're seeing on a couple of different fronts. Additionally, we are the number 2 medical device manufacturer in the country. Right. We're growing rapidly. So when you look, and the Tampa region, the number of healthcare linked employment has grown over the past year at double the national average. So we have job growth, we have venture capital investment growing significantly and rapidly. We have the clinical trials here, we have the diverse pool. That's why I say all the above. It looks like it's the perfect storm for our industry in this state right now.
Yeah. But while there's all this investment, all this capital coming in, there's a lot of individual, wealthy individuals that are moving here, bringing their companies here, bringing their employees here. And yet capital also kind of seems to be one of the biggest bottlenecks for healthcare innovation. Andrew, what are the investors looking for today that it may have changed from even 2 or 3 years ago in that regards?
So in addition to what you said about people moving here and bringing their capital with them, there have been a great number of people who we refer to obviously as snowbirds that have been coming for a long time. The problem we've had with that is that they've been making their investments where they come from. But in recent years, we've seen that change to where they're willing to make investments here in Florida because of the things that we've just been discussing. They're finding it a credible place to deploy capital. And a great deal of the family offices that have been here a long time, along with some of the larger institutional funds, are deploying that capital now, some of whom have been here for years and we didn't know because they have been so quiet looking elsewhere. So I think that the bottlenecks really, or the ways to open up some of that funding more is obviously to de-risk the investments they're being asked to make. We've had some of our best success stories at the research park from companies that have funded themselves through STTR and SBIR grants from the federal government and other non-dilutive funds that have taken out a lot of that risk from their proposals, so that when they come to an investor, there's a clear pathway not only to scale but to get to profitability that makes the investors much more comfortable and willing to deploy some of that capital. And then the sophistication of the CEOs that we're working with, having gone through regulatory processes beforehand, give the investors that confidence. And all of that has come together. And I think Mark's term of a perfect storm is apt, because we've got all of these things that in various times we've been lacking or building, and they're all coming together right now as we see some of these innovations ripe to come to market, that the time is right and investors are beginning to see that and write checks.
Absolutely. I think the confidence continues to build, but that confidence takes some time, specifically with neurotech innovation that can require long timelines and substantial validation. From the Max Planck Institute perspective, how do you maintain investor confidence through these development cycles?
So you're absolutely right. The field of understanding or developing neurotechnology and even understanding the basis of psychiatric illness is very new relative to modern medicine as a whole. We're thinking going back, medicine was established 3,000-4,000 years ago. Real understanding, characterization of psychiatric disorders is just a couple of hundred. And that's because it's been difficult for us to understand, and we need the tools and technologies to be able to get at this problem in a meaningful way. But to your question about investors and how to keep that relationship going during these long timelines, as my very southern mother would say, just have a grown folks talk. Be upfront about what you can do at the beginning of the relationship, where things may take time, and do a good job stewarding that relationship and keeping the investor continually informed of what's coming out. And anything grand doesn't happen overnight, and that's what likely excited them to invest in the first place.
I guess in the spirit of your mother's honesty, Barry, what do founders often misunderstand about what clinicians actually need versus the new technologies that they present? How can that communication be more clear and transparent?
Right. Well, it depends on where they come in the ideation process, obviously, and where the idea is coming from. And I think one of the first things that one has to do as a founder or somebody who gets an idea from someone is to validate it and get good clinical input, get good clinical insight through experts in the field and make sure you're going down the right track. And I think it's very often that we bring the bad news to people that it may be a great idea, but it may cost $200 to build, and it's a $5 item, and it's not going to work. So aligning all those things is really important. I wanted to throw one other factor regarding Florida back in on the business side, and that one of the things we're seeing is international companies actually coming to Florida who have startups, whether it be from Israel or European companies, and many of them are here in Florida. They're looking for places to base their U.S. startup activities, and I know that there's a company in Boca Raton that's really got Korean origins, for instance. And recently, the royal family from the Netherlands visited Florida to really assess the ground here for encouraging their companies to establish footholds here. So I think it's another thing that supports the strength of Florida for the startup environment.
Abby, I have to walk through that door.
Absolutely.
So as Barry said, there's a great deal of interest in Florida as a location to base operations. At Florida Atlantic, we've actually developed a global ventures incubator that's specifically designed to bring those companies into the U.S. market in a soft landing plan so that they're able to access the market, validate the market through our relationships and the infrastructure that we have here in Boca Raton, and then scale throughout the U.S., continuing to be successful in the home market in that device area, but then access this market in a friendly way with the consulates, with the trade groups, making sure they're connected with BioFlorida and, of course, the universities. They're able to effectuate that plan much faster and with lower risk, as we talked about, making sure that things are as low in risk as possible. We found that to be a very valuable tool, particularly for companies from South America, but increasingly from Israel, working with Baptist Innovation Office. We've had a great partnership doing that.
And there has been lots of advantages that Florida has been able to foster over the year. Clearly, we've talked about the capital that is coming in, the companies that are relocating, the demographics that healthcare can capitalize on. What would you identify as the major challenges that Florida faces today? Maybe, Mark, do you want to start?
Sure. I think the major challenge, and to focus on this point about international companies, folks definitely want to come here. I think the perception of the workforce is still, and I'm saying perception, we graduate great students here. I think that there's still a perception that if I move my company down there, will there be a workforce ready for me? And what drives that is a strength and a weakness. You had mentioned in your introduction, you mentioned Boston, Massachusetts. Everyone talks about Boston, Massachusetts, Princeton, New Jersey, San Diego, San Francisco, California, but they say Florida. They don't say Miami. They don't say Tampa. They say Florida. We don't, and I know folks will debate whether Miami's a true hub or if Tampa's a true hub. I feel like our strength is our state is our hub. So we're a little bit more spread out. We're a little bit more diversified. But I think for companies, when they're thinking about coming to Florida, they're looking for that ideal landing pad. And that's where we try to guide them a little bit. There's actually, you have choices here. You don't have to come to Southeast Florida. You could actually go to Northeast Florida. We have great resources there. You could go to the West. But that perception still hangs out there. And I think we just have to do a better job telling the story of our university system, our healthcare systems, our research institutions, and the amazing students that are coming through our universities each year.
Yeah. Did anyone else want to add on to?
Well, I think on the clinical side, when we look at barriers, and we talked about the assets of the health systems, transitioning health systems which were primarily focused on patient care and clinical care, non-academic institutions, to be able to actually engage in innovation is a culture change. And so for those of us leading it, it represents a challenge because you have to make it easier for piloting, easier to create environments for trying new things and implementing change. That fundamental culture has to occur. And in many large health systems, and I can speak to our own for certain, we're a very large health system, but we've identified that there are pockets where successful innovation can thrive and pockets where it could be challenging. So I think transitioning to an innovation environment for large health systems, I think, is one of the challenges we have. But that's definitely happening, and it's happening at a very high rate. And our relationship with our academic partners like FAU is really helping that because as our medical staff gradually changes and we get younger and younger medical staff who want to be more academically oriented, who want to try new things, who want to advance healthcare, not just practice it, we help create that environment to accelerate innovation.
And how is, at the state level, how would you compare statewide approach to fostering startup and innovation and investment into healthcare in Florida vis-a-vis other states in the United States?
I think, well, several states have tried and made funds available for investment into private companies. There are a lot of workforce training initiatives and what have you, but I think Florida's gone further several years ago by creating the Florida Opportunity Fund, which is actually dedicating a portion of the Florida retirement system to be available to that fund to deploy in advanced industries, not just life sciences, but that is one of the largest industries that they're interested in. And they've had several investments, and they've had several very successful exits as well. So not only are we as a state maintaining and increasing the state budget allocation to higher education, we're also increasing the state budget's allocation to research and development, and we're also investing more and more money in the outcome of all of that in terms of private companies and seeing a very real return on that back to the individual employees, but to the state economy as a whole. So I think when you add those things together, we may be one of the largest, or the state with the largest contribution financially to its innovation system, and it's paying off. So I think that that we probably compete very well with the rest of the states on that regard.
Absolutely. Mark, did you want to add there?
This is one area I'm really excited about how our state behaves. You know, you mentioned about international. Our under Florida Commerce is Select Florida. We have 19 offices overseas. They do an amazing job. Some of the companies out in the hallway right out here are here on behalf of Select Florida. So the state invests quite a bit on overseas attraction. But also our lawmakers. You know, we have I don't know how many of you are familiar, but one of our lawmakers, House of Representatives, Adam Anderson, authored a bill, the Sunshine Genetics Act. Yep. And it's the first of its kind in the country. So right now, any infant born in the state of Florida, it's a pilot program, but it's well funded, could right now opt in to be screened for over 800 rare genetic diseases at no cost. It's a private-public partnership with FSU, Quest Diagnostics, and the government. It's amazing. Representative Anderson has been called throughout the country and the world to talk about this program. But having that type of innovation, we don't talk about bills and innovation together. And Representative Anderson did lose his son to Tay-Sachs at 4 years old. He's incredibly dedicated to this cause. But you know, seeing what our lawmakers are doing in this state to make a difference and to be so separate, I'm really excited about how our government has supported our industry.
Absolutely. Well, I want to be conscious of time, so we need to round things up, but I'd like to pose one final question to all four of you. Looking ahead the next 5 to 10 years, what MedTech developments do you believe will most dramatically reshape patient care? And if we could focus specifically on Florida, that would be wonderful. Barry, do you want to start?
I missed the first part. What was it?
Looking ahead the next 5 to 10 years, what MedTech developments do you believe will most dramatically reshape patient care?
Well, that's a very tough question, and thanks for calling me first. But I think there are two major things that represent black holes right now. One is the treatment of the elderly and dementia, and getting a handle back on dementia and being able to treat Alzheimer's. And I think we're going to see some breakthroughs. I know we're involved with a statewide initiative with HIFU and being able to try and open up the blood-brain barrier to get medication into the brain. But we got to figure out what's going on also. And the other is, I think, in the most general sense, AI is going to just totally transition virtually every aspect of healthcare delivery across the board.
Absolutely. Paul?
I would say one of the most exciting technologies coming out or approaches is personalized medicine, especially now with the rich multi-dimensional data sets we're able to generate both in the clinical and the basic research settings. There's a real opportunity here to get at some of these diseases that, like Alzheimer's, that we've looked at statically after someone has passed, just looking at one molecular marker. And we're actually very excited. We'll be having an announcement related to an initiative of this coming from Max Planck, Florida,
What will that announcement be?
we'll be getting more into translational impact and thinking about this from a different perspective. What if it's not just looking at someone's brain after they've already unfortunately passed? What if it's really a unique fingerprint of different flavors of activity going on in the brain with real specificity, so we can start to understand not only how the brain changes, but how our current therapeutics work in conjunction to affect that fingerprint.
Mark?
You know, being up on this panel with all of you, you know, I've seen in the state of Florida, in my 2.5 years at BioFlorida, especially over the last 6 months, I think I'm seeing a movement from what's possible to what's probable. And what I mean by that is I'm seeing advances in AI and robotics. Companies like Stryker, right down here in Weston, Florida, they're working on fully automated robots for knee replacements and others. We're going to be able, it's not possible, it's probable that we'll be able to do advanced procedures in rural areas, bring healthcare to where the patients are, as opposed to the patients having to go with healthcare. And I think Florida's leading the way there. It's not possible anymore. It's highly probable. AI plays a role, but we have the companies here.
Absolutely. Andrew?
I agree with that. I mean, we see a great deal of work in that space, both in rural healthcare and personalized medicine at Florida Atlantic, care that is going to be in the home versus in hospitals. But I think that the very bold investment that Florida Atlantic made a couple of months ago into quantum computing is going to completely transform the way that we approach medicine and the delivery of healthcare, not only in Florida but across the country. Now with the addition of D-Wave's annealing computer at Florida Atlantic and their relocation from Silicon Valley, we now have the power to not only use AI in transformational ways, but then augment that in huge ways with quantum computing and get through clinical trials and be able to present data much more quickly in a way that is understandable and acceptable to the FDA and to investors. I think that sort of thing is really going to catapult the state of play in this industry in the state of Florida.
Well, Barry, Paul, Mark, Andrew, thank you very much for your comments. Please grab these gentlemen afterward for any questions that you may have. And thank you very much, MedTech, for hosting us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, fellow panelists, for a great discussion on the Florida Advantage. And I think this is a perfect time to announce that MedTech World will be Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today at MedTech World North America over the last 2 days. It is now the time for more personally, is one of my favorite events that we do at every MedTech World conference. It's the MedTech World Startup Pitch Competition. The room is currently just being set up and prepared, so we'll start in a few minutes. So please do stay in the room. And if you have any friends, if you have any people that would want to be in the room, please let them know. It's not an event that you'd want to miss. We have 10 incredible startups that will be pitching and presenting on stage. So we're very excited. So we're starting in a few minutes, and enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the MedTech World Startup Pitch Competition 2026 at MedTech World North America. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this amazing event, one of my personal favorites. I hope you've all had a wonderful time at MedTech World North America. Sadly, there's not too much left, but as I said before, we're very happy to announce that we'll be back from the 5th to the 7th of May of 2027 at Hilton West Palm Beach for MedTech World North America's event next year. Before we start the pitch competition, I'd like to make a special announcement. Many of you are familiar faces, so you know that we do MedTech World Malta, which happens in November to the 11th to the 13th of November. For those that do not, I know yesterday there was a good conversation about what MedTech World does, why Malta. It's proud to say it's my home country and many of our team. It's a fantastic 3-day conference that we've been doing for multiple years, where we really see the energy in the room. And this year, we're going one step further. We're extending it from a 3-day conference to a 5-whole-week event. Before we start with the 3-day conference, we're proud to organize our inaugural Investors Retreat, where we'll be welcoming top investors to the conference to Malta, specifically our sister island of Gozo, which is a beautiful island, which is just a short ferry ride from Malta, where we'll be welcoming investors to the island. Expect a 5-star mega yacht for top international entertainment, the chance to visit our citadel, the fortified city of Gozo, beautiful wineries, the best Mediterranean food you can dream of, racket sports. In the retreat, there will be workshops by key opening leaders in the industry, as well as a time to wind down together before a busy 3 days of MedTech World. Following the retreat, you will join the MedTech World Europe Conference from the 11th to the 13th of November, where you can connect with all of our attendees. Information on registration and how you can participate will soon be going up, so please feel free to connect with any of our team members to share the wonderful news of that happening. So, now it's time to start the MedTech World Pitch Competition. Thank you all for being here. We'll be hearing from 10 brilliant startups who have poured in their soul into what they're building on stage. I'm just going to do a quick roundup of the instructions and what will be happening. Each startup will have 3 minutes to pitch on stage. Their pitch deck and presentation will be shown on stage. There will be a clock. This is for the startups. There will be a clock behind you. When it comes down to 10 seconds, there'll be a ticking sound, so please don't be alarmed. But that's an indication that you should wrap up your presentation. And please, to ensure fairness, try to keep to the 3-minute time. Following that, we have 10 incredible judges in front of us who will be doing a Q&A. So for the judges, please feel free to ask questions regarding the pitch, any feedback, anything that you'd like clarity, both for yourselves and for the audience. It will be very helpful for the startups to know. Each of the judges, you have a score sheet in front of you that has a scoring sheet on different categories, and you have the names of the 10 startups in front of you. So at the end of each startup, you'll have a time to give your mark. At the end of all the pitches, the score sheets will be collected by our team, and the scores will be tallied. At the end of the competition, our team will announce the winner of the MedTech World Startup Pitch Competition, and the award is right here as well. So that's going to be a fantastic end. I'd like to give a special thanks to the sponsors of the pitch competition who have made this possible. These include Ascend Clinical CRO, Beacon Launch Partners, Blue Goat Cyber, Floodgate Medical, Carve, ProLucid Technologies, and Malta Enterprise. I'm going to do a quick rundown of the prizes that we'll be offering the winning startup. You will be receiving a startup package for MedTech World Malta 2026 happening this November. You'll be having media exposure by our team at MedTech World, yearly PR coverage, up to 3 hours of tailored consulting from Ascend Clinical, an offering of a free gap analysis by ProLucid Technologies, up to 10 hours of tailored consulting from Blue Goat Cyber, a custom 2-year talent roadmap by our friends at Floodgate Medical, and a pitch-perfect review with Carve to strengthen your investor presentation. Now, we're going to watch a video where we'll be announcing our incredible 10 judges participating in this competition. So please enjoy.
Michael Highmore, Investor Board Director, New World Angels. Michael is a former executive with GE Healthcare and Boston Scientific. He held leadership roles across multiple GE businesses, built and led a consulting organization, and led a global GE Healthcare group advancing medical device development through hospital collaborations worldwide. He is now an investor and board member. Eric Ulchaker, Managing Partner, Serial Stage Venture Partners, SSVP. He brings over a decade of startup and venture experience, including roles at Notre Dame's Pitt Road Fund and the 1842 Fund. He is an active angel investor and graduate of Ohio State, Notre Dame, and Case Western Reserve. Stephen Borg-Balzan, FDI Specialist, Malta Enterprise. Stephen Borg-Balzan is a professional with a background in life science and master degree in chemistry from the University of Malta. Stephen has been supporting entrepreneurs and investors in developing their projects for almost a decade with experience in Scienza Malta and Malta Enterprise, where he currently works as an FDI specialist. Bob Crutchfield, Managing Director at 1824 Health Ventures Fund and South Carolina Health Innovation Fund. Bob is a healthcare executive with over 30 years of leadership across service, IT device, venture capital, and startups. Managing Director of 1824 Health Ventures Fund and South Carolina Health Innovation at MUSC, he advises and serves on multiple healthcare boards, formerly led BrightEdge Fund, Harvard Growth Partners, and held senior roles at US Oncology and Cardinal Health. Based in Charleston, he drives value creation. Shai Poliker, Managing Partner, Edge Medical Ventures. In the last 25 years, Shai has been leading development, clinical validation, and commercialization of innovative medical devices for various indications. In the last 8 years, he had served as the CEO of MedX Accelerator, a leading Israeli MedTech incubator and venture studio. At this capacity, he has been part of founding a portfolio currently worth over $150 million. In 2024, he co-founded Edge Medical Ventures, a MedTech venture capital fund based in Israel and New Jersey and supported by both the Israeli Innovation Authority as well as the New Jersey Economic Development Fund. Shai Ransapir, Cardiovascular Portfolio Manager, Mayo Clinic Ventures. Shai is the cardiovascular portfolio manager at Mayo Clinic Ventures, focused on bridging clinical insight, startups, and strategic partnerships. He drives commercialization, partnerships, and venture strategy, advancing technologies that improve patient care, procedural precision, and healthcare system performance globally and sustainably. Maryam Mokhtarzadeh, Chief Medical Officer, Persephone. Maryam Mokhtarzadeh, MD, is a physician scientist and regulatory leader advancing complex therapies from discovery to clinic. As Chief Medical Officer at Persephone Bio, she builds biotech for durable impact. Former FDA, AbbVie, and Regenex Bio leader, she brings a decade of experience shaping policy, accelerating development, and ensuring patient-centered, rigorously vetted innovation. Rachna Dayal, Founder and Managing Partner, Sugati Ventures. Rachna Dayal is an outcomes-based executive who has lived and worked across multiple continents. Her experiences span corporations like Philips, Johnson & Johnson's, as well as startups and venture capital. Currently, Ms. Dayal is managing partner of Sugati Ventures, a healthcare VC firm she founded, investing in early-stage medical devices and healthcare startups. She is also serving as a member of advisory board for startups and co-founder of Think Tank, AI-enabled health. F. Javier Perez, CFA, is director at Blackpoint Capital, where he co-leads private market efforts, co-investment activities, and investment banking across MedTech, biotech, and life sciences. He co-founded the MedTech Alliance and helps produce the MedTech Digest. Mr. Perez was previously at Kane Brothers and Company, a permanent healthcare investment bank where he managed over $1.0 billion in assets on behalf of large healthcare institutions. Brandon Rosenhan, founding partner, Med Mountain Ventures. Dr. Rosenhan, a critical care physician, former HCA healthcare executive, inventor, and speaker, founded Penblade INC and ReadyPort INC. As founding partner of Med Mountain Ventures, a Salt Lake City, San Francisco seed fund, he drives MMVS, MedTech investments, and sits on multiple boards.
Just a quick note before we start. Rashid Ayel unfortunately couldn't join us today, so we have another brilliant judge joining, and I'd like to introduce Tyler Wunke. Tyler is CEO and co-founder of Medicine Scientific, a company developing a smart shunt for hydrocephalus. He previously co-founded and currently serves as president and board member of Inoblative, a cancer ablation company spun out of Northwestern. He is on the board of Edge Surgical, a revenue-stage orthopedic and spine medical device company. He invests in MedTech as an angel investor and on behalf of his family office. He is also an adjunct professor at Northwestern University. So that wraps up our 10 incredible judges who will be judging the pitch competition today. And without further ado, we'd love to start the pitch competition with our first company of the evening. It is my pleasure to announce the first company, Anywhere Diagnostics, by Natalia Mamane, who is the co-founder and CEO of the company. Welcome.
It's not fun being first, I'm just saying. Can you guys hear me? How do I get my slide deck? Oh, there it is. Oops. Okay, so let's start with this. How many of you have ever been tested for strep or had a loved one tested for strep? Raise your hand. Yes, I know many of you. Now keep your hands up if you've had to pay over $100 or sat in a waiting room with sick people around you or with a sick child on your lap. Okay, I know all of you. This represents a broken system, and we are about to fix it. Every year, 60 million Americans drag their sick kids to urgent care for a strep test. It's expensive, it's highly contagious, and most of the time, results are wrong. It could cost over $200 to get a strep test due to high deductibles, and add date and hours out of your day. Frustrated parents revert to non-regulated products that offer false negative results. Or don't get treated at all. What happens when you're not treated for strep? Things like kidney disease, rheumatic heart disease, or even pandas. This is not inconvenient. It's just plain dangerous. Oh, there's something wrong with my deck. I'm just saying. So we are taking a page out of pregnancy test playbook by putting in the hands of a consumer a test that is not only easy to use, but that is highly sensitive, giving you PCR quality results in minutes. No wait, no lab, no instruments. You simply test, see a doctor, get your treatment, under $25 within the hour without ever leaving your home. And if this seems too good to be true, it's not, because we have validated our test to offer high sensitivity and specificity that is shelf-stable with the simple readout, and that can detect under 20 copies per reaction. But on top of that, we have also validated our test for a bedside molecular test for GBS, which proves the opportunity in the platform. So we go into strep. Sorry about the slide. We go into strep with a $3 billion market opportunity, with something that all of you here understand. You've experienced it and you all hate it. But now zoom out as we enter a $64 billion opportunity with a simple, inexpensive test, molecular test that could reach hospitals, urgent care, clinics, and at-home testing. Now, we're not building a product. We are building an infrastructure in the future of consumer health. We are going into market via two ways: B2B, via physicians, and B2B2C with white labeling partnerships. We are raising $5 million to get to market in 2 years. My name is Natalia Maman. I'm co-founder and CEO, and this is personal to me as a parent of 4, I have felt this too many times. But alongside me, I bring some of the most respected and globally recognized experts in diagnostics and public health. Thank you. The time didn't work, so I didn't know how long I had. Yes, questions?
Hey, so this feels a little bit like a commodity type diagnostic. I'm right here. Yes. And so how are you differentiated like from what's standard in the market today?
Standard of care right now requires you to go see a physician in the doctor's office. You'll get an antigen test, which will be confirmed by a culture or PCR. We're talking about eliminating that and then having everything done in your home with a very simple test that literally sits in the palm of your hand. It works like a pregnancy test, but it runs a full molecular process in here.
So I can buy this test if I think my child has strep or I have strep.
Correct. You can buy it over the counter. That is the go-to-market. It's going to be over-the-counter consumer diagnostics.
Hey, so when CLIA waived the over-the-counter genetic molecular testing, we can see that many of those are really struggling in penetrating the market. Who's going to be your payer?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm going to repeat that. Sorry about that. So since CLIA waived OTC, we can see that a lot of the molecular testing is being struggling to penetrate the market. What's your business penetration strategy?
I'm so sorry.
Business penetration strategy.
My what strategy?
Business.
Oh, what's my business strategy? Yeah. So this is going to be over the counter. This is over the counter. People will pay for it out of pocket. We're not looking for reimbursement for this, although on the platform side, if we end up going through, like selling this into hospitals for their own needs or clinics or urgent cares, this would be reimbursed. All of the applications that we could actually address using this platform already have CPT codes for point of care needs, but for consumer health, it would be out of pocket. 50 seconds left.
So what exactly is the status of development of the product? So how far along is it? Have you done testing?
So we have de-risked every single component of our platform, which starts with the sample collection, the sample cleaning, the concentrating of the sample, the entire LAMP assay in a single-use device, which includes heating of 65 degrees, all integrated into a small device, and a simple readout that you can actually see. So that has all been de-risked. We have a working prototype of the LAMP assay into the device, and now we're integrating the entire part of the clean and concentrate of the sample. 6 minutes is fast.
Thank you. Thank you, Natalia, for that great presentation. Next up, we have Francesco Pacini, CEO at Sensors. Please join us, Francesco.
This is forward, this is backward. Intuitive. I'm good. I see the timer going, but no slides.
The timer won't start now, don't worry.
Can I cheat and start using time?
Right. Good, yes. Okay. That's good.
We're solving an $80 billion problem in the United States every year. Ulceration from the feet and amputation that nobody has managed to prevent in the space of diabetes. We're doing it. What problem are we talking about? Patients with diabetes lose sensations from their feet because of diabetes. Now, when you lose sensation from your feet, it's complicated to detect if you have a pebble in the shoe. It's complicated to walk and control the pressure that you put on your feet. So you don't manage to understand if you're putting too much pressure over areas of the foot. Those are conditions that lead to wounds in the skin of the foot, ulceration, and finally amputation. The standard of care, if you pass me the term, sucks. It doesn't really manage to do anything. There are still today in Europe and United States 3.8 million ulcers costing $40,000 per ulceration and 900,000 amputations that cost $100,000 per treating one of them. Our idea is simple. These patients do not have sensations. We give them back the sensations from their feet. Now they can walk and feel their feet, so if there is a pebble in the shoe, they remove it. If they're putting too much pressure over areas of the feet, they feel it and they place the pressure somewhere else in their foot. The way we do it is through a novel stimulator of the sciatic nerve, which restores sensation from the feet, which is connected to an insole, which is transparent to the patient inside the shoes. This information of pressure and movement from the feet controls the stimulation of the sciatic nerve so that you touch with the heel and you feel the heel. You touch with the side of the foot, you feel the side of the foot. Our product has received a breakthrough device designation from the FDA and is patented both in Europe and the United States. We tested it for 40 animals, 7 patients. We demonstrated that stimulating the nerve, the sciatic nerve, is safe. We restore sensation from the entirety of the foot, and the patients can use these sensations to control the loading and offloading of the foot, preventing the ulceration. The business plan is strongly de-risked. We have already available reimbursement codes that can justify a reimbursement of the procedure for $50,000. The health economics justifies paying us this $50,000 because $40,000 per ulceration, $100,000 per amputation. There is an available referral pathway already. We've interviewed 60 between patients and clinicians that said, yes, I want to use this product. And we already know that Medtronic and Abbott find our business aligned to their portfolio. They're going into diabetic neuropathy. Our next plan is a pilot study on diabetics for which we're raising 3.5. This is a game changer for diabetic foot care. We're the only ones that are giving power back to the patients. Thank you. If it wasn't clear, 3.5 is million, it's not euros.
Hi, a couple of quick questions. Do you have to replace, basically you're just putting the insole in the shoe when you change your shoes, you have to take it off and put it in another pair of shoes? Is that how it works?
This one is inexpensive, so the patient just takes as many as they want and they put them in as many shoes as they want. The beauty of this is that you don't need to change your orthosis, you don't need to change your shoe, you just put it inside. It's the same as you buy at the supermarket, just with sensors.
And how much is this going to sell for?
You mean the revenue is coming from this one?
Yeah.
We're charging for telemonitoring that is coming from this one, $500 per patient per year. The big revenues is not coming from this one. This is an incentive for diabetologists to refer to surgeons so that when the patient is going back to the diabetologist, also the diabetologist is taking part of the cake.
I see. Thank you.
You know everything already.
Almost everything. I think the thing that bothers me is diabetic patients are known for their not so great compliance. And the time before they actually get the wound is something where everything looks okay. They have neuropathy, but there is no wound. And that's the time when you want to intervene. I think you answer, so the question is, how will you be able to capture those patients on time before they actually develop the wound? You answered a little bit of that from the incentive to the diabetologist, but maybe there is another
No, that's a great question. Our initial market, we're not targeting patients when they just lose the sensation, because those patients, you said it, they're not going to want to do anything, right? Okay, I lost the sensations, what do I do about it? What we target are patients that already got an ulcer. They have spent 3 to 6 months in the hospital to treat the ulcer. They now know that they risk to go for an amputation, and also the clinical evidence that is required for this patient is easier because what you fight is recurrence, which is 65%, which is 65% recurrence rate. So we're talking about, yes, man, I get it.
Hey, part of what you described is that your product will allow for sensation to return. So how does that work? How do you affect the sciatic nerve with your product?
So our difference between neurostimulators today, so implantable stimulators of the nervous tissue today, is that we implant tiny microwires inside the nerve. In this way, we are able to be as close to the target as possible so that we really reactivate the sciatic nerve as it was working before the neuropathy. And in this way, the messages that arrive to the brain are felt like natural sensations from the feet. I say this with such confidence because we've done already first in human, in amputees actually, where the foot is not even there, and we demonstrated that we stimulate the sciatic nerve at this area, and they feel from the foot with the prosthesis.
Okay.
Well done. Well done, Francesco. Perfect. Good job. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Well done, Francesco. It's my honor to welcome the third company. Please come to the stage, George Kramer, founder and CEO at Neocore.
Hi, thank you all. I'm George Kramer, founder and CEO of Neocore. We are a developer of the co-op valve. We are real believers in One Health philosophy. We're focused on innovation, collaboration. We've got a great, diverse leadership team with a lot of successful exits, including a $1.2 billion exit. And what we do is treat mitral valve disease. So mitral valve disease, you see thickened leaflets, floppy leaflets, ruptured cords. This all leads to massive regurgitation across the valve. That's going to lead to heart failure and death. There's no medical cure for the disease. The best treatment is actually open heart mitral valve repair surgery. But less than 50% of the people in the U.S. that require that surgery get it for a number of reasons. They've got comorbidities or poor surgical risks, and really, who wants to have their chest cracked open? So that leads to the impetus for more transcatheter solutions. We spend over $12 billion in the U.S. a year on mitral valve disease. So there's a tremendous growth runway for transcatheter solutions for mitral valve. This is what's in the pipeline right now, and if you look at it, there's a common theme there. There are big stented valves with bioprosthetic valves sutured in the middle of them. They lead to LV outflow tract obstructions and other complications. Our design is dramatically different. Very low profile, 8.5 French delivery sheath. We've got good IP in place with international coverage. Don't know what that is, but you were about to see a video of the valve in operation. So I don't know if you guys can fix that. But so it's a polymeric valve, very low profile. We've had it in animal models successfully. We we're looking to get to, keep going if we can. Same thing. First in human trials in about 18 months. We've raised about, in our seed round, $3.8 million so far. We're looking to raise $8 million in our Series A here we go in a valve, a fluoro image after implantation in a dog. This is a dog the next day, looking happy. Still more problems. So anyway, with that, I'm open to questions. By the way, the valve works better than that AV.
Maybe you want to take the opportunity to talk a little bit about the team that's involved.
Yeah, our team. Yeah, we've got a pretty diverse team. We've got good partners. Our engineers are over in Israel, Eliashar. Some of our manufacturing partners are in the Netherlands for our electrospun material. The valve is fabricated in Israel. We've done all the testing in animals here in the U.S. Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about your competitive edge versus everything out there?
Sure. Well, no LVOT obstruction, ultra-low profile delivery sheath, 8.5 French versus 30, 35 French. No problems with disrupting the mitral apparatus, so we restore normal physiology to the heart. There's no issue. We maintain normal annular motion of the mitral annulus. There's a lot. Our cost of goods is ridiculously low. So once we get through, and we're so different, we think we'll get breakthrough designation, device designation from FDA. Once we get through pivotals, we expect good hospital adoption. Because our cost of goods is so low, we can probably save up to 30% on procedure costs to the hospital. So there's the competitive advantage. Anybody else?
Maybe a follow-up question. Any specific patient population that you would want to start with, or is it just like a general?
For our first in human? Yeah, so we'd be looking at, it's designed to treat both functional and primary MR, but we're targeting primary MR as our initial patient population, and then move on from there to functional MR. All right. Looks good. So we finished early. All right. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Well done. Well done, George. Thank you for that presentation. For our fourth startup, we have Jim Fidecaro. Jim is the CEO and co-founder of Sonion Health. Welcome, Jim.
I'll just leave this. At Sonion Health, we're transforming hypertension diagnostic and management with the first-of-kind continuous blood pressure device. My name is Jim Fidecaro, CEO of Sonion Health. Hypertension is a silent killer. Most of you probably don't know your blood pressure. I get it, right? But if you do, and you have high blood pressure over 140 over 90 for a couple of years, there's stroke, there's dementia, and there's cardiovascular disease. That's why it's called the silent killer. $130 billion is spent in this area, 700,000 deaths of cardiac disease associated with hypertension. And the reason why is because of the care pathways. We have episodic, not continuous measurements. We have episodic measurements, white coat, mask hypertension, nocturnal hypertension. It's usually done in the office, not at home. When you do it at home to get longitudinal blood pressures, there's a lot more information. Also, patients are not compliant. They're not compliant taking their measurements or not compliant taking their drugs. That's why 50% are uncontrolled, and of that 50%, you have stage 2 resistant hypertension. What that is, meaning you're taking your drugs and nothing's working. So 39 million people have resistant. That's why renal denervation is taking off. So there are devices out there today. So those devices are cuff-based. So cuff bases are clinically accurate, but they're taking episodic measurements, sometimes at home for 24 hours. not very good when taking long-term measurements. And then you have wearables, right? So wearables, Apple, Oura Ring, Whoop, they're not medical grade, but they are good for us because they bring a lot of awareness. So they bring a lot of awareness to hypertension, but you need a medical grade device. So we are the only device that's going to be on the market that's medical grade with high accuracy, because we don't use PPG, and I'll mention what PPG is in a second. We use a technology called LDF, and it's 48 to 72 hours. You can take measurements with it. LDF, you can see here, measures flow, not volume. We have done a study, a 54-subject study. We're now about to do a 170-subject study. We're 96 of the 170 done. We do have reimbursement codes, which is great. Large markets, we will go after the stage 2 resistance. We are working with some of the strategic, especially renal denervation. Our beachhead is with the VA. We already have a contract with the VA. We also have Kaiser. We're also working with hypertension clinics. We're growing as the number of hypertension clinics, especially as renal denervation companies are pushing for hypertension clinics to grow. We built a foundation. The FDA gave us a 510K pathway. We'll submit it in Q1. I have a leadership team, 7 years plus. I'm from Philips Mindray. Rebecca is from iRhythm, and Malu and the Clinical Advisory Board. I'm seeking $12 million. I got $4 million committed. Thank you.
So is this a remote patient monitoring tool?
It is.
And so you're concentrating on chronic, polychronic patients in the CMS population?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
So Apple is always improving their technology and adding more app. How difficult it is for them to add this to the Apple Watch?
Yeah, so the Apple Watch uses PPG, so photoplasmograph, which does not work. That's what Apple Watches use. It's good for getting a hypertension index. They have a sensitivity of 40 to 60%. And as they did for AFib, remember they brought out AFib, which also the sensitivity wasn't very high for Apple. You go to your doctor's office and say, I have AFib. The doctor goes, I need to go get a medical grade device. Hence, iRhythm got born at $3.8 billion. So what's happening in this market now for hypertension, the same thing. Apple's bringing out a lot of awareness of hypertension. Their sensitivity is pretty low. You go to the doctor's office, the doctor goes, I now need to check you at home. So they go to check you at home. They need a medical grade device that gives you that longitude blood pressure. That's where this comes in. And Apple and those other guys are not going to enter in the medical device world. They're afraid of the medical device world.
How do you make money on this thing?
It's a device plus SaaS business. So the device is $350. The SaaS is $50 a month. It fits right into the RPM codes for that. So you get a device up front. And if you're going for renal denervation, you need about 6 to 9 months before you get referred. So a lot of strategics are liking this. For us, we like it because after the $350, we get $50 a month for 9 months.
So it's hard to make money if this is not a value-based care play. How do you take the data that you're collecting at the patient in the home and then convert that so that the home becomes an integrated point of care?
So for there's two parts of that, right? So the data, which does get integrated back into the clinician's spot where they have the information. So they are getting paid for looking at this information itself. But the patient or population management aspect of it is where I think the question is going. So patient themselves have the information. And then what happens is there's less impact by doing better at blood pressure management. So there's less disease, you would say, stroke, everything else. So there's $140,000 if you have a stroke, or if you have a heart failure, it's also big. So population management is part of this.
Do you mind speaking to your commercialization strategy and financial projections?
Yeah, the commercial side. So commercial side, we're starting with penetration to the VA, which is 1 or 2%. We can see, I don't know if you saw on the slide, it gets up to $60 million over in 2029 by doing about 1 or 2% of the VA and Kaiser. Then we're also hitting hypertension clinics. This does not take in any deals with strategics.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you, Jim. So we've come to the halfway point. Thank you so much for the start of sorority pitch. Some brilliant presentations. For the fifth company pitching on stage today, please welcome Andreas Furcher, PhD. Andreas is the co-founder and CEO at Elite Diagnostics. This your pitch?
Hello. So everybody loves a warm and bright home. And if we have fluctuations in our power supply, this light starts to flicker and go off. And that's very similar to certain blood parameters. We all know the situation of diabetics who can measure their blood glucose levels and adjust their medication accordingly. And a very similar problem exists with chronic kidney disease and chronic heart failure patients. And they need to measure their potassium levels. Potassium is the main factor for the function of your heart. And unfortunately, if you have certain medications, these are influencing strongly your potassium levels. So if the potassium gets out of range, and this is very tightly regulated, your heart starts to flicker and in the worst case goes off. And affected from this are even more people than from diabetes. We are talking here about more than 800 million people affected from chronic kidney disease, chronic heart failure. And still, there's not a single device out there to measure potassium at home. The patients, oops, sorry, too fast, back. The patients still have to go to see their GP. A venous blood sample is taken and results are determined within 2 days, best case. This is way too long to adjust medication or do anything for the patients. So with Elite Diagnostics, we had to change this. We developed the worldwide first potassium home monitoring system. We patented, and with this device, you get lab quality results within seconds out of a tiny drop of blood. That's the way how we bring the hospital at home. We are already in our first clinical trials. We published the data in New Orleans last week, and we are approaching FDA and CA certification. We're having pilots set up with telemedical partners in Europe, and we are talking with distribution partners to get the device out on the market. But we are also in direct contact with patients. We're getting calls every day from patients looking for such a device. And we're working with the National Kidney Foundation to create more awareness in the group for our system. So this is and was only possible with a great team. We have a team of experts in the development of optical sensor systems. And we built up a strong advisory board which gives us advice in medical, technical, health economics, and go-to-market strategies. So currently, we are raising our first 3 million seed round to finalize the product, get into manufacturing, and go to the approval process. We already raised 4 million in non-dilutive funding and 1 million in convertible loan agreements. So what's long standard for diabetics, we will make possible for chronic kidney disease and chronic heart failure patients, for better therapies, for more safety, for more healthy years.
Thank you. So can you talk about anybody, if I have, who's eligible for this? If you have to have a potassium deficiency in order to take this test? Or every person has to measure his or her own potassium?
Like there are 330 million people diagnosed with potassium imbalances worldwide. So you have 70 million here in the US which are having problems with potassium. And they cannot measure it, and therefore they can't adjust the medication. And AstraZeneca or other companies, they are developing potassium binders, and they are rarely prescribed because you can't prescribe something which is lowering your potassium if you don't know where you are. So therefore, you need something to measure, and those companies are highly interested in a system like this.
And as long as you have this deficiency, you have to use this product, or at some point your potassium level is back to normal and you don't need it anymore?
It's like your blood pressure. Sometimes it goes out of range as well, so you should check it as you check your blood pressure. It's recommended to measure at least 3 to 4 times a week. If you're in the titration phase of a medication, you should measure every day. If you think you're sorted, you can measure once a week. That's as well okay.
I have a quick question. So standard of care right now for someone that wants to check their potassium level, I would imagine includes a panel that has other measurements as well. In terms of the translation of that panel to a single readout, do you have a team of KOLs that have basically weighed in on the considerations around that so that you have appropriate labeling and information, given that a patient would be looking at a value in isolation?
Like we show the data. It's connected to a telemedical platform, so the patient is not on his own. It's flagged up. If the value is out of range, he gets a call from a telemedical nurse or a telemedical doctor, and we indicate if he's in a safe range with his value or if he's out of range with the value.
So how does the patient get identified to have this need, right? I mean, so workflows are really important in healthcare. So how do the workflows work so that the patient gets access to your product?
Like in many cases, they are diagnosed with potassium imbalances. That's why they are not treated to the guideline dose. So the GP is actually saying, look, you have to monitor your potassium level. This is something golf participants were telling me that the boost that they are looking for this device, how to measure it. So the GP is telling you, look, you have to take something. You need to know your potassium levels, otherwise I can't treat you fully. And he is sending it to the patient and educating the patient, and the patient can take it with him home then.
Maybe quickly, is it protected in any way? So do you have a patent?
Like everything is IP protected. It's a patent on it. And it's a platform technology, so you can measure. We have sodium in the pipe, creatinine, lithium, glucose, lactate. It's all fluorescence-based sensing.
Perfect. Thank you, Andreas, for the presentation. That's okay, I can take that. Yes. Thank you. For the sixth presentation of the day, please welcome Shavit Klein. Shavit is the CEO at Trixon.
So today, 47% of the world's population have little or no access to diagnostics. This leads to a large amount of preventable poor healthcare outcomes. While there's a ton of innovation happening to try to close this gap, some of the biggest clinical needs are still going unmet. We've seen a ton of innovation in molecular diagnostics. However, protein-based diagnostics or immunoassays, which underpin some of the most critical clinical needs, are under-innovated and depend on the same technology that's been used for over 50 years. While most companies are focusing on downstream innovation, Trixon is solving the upstream problem in diagnostics. We're doing this by replacing antibodies, the core components in immunoassays, with our proprietary Affinex binders that are specifically designed for the needs of diagnostics. We are building one system that integrates three key innovations: our Affinex binders, combined with an extremely low-cost multiplex test format and a point-of-care reader. Our Affinex binders are specifically designed to overcome the limitations that antibodies present in diagnostics. We have a controllable engineering process that allows us to design binders to targets regardless of the immunogenicity properties. We can do this with no cross-reactivity, and importantly, our binders are extremely stable in extreme temperatures and chemistry conditions. We also produce our binders in bacteria, which makes them scalable and extremely cost-effective, and more than 10 times cheaper to make than antibodies. All of these properties make them ideally suited for multiplexing applications, specifically at the point of care. And importantly, we have a clear IP landscape. We have already filed 3 patents on our core technology and have 5 additional patents in the pipeline. We haven't stopped there. We're continuing to drive the innovation forward with our AI-accelerated binder development pipeline, allowing us to rapidly design new binders in silico and validate them in the wet lab. Our test is a multi-domain multiplex assay test that can test up to 12 biomarkers simultaneously, across direct antigen detection, isotype-specific serology, and host immune response biomarkers to differentiate bacterial and viral etiologies. Our test is designed to be simple to use and foolproof that can be used in any healthcare setting anywhere in the world by minimally trained or untrained users. This single test uses whole blood, does not require any processing. The only external consumable is a lancet, and can test up to 12 biomarkers simultaneously. We're building a platform to help deliver better healthcare outcomes to patients everywhere. Thank you.
Can you please say a few words about the team?
Sure. So our co-founders are all scientists who have developed this technology. One of our co-founders, Professor Sykes at MIT, is the original inventor of the technology. We actually spun the company off of an organization in Singapore called SMART, which is the Singapore-MIT Alliance for Research and Technology. So we have Professor Sykes, Professor Preiser from NTU in Singapore, as well as a team of PhD scientists who are part of that research collaboration who are working with us to develop this technology.
And on the business side?
Sorry?
On the business side?
So on the business side, we have some key investors who are very successful entrepreneurs in this sector who have been really providing us with a lot of guidance and mentorship, as well as a team member who's based here in the U.S. who is very experienced in introducing innovation specifically into the military health system.
Can you just recap for me, what is your target population exactly? Who is it this is intended for?
Right. So we are developing a platform technology, but on this platform we are developing a number of different assays. Currently our flagship assay is a test called Vibex. So this is a host immune response test that differentiates bacterial and viral infections at the point of care. So in terms of target population, that is essentially everyone. Depending on the time of year and where you are in the world, that's 40 to 50% of patients who go into a primary care setting have a set of symptoms that could either be bacterial or viral infections. So we want to help identify those early and make sure that the people who need antibiotics get them and the people who don't do not get them.
So will this replace existing tests, and how much do you charge for the tests, and is there a cost saving to the health system?
In some cases, this will replace existing tests, but for many of the things that we're looking to test for, there just aren't currently available tests, or the tests are not practical for point of care. In terms of cost saving, specifically if we look at something like our Vibex test, there is a huge potential cost saving for a health system in terms of being able to correctly identify the type of infection early on in a disease state before it progresses. And just in terms of our price point, so the test that I showed in the video, that costs us less than 15 cents to make. So there's significant potential to be able to provide savings as well as a very robust multiplex application that can address many clinical needs, not just a single use case.
Hey, in just a couple of seconds, who buys this? What's the workflow? How does it get incorporated?
5 seconds to answer that, but we're currently working with Walter Reed Institute, so we're hoping to work with the military health system as a first adopter in the U.S. But there is already precedence for similar types of applications being used in urgent care and in emergency rooms, and we're looking to bring this into primary care and really expand the usage as much as possible.
Thank you, Shafit. Thank you. Great presentation. Thank you. All right, on to the next presenter. Please welcome Jacob Sheffield. Jacob is CEO and founder at Bloom Surgical. There's a clicker there.
Great. So several years ago, I started shadowing a lot of laparoscopic and robotic procedures. In these operations, you use a camera or a scope to see inside the body, which is critical to safely and effectively perform the operation. And in one of these procedures, blood got onto the lens, completely obstructing the field of view, causing the surgeons to completely remove the scope from the body, pause the procedure, clean it, navigate back to the surgical site. And this happened again and again. And I came to find out that this happens every 10 minutes on average during laparoscopic procedures across the U.S. And with the operating rooms costing up to $100 a minute, those delays add up significantly. And now it's so annoying to pull the camera out to clean that they spend up to a third of the surgery with some kind of impaired vision just to avoid pulling the camera out to begin with. Now, and that also leads to 94% of surgeons reporting that lens occlusion impairs their performance. And at the end of the day, they say it's a huge waste of time, they lose focus, and there's no avoiding it. And that is why we're developing SWIX, a scope wiper and irrigation cleaning system to maintain clear vision and eliminate these scope removals. Our single-use device slides onto the existing technology they already have, the existing camera, and allows them to actuate the device through the wiper or the irrigation function from outside the body. And that allows them to focus on what's most important, which is the patient safety and the operation itself inside the body at the surgical site. Now, we've gone out and shown this device to surgeons across the country, and they all say, it's about time, or I've been asking for this for the past 20 years. Similarly, as we talk to hospital administrators, they all agree this will have a significant impact on reducing the operating costs. Now, a lot of companies have tried to do this in the past, but we are the only one that has a wiper and irrigation system that can effectively combat fog, blood, and debris, which is critical. And we're selling directly to hospitals and ambulatory surgical centers for $200 for our single-use device, which gives us 85% margins. Now, with a $5 billion market, that allows us to scale significantly. And getting FDA approval later this year, we'll be able to launch our pilot program at the end of the year, initiate those sales, and by 2028, really focus on growth, getting to around $4 million of revenue, and 2029, scaling up to $15 million. We raised about 1.7 to date through non-dilutive and dilutive funding, with a lot of key strategics that have come in, including physicians and key investors. Now, I myself have a background in origami-based engineering. I invented the technology. And that background in compliant mechanisms in origami really is the critical part of the innovation. Now, to expand, to make the team complete, we've brought on experts in regulatory, business as well to complete that team. In other areas, we've brought on a strategic advisory board and partners to really help navigate the space. Now, at the future, where things are going in the industry with robotic and AI surgery as well, we see this as a huge impact to improving the effectiveness of AI in robotic surgery as well. Thank you.
Are you able to quantify the amount of time savings this device will provide?
Yeah, that's a really great question, and it is a really important metric for us to look into and discuss. And there's a lot of papers that talk about how much time it takes and what the time is worth, right, in the OR. And I want to say that that's one variable that is important to consider, even though that's not the only way to look at it. But we are able to quantify. We've actually been counting, for example, how many times in the OR they pull the camera out to clean, how long that takes. Especially in robotic surgery, that takes a lot longer. But the way that the cost saving works, it's not always exactly one-to-one of, you save 1 minute, you don't actually save, $65 to $100 per minute. But that is definitely an important metric long-term to improve the operating room throughput.
What's the key challenge you're facing in development right now, and what's the key barrier you anticipate for adoption?
Yeah, so I'll focus on both of those questions. For development, it turns out it's really hard to make really small things. And for these 5mm cameras, that's where we spent a lot of time developing. We got an SBIR grant for the National Science Foundation, which was to focus on de-risking that core technology. And that's been the biggest challenge to date, that we've gone through a lot of that mitigation by this point. Then go to market. I think the biggest thing is, one thing we've mitigated is surgeons do not want to change their workflow. And so that's why we've gone through and gotten data from surgeons across the country about their hand sizes, if they're left-handed, right-handed, how it's going to work to actuate it, and make sure it seamlessly integrates with that workflow. And so it's there when they need it, but it's not in the way when they don't need it.
Are you going to, maybe you mentioned that, are you going to be an add-on to any existing trocar, or they will have to buy your trocar?
Okay, that's a really great question as well. So we are universally compatible with the existing technology they already use. So that includes all the scopes and the trocars. So we fit around the largest 5mm and 10mm scopes that are on the market and fit into the smallest, even though they all say 5mm, some are tighter, into the smallest trocars that exist. So they do not need to scale up the trocar or buy our own trocar. They use the exact equipment they already have in the operating room in their inventory.
Hey, so I grew up in this space in the Lap Coley era. I had the Karl Storz endoscopy distributorship in the place that I lived. So this is a commodity product. How do you differentiate, right? Because this is not a premium product to some extent because you have competitors. How do you differentiate?
Yeah, so right now, the most commonly used device across the country for this space is an outside-the-body solution, and that's used pretty much ubiquitously, but you still require the camera to be removed from the body to pull out. It's basically a Band-Aid for the problem. And so we differentiate by cleaning the camera inside the body without moving it in the first place, and that allows them to focus on the procedure itself without having to pull the camera out to begin with.
Distributors or direct sales force?
Thank you. Thank you, Jacob, for that great presentation. Before we proceed, I'd like to congratulate and say well done to all the presenters so far. It's not easy to come up here and share your life's work or share what you're so passionate about in front of all this audience. So big congrats and well done to all of you. Moving on to our next presenter, please welcome Meitel Segafbar, CEO at BioStream.
Hi, I am Meital. I'm a BioStream co-founder and CEO. I am a serial entrepreneur and hold a PhD in nanotechnology. And our vision is to change the way neurodegenerative diseases are being detected, monitored, and treated. How many of you have a close member that has a neurodegenerative disease like dementia or Alzheimer? So let's meet John. John, a couple of years ago, his family noted that he was not as sharp as he was, and he was struggling with the long walks that he loved so much, and eventually was diagnosed with dementia. And his family took him to all the experts, scans, and even did invasive lumbar puncture, but his situation continued to get worse and worse. Until only 2 years later, he was correctly diagnosed with not untreatable dementia, but actually normal pressure hydrocephalus, which is treatable with surgery. John was lucky, but this is not the case for almost 2 million people in the United States and in Europe. And this cost, of course, years of well-being with their loved ones and $47 billion in misdiagnostics for the healthcare systems. This is because today diagnostic is very much symptomatic-based, expensive, and invasive. And we are here to change that. We provide simple urine tests that monitors proteins that cross the blood-brain barrier and get all the way to the urine in order to correctly diagnose early on this disease. And later we are providing a home test that will enable these patients to monitor their status at home. So if we look at John biomarkers in the blue line, we can see our results stating he has very high diagnostic score as we go on. Later on, he's progressing and improving his results. Unfortunately, we were able also to diagnose a surgery complication and alert on time with the red line for these biomarkers. And then John actually got much better and even gets his driving license back. So we are currently at clinical trials with more than 70 people. We are targeting 6 biomarkers, and we have high accuracy of over 85 sensitivity and specificity. We are targeting $9 billion market, starting with hydrocephalus and progressing to mild Alzheimer's disease. So I met John's son just the other day, and he told me, I wish I had the test years ago so my father can improve much better at the right time. Thank you.
I have a question. So is this test going to replace MR imaging? Can you just talk about the clinical pathway?
Yeah. So it should be combined with the MRI imaging, and it should replace the lumbar puncture, which is the golden standard today in order to decide if this person will benefit from a surgery or not.
And how much is the test going to cost? How are you going to commercialize this?
So the test itself costs, the lumbar puncture costs like $5,000. Our test will cost roughly $700.
Maybe you said this, but is it really just telling you NPH or non-NPH?
Yes, we are comparing that to other types of dementia, Alzheimer, Parkinson, mild dementia, and we are differentiating that. This is the clinical study that we have ongoing.
But at this point, it's NPH or non-NPH, and then you want to get to NPH versus Alzheimer's versus everything else?
Yeah, so we're also monitoring them over time in order to distinguish their improvement and possible complications.
Thank you.
What's the market impact of the binary nature of just where the test is today?
Sorry?
The market impact of the binary nature of the test today, you have it or you don't, right? That's pretty conclusive, but
right.
That's a big game changer.
It's a big game changer today. It's so symptomatic based, and that's why we have 80% undiagnosed issues. Yeah, that's it.
What is your commercialization strategy, and are there any existing reimbursement?
So our commercialization strategy is to go for the neurosurgeon that is diagnosing this disease. This is the critical point. And then we seek few critical time points where, for example, if you bring this patient to surgery, the surgery will have reimbursement of almost $40,000. So you want to bring more people to surgery. There are no current reimbursement for this, but we see new tests rising, like there is a new test for Alzheimer biomarkers, which is not treatable but is now being reimbursed.
How often is this test being done?
So there are 500 patients per year that are being newly diagnosed with dementia, and we are targeting a subset of about 150,000 out of that yearly.
Who could potentially acquire you? Would like a GE Healthcare or Philips acquire you and use this as a complement to their technology?
So there are diagnostic companies like Roche, Quest Diagnostic, and there is also the Shunt company, the company that provides the surgery, like Medtronics.
What is the accuracy of the lumbar puncture?
The lumbar puncture has pretty good true positive, because if you gain the good results from the lumbar puncture, it means you will benefit from the surgery.
So is there a gap in accuracy right now?
The gap in accuracy is the misdiagnosed, the one that are not getting to lumbar puncture.
Okay. Thank you, Michael.
Thank
Well
you.
done. Okay. Thank you so much. Great presentation. Moving on to our ninth presenter of the evening. Please welcome Victor Sutrian, founder and CEO at Aliform.
Testing. 20 million. This is a number of plastic surgery procedures performed every year from Miami to Mumbai. That's a lot of patients. But let's just think of one. She did liposuction, a bread and butter procedure. It worked, but it also left her with these. Skin adhesions. It happens. To fix it, she had 3 revisions. All tried to do one thing, to break up the tethering of those fibrous bands that pull the skin down and disfigure the results. 3 revisions to no avail. On the 4th time, it worked. Here she is, 3 months post-procedure. So what was different this time? Well, the surgeon had a tool at hand to do something that was very difficult before. The surgeon had our product, CellLeaf. CellLeaf is a distillation of 5 years of development with one goal in mind: to turn the tethering problem from a stop sign into a speed hump for the plastic surgeon. How? See those fibrous bands that pull the skin down? You slide a thin cannula through them. Then you release a special wire called the leaf. Unlike other products, the leaf is blunt. It does not cut. There is no energy. You just pull the adhesion by hand and you release the tethers for good. What does it mean in numbers? Well, a clinic charges between $3,000 to $6,000 per procedure. It pays for the CellLeaf, $1,000. Private pay, single use. And who can use it? Well, in the US alone, there are more than 15,000 plastic surgery clinics. Each surgeon can do between 50 and 200 procedures per year. That's $1 billion market. After 5 years, CellLeaf is now available in the US and Canada. And it's in the hands of more than 10 surgeons who use it across 15 different clinical scenarios, from fibrous adhesions, cellulite, lipedema, and more. And as of last month, we made our first 20 sales. But we're not going big yet, because we still have to answer the hard questions, which are the patient acquisition, the marketing support, the repeat sales formula. The next goal, as framed to us by our strategics, is 10 to 20 clinics with repeat sales. We do that, we prove commercial viability. And for the patients, we prove that fourth time does not have to be the fourth time. The first time is enough. Thank you.
Hey, so does the leaf create injury that causes scarring that causes the tissue to compress?
It actually frees up the scarring. It just plows through it. It's like breaking the weeds of the soil. Breaks up the tension and restores more natural distribution of forces pulling on the skin. Its blunt dissection is not new. What's new is the design to make it work with this particular anatomy. Same thing goes in like spinal surgery or laparoscopic surgery for decades. But this benefit escaped this. Yes.
Are you exploring any other usages other than just the skin?
I think anything from reconstruction, from breast cancer, radiation fibrosis, any kind of traumatic scarring, all the way to like small aesthetic procedures done in a med spa, like cellulite, for example.
So are there reimbursement codes for this type of cosmetic?
On the reconstructive arm, yes, like breast cancer reconstructions, traumatic scar corrections. But the majority of market we're addressing first is actually private pay, like aesthetics. It's just easier to penetrate and get some early traction as we're building up more resources to fund bigger clinical studies for the reimbursable claims in the future.
Who's the team?
So the team was actually primarily has been preclinical, so scientists, PhD. We're 10 people. We're headquartered out of Houston, Texas Medical Center, with a full subsidiary in production in the Netherlands. So primarily technical backgrounds, and we're growing our commercial expertise as we're now, entering the US. So that's kind of where we need to actually improve a lot, because our commercial full-time team is growing just now.
And then just your financials and your revenue model.
Excuse me, financials?
And revenue model. Commercialization strategy.
All right, so we're going to hit Texas, Florida, California, just hitting maybe 10 to 20 clinics this year, focusing very specifically, making sure it sticks, making sure the clinics can sell it again, that it's a sustainable business model. Afterwards, we're going to go into distribution, 1099, and all those models. Right now, we just learned how to sell it, literally just recently. We're doing the dirty work still. Shoot.
40 seconds left. Any feedback or any burning question that you have that you'd like to ask? Victor.
Do you think there's a growing market here with GLP drugs? Aren't they basically reducing the number of...
You nailed it. Sometimes patients who lose a lot of weight, they have enhanced contour irregularities. They need liposuction, they need tightening, and also addressing the tethering. We actually treated a patient recently with the very same problem. You nailed it right in the head. It's going to keep going up. All right, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Victor, for that great presentation. We've come to the last presenter. I'm very sad the MedTech world is almost over, but it's actually not, because we do have a closing reception, so one final chance to be together and enjoy each other's company and make those last final connections for the evening. Please welcome our 10th company and startup presenting today, Robert Winder, CEO and co-founder of Zuli Labs.
Thank you. Thank you. The best end effector is a surgeon's hand. So why do hospitals spend $1 million on a robot that double the OR time and double the infection risk? I'm Robert Winder, CEO and co-founder of Zuli Labs. Hospitals spend $1.3 million on a robot that costs $3,500 just to turn on. As a result of that, most hospitals add about 30 minutes to the procedure time, and after all that, there's no patient improvement in outcome. Why? Because robots operate on bone and joints operate in soft tissue. For patients, that means revisions, dislocations, and joints that don't work. Robots get you to the zip code, but Zuli gets you to the dining table. So how does this work? You're more than just a skeleton. That's why mapping the joint and the soft tissue is equally important. The surgeon uses our smart trial system to replace their dumb one. Using their current workflow, where they manipulate the patient's leg under anesthesia, we collect functional outcome data. We use that and our sensors to capture every angle. We use AI to tell the surgeon exactly what the implant parameters are, what size they need to be, and then we use that AI data to tell them where to place the implant. Then, using their existing tools, we guide them through their existing tools to place that implant in precisely the right location. Green means go, orange means you're deviating, and red means stop. So today we give them objective data for what they used to do by feel. Our cadaver study proved this in January. In real-time detection of instability events within the hip. We have a Stanford LOI signed for 150 cases a year. Both Stanford, Rothman, and Mayo are research partners on a 510K pathway. We also have multiple patents filed and a strong roadmap for additional patents. Surgeons adopt fast because it doesn't interact with their workflow, doesn't change the workflow unlike the robot. In hip alone, there's 700,000 procedures a year. If we combine that market with shoulder, knee, and hip, that's an $8 billion platform. 87% of the surgeons today that do these joint procedures do not use any guidance or robotics. I built and sold previous orthopedic companies. My last company I sold to Exactech in 2020. I've rebuilt the team from there, hired my CTO who worked for me in the previous company before we were acquired by Exactech. He spent the last 5 years working for them, building AI solutions. Our CMO is a joint reconstruction surgeon, and our surgeon advisory board chair is a Stanford professor with 25 patents. We're raising $10 million for FDA clearance, clinical expansion, product development through Series A. Our revenue will be $7 million in 3 years' time. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Hey, so exactly what you're doing, like, what are you doing? Like, I've listened to this. I know this space really, really well. So what's the value prop? I didn't quite get it.
The value problem?
The value proposition. Like, what are you doing?
Yep. So we save, take away the robot. You don't need $1 million plus robot. You use a $750 per case device from us, which is a hip trial system in the hip, smart shoulder trial system in the shoulder, and a knee trial system in the knee. We use the data that we collect during the mobility, during the trial reduction that the surgeon already does, to then guide the tools and instruments in the rest of the procedure.
So if the robotics are standard of care, how hard is it to change provider adoption?
Yeah, that's the mistake that everybody makes. Robotics is not a standard of care today. It's not massively deployed. Even in the United States, it's deployed. 10% of facilities have a robot. The standard of care is surgeon's hand. We're just making that hand superhuman.
What kind of data do you have at the moment, and how large is your data set right now?
So we don't need a massive amount of data. We'll do our second and third cadaver study in June with strategics, and we already have plans to submit to FDA. So we don't need a massive data set.
So you said 78% of the surgeons wanted this. What was the number of that? How many did you provide the questionnaires?
So 78. That's a global market survey. It's not our survey. It's I don't know what the population of surgeons was, but it was 78% of them want advanced technologies.
We have 1 minute left. Any questions?
If you can touch on your commercialization strategy a bit.
Yep. So as a part of, we're about to sign final docs on our raise, $10 million raise. As a part of that, we're also signing with a larger distributor, 4,000 reps across the United States to take our product to market. Our product will be in market in Q1, Q2 next year. 510K pathway for the first on the hip side, and then beyond that into shoulders and knees after that.
Perfect. We have 20 seconds left. Otherwise, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. All right. So that's all 10 startups. Please let's have a big round of applause for all 10 pitching startups today. As well as all the incredible startups that we had on the Startup Village. I think they were all very, very interesting. I mean, it's incredible what the work people are doing in the medical technology and digital health space. So well done for doing all that work. Now my colleagues are busy preparing the final score, so they're just going to tally and we'll soon be announcing the winners. But I thought maybe we'll have a little bit of a Q&A before that happens, especially for the founders and the companies who are joining us. Maybe they'd like to hear what they could have done better, any feedback, maybe some startups that did not get selected for the pitch competition, what they could have done better. But my first question is, have you all had a good time at MedTech World? Perfect. I have as well. We have an evening reception right on the lawn. That's going to be after we announce the winner. And as a reminder, MedTech World is coming back to West Palm Beach next May in 2027, so we hope we'll see you there. We have our Hong Kong conference coming up on 26th of August this year for anyone who's interested in exploring the Asian market. And then we'll be in Europe for our MedTech Malta conference. And I know that some of you are already signed up and excited for that. So starting with a simple question. Of course, the medical industry is changing. It's crazy how fast sometimes the change is happening and how different it is. What sometimes separates a promising MedTech startup from one that is truly investment ready in today's market? Like, what are some thoughts that you have on that? Does anyone have any burning thoughts on that one? Nothing? Or if not, perhaps you can share a mistake that some early stage MedTech founders make, perhaps, that you've come across when they've pitched to you, that you said, oh, this is a red flag. Like, what could that be?
I'll touch on your last question. What I see oftentimes is a company will come to me with a solid pitch, and then you'll say, okay, no, let's go into a little bit deeper diligence. They come with a data room, that's, documents all over the place, not necessary. The information's, emails going back and forth, and it kind of loses the investors' confidence in your organization and your ability to kind of execute on what you're saying you're going to do. So when you start reaching out to investors, really have everything in a place where you're ready to get the quote unquote workflow going all at one time.
I think one thing, just reflecting on these presentations, but in general, like you want to make sure you're talking about the market that you can address by clearly saying, like, how big is this market in dollars based on your product, based on whatever it is, procedures per year or prevalence if that's relevant, and you just want it crystal clear, like what's the market size for your product? Because I think everyone tries to get a sense of how big's the pie and how much of it can you take and how quickly? So that's something I think that's pretty important. This is a quick pitch. We didn't have a lot of time, but sometimes it's helpful to add comps and other things to help understand your understanding of like what this thing could sell for or go public for, because that's what we all look at and work backwards from to see if it's a good deal.
So I'm with Tyler, but the challenge on a 3-minute pitch is you've got to be compelling. You've got to tell a story because it's not a pitch, it's a story. Yeah. And you've got to be emotional, you got to pull me into your story. I don't need to be thinking about how the market works, how the workflow works. I need to be thinking about what's the solution you're bringing to the market and why is it compelling? Yeah. And so some of the pitches were just, they didn't do that.
Okay. I think Bob's just trying to figure out if he wants to have a beer with you after this, and I think I'll have a beer with you, Bob.
I love you too, Tyler.
And I think that it reflects on whether a MedTech solution solves a real problem or something that's maybe nice to have, something that's not reflected within the market. So those are all very good points. I don't know if anyone else has anything to add to that discussion. I know.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough at times with the rubric, and when it's a 3-minute pitch. So even if you give a 20-second overview of a point, at least you're covering it. But again, if you're not mentioning it, it's tough as a judge to score in that section.
So reflecting on that and kind of if there are any other founders here who might be thinking of submitting their startup for the pitch competition for next year's competition, for example, or one in Malta, what is the single best piece of advice you would give them to shine in that? I know you've already touched upon, but maybe you can reflect on some other ways that they can shine in the competition or in any pitch to any investor for that matter.
I definitely agree.
One comment was put the name on every slide.
Okay. I definitely agree that you kind of have to make it emotional. You have to make a story. It's important that there are facts and figures as well, obviously, but trying to make sure you're creating something that's going to draw everyone in and make them feel invested, or for them to invest.
Perfect.
I'm with Bob. You definitely tell a story, but you probably can see the rubric. It's like, who's the team? So talk about your team and what you guys have done, or what, why you're a good team. Talk about how big the market is and why that's exciting. What am I missing? Talk about the product and technology, of course, and then a little bit on the financials, what this could look like.
A 3-minute pitch is designed to create curiosity so that I want to ask you questions. I'm not going to get all the answers in a 3-minute pitch. Of course. Right? So you have to pull my curiosity forward so that I seek you out.
Excellent. And with that, I'm pleased to announce that the winner is ready to be announced. If I can please welcome on stage all the judges that were present tonight, as well as the sponsors who were very, very kind to sponsor our pitch competition. We're going to take a big group photo as well as announce the winner together. Exciting. Let's take a photo, actually. Perfect. All right. So, we're going to stay on the stage. Sorry. We can. Let them go. It's fine. People want to sit. All right. So, thank you all once again for joining us for MedTech World North America. It was a pleasure to have everyone here, and a big well done to all the startup pitchers. You've all done a fantastic job, and we wish you the best of luck in your work. So, without further ado, I'd like to congratulate the winning company of the MedTech World Startup Pitch Competition, MedTech World North America 2026. Please give a round of applause to Aliform. If all the startup pitchers would like to come on stage as well, we'll take one group photo of all the companies. If you want to come, okay. That's absolutely fine. But whoever wants to come on stage is more than welcome to come. I think Jacob is coming as well. Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you, of course. Just a reminder that there are some drinks generously sponsored by our partners. There are drink tokens as well that you can collect and you can enjoy. The evening is going to be right outside on the lawn. We have some very sunny weather to round off the night. So enjoy, and thank you again for joining us. Thank you.
MedTech World is coming back to Florida, and if 2026 set the standard, 2027 raises it. 3 days, one ecosystem. Investors, startups, hospitals, service providers, strategics, accelerators, government bodies, and industry associations, all under one roof. Expect curated networking dinners, industry awards, pitch and company showcases, and thought leadership panels tackling the conversations that matter most right now. From regulatory readiness to capital formation and the next wave of innovation. Headlining 2027, the MedTech World Startup Tracks. Dedicated niche stages across the most attractive areas of MedTech and Health Tech. The right companies in front of the right investors. Don't miss the opportunity to join the fastest growing MedTech ecosystem in the world. MedTech World North America 2027. Register today.